Space desk. Connect. And pop it out. Put it over here. Max Makerspace, you are first. How are you doing? Is that all good? Film Factory, you are second. How are you doing today? Cyber Bob. Hello, CTW. Michelle's doing okay. Her toes are healing up. She had another... I went in there with my own trimmers and I trimmed all of her toenails because they weren't trimming her toenails properly. So one of her toenails got caught on the blanket and it ripped her nail off. And, so that's healing now. But, I went in and I trimmed all the rest of her nails. That won't happen again. I'll do that every week now. Her nails seem to grow fast. But I tell you, you don't realize how expensive certain things have gotten until you have to go buy it. You know, I have a lot of deodorant, and so I don't have to buy deodorant. You know, I got plenty of it. But because of the polyester shirts, I need to wear antiperspirant. I need to stop my body from sweating because polyester doesn't wick or evaporate. So I got, you know, I like Old Spice. So I had a $2 coupon for Old Spice. I was figuring, hey, $2 coupon, great, right? Yeah, $7.67. Are you kidding me? What the hell? $8 for a stick of deodorant? Wow. And it's the same price on Amazon, so it's not just a Walmart thing. So I bought it from Walmart and got the $2 coupon. But dang. Talk about sticking it to you. Actually, did I get the coupon? I don't remember. I don't think they gave me the coupon. Nope. Let me double check. Offers matched. Nope, they didn't give me the coupon. Son of a bitch. Yeah. Are you fucking kidding me? I purchased the Old Spice deodorant for the $2 coupon. I pre-selected the coupon. I did not get the coupon. How do I fix that? Question mark. Okay. Yeah, they owe me $2. Considering it's $8 goddamn dollars for that deodorant, I want my $2. You remember that? Was that Goonies or was that some other TV show? A movie? I want my $2 as the kid's chasing the guy on the bike. That wasn't Goonies. That was something else. Oh, I got my first full night's sleep last night in a week. It felt so good. I actually woke up this morning. I was like, I actually slept. So that was fantastic. My eyes have been bothering me. They've been pussing up, and even the Tylenol hasn't been able to stop it. Every now and then they throw a fit, and there's nothing I can do about it. I just have to wait for it to pass. But they're finally starting to clear up. My skin's starting to clear up around my eyes. You can see the dark area around my eyes is the because the pus is tearing up the skin. It's really annoying. Very, very annoying. It's all your fault. Who was I pointing to? I don't know. You guys will have to figure it out. Something else that's really good is the Dr. Pepper coconut cream. Oh man, that is good. I gotta be careful with these socks because they have loose threads on the inside. I can show you. So they have the loose threading on the inside. On the one hand, that makes them soft, but on the other hand, that those threads tend to wrap around my toes. And about halfway through the day, my feet are freaking killing me, and that's because those threads are digging into my skin around my toe. Yeah, so I gotta be careful of that. Haven't been able to. Oh yeah, a lot of these flavors are just random hit or miss. You just sometimes you can find them, sometimes you can't. They have a I think it's a peach ginger ale that I really want. I can't find it. Yes. And there's a few flavors like that. Especially since I typically wait till they go on sale, because $8 for a case of soda is batshit insane. I mean, even $5 is pushing it, but I'll buy it for $5. But I bought one more case of this just because it was so good, but I probably won't buy any more unless it goes on sale, just because, I'm sorry, paying almost $1 a can is just crazy. What does that cost? It's $7.86, I think, or $7.88 divided by 12. Yeah, that's 66 cents a can. That's a lot of freaking money for a can of soda. I think it is. Might be time to give up on Google Wallet. While it's very convenient just to be able to hand someone my phone and they use a randomized card number every time you'd use it, which is pretty cool. But the Google Wallet has a mandatory requirement that the lock screen be on. And if you turn the lock screen off, it removes the card entirely. It doesn't just stop it from working. It removes the card. Jesus Christ. Michelle, I'm on my stream. I gotta call you back when I'm done. Okay. Alright. I love you too. Bye. She'll just keep calling if I don't answer. I don't blame her. She gets lonely. But, and I think the inconvenience of having to have a lock screen is worse than the convenience benefit of having Google Wallet. I think I'd just rather not have Google Wallet than have to put in a fucking lock screen code every goddamn time I turn on my phone. It's so... And worse, you can't even just put in the code. You have to put in the code, and you have to hit the enter key. It's like that's too inconvenient. Screw that. I don't need security on my phone. I don't... require a PIN when I make a charge. How about that? How about give me a Google Wallet icon that says I want to make a charge, and then I put in my PIN. Because, you know, the twice a month I use the Google Wallet payment thing. I don't mind putting in my PIN for that. What I don't want to do is lock my goddamn lock screen. You know, now they do that so that you can use it with the phone off. You can turn the phone off, hand it to the person, and it'll still do the NFC thing for Google Wallet. I'll give up that. All right? I'll have it so that I open Google Wallet and say, I want to make a purchase. And then I punch in my PIN and then I hand it to the person. Do that. You know, what I don't want is to have to do this every goddamn time I turn on my phone. It's such a pain in the ass. I don't know how people put up with that. It's like, it just kills the convenience. It's like screw that. Yeah, the Zero Pepsi Wild Cherries and Cream is also really good. I hate this ad so much. It's so stupid and it's so freaking long. And I guess the ads that really annoy me are the ones that you know are scams. It's like, it's a scam. You'll never get a penny from that. Never. There's my kitty cat. He likes that spot right there because he can lean up against my pillow when I'm asleep. He's a good boy. Can I make the text bigger? No. No, I can't. Okay. Where do I want to go? What did I want to do in here? I forgot. That's almost done. And then, of course, the latest is the infinite ads. The ads that will literally never end unless you do something. So, you'll be watching an ad for this scam app here. And it'll pop up like the Google Play thing to let you install it if you want. And it'll stay there forever. The timer stops, everything stops. It'll sit there forever until you close that window. And worse, when you get ads that are deceptive, where they open up like a quasi program, like an applet, and you don't realize it did that, and it's like you don't want to touch anything because it'll install something. But like Little Caesars does that. It pops up like a menu screen to place an order. It'll stay there forever. It'll never go away. You actually have to hit back. There's no X. There's no back arrow anywhere. There's no indication of anything you have to do. You have to figure out that you have to hit the back button on your phone to get back to the ad. It's like some people need to be eaten. Yeah. Oh, I got another free burger from Carl Jr.'s. My sister Sarah in Tennessee, she doesn't have any Carl Jr.'s near her, so she signed up on the app and then took a screenshot of the QR code so I could use it here. I like the idea of getting $12 hamburgers for free. That's 5 now. I've gotten 5. Logan's going to let me use his next week because he doesn't have a car near him either. So that'll be 6. I want to see how many I can get. I'd ask you guys to do it, but it doesn't work. When you generate the QR code, it's only good for 15 minutes. Or is it? Is it locked in for 15 minutes, and does that QR code expire? I'm gonna have to, do they have a QR code decoder? Like, what would happen? I wonder if it's a generic QR code that anybody could use over and over again. Wouldn't that be hilarious? Oh my god. Now I'm curious. So there's the Carl Jr.'s code. I want to see what comes up when I scan that. This QR code is not supported. Okay. QR code decoder. That doesn't work. Allow this time. There we go. Okay, came up with 5455339. So it's literally just a number. So now what I'm going to have to do is generate another QR code later. Well, they have to be unique. Otherwise, how does it know what you're getting a discount on? Because they have different codes for different things. It'll be interesting when Logan does it for me to see if it gives me that same. Let's save that. 5455339. It'll be interesting to see if his QR code gives me the same result. Although it looks like it only requires email address, not phone number. And I can generate unlimited email addresses. But that's borderline fraudulent. I don't want to do that. You know, having other people give me their QR codes, that's gray. Because they could use that QR code, so what's the difference if I use it? But generating fake ones, that's a little too close to theft for me. And that just rubbed me the wrong way. I don't want to do that. Now, what would be interesting is to have Logan generate a code, scan it, see if it gets the same number, and then purposely wait 20 minutes, and then see if the code works. And to see if the 15-minute timer is just to release your ability to do it again, or if the actual QR code itself expires. A lot of times these coders are lazy with things like that, so they don't what might seem obvious they don't do. Oh, finally got my Hiss shirt. I am so happy to finally have this damn shirt. It's not as clean as I was hoping. It's slightly fuzzy. You know, the resolution of the image, but still, it's nice. I like it. What's your favorite band? Hiss. I don't even know what they sound like. Kiss. I've never listened to them. I just like the logo so much. I wanted it. What kind of band? They're probably, based on the fact that they're covered in face makeup, it's probably a heavy metal band. Kiss. Overview. Oh, it's just a rock band. Okay, I'll have to listen to them. I might like them. 73, so it's late 70s, early 80s. So I might actually like them. but I don't think I've ever actually listened to them. I don't recognize any of these songs. I'll have to listen to them later, see if I like them. I was raised with what was it, Beach Boys, Meatloaf, Guns N' Roses, Bette Midler, Bonnie Tyler, that kind of music. I love Bonnie Tyler. I had such a crush on her. She's so pretty. I guess I like the 80s big hair because I really like her. The one album picture. Yeah, look at this. Look at this. She's just gorgeous. Or at least she tickles the that's pretty part of my brain. Ah, there's the picture I like. This is one of my favorite pictures. Yeah. That one. For some reason, I find that the big fluffy hair thing that they did back in the 80s very attractive. Probably because that's when I grew up. I have a feeling that if we actually did a study on that, maybe somebody's already done a study on it. Well, she doesn't even look bad today. I mean, she looks pretty good. Her jawline's not quite as defined, old age, but otherwise, she looks fine. But really, go away, whoever you are. Oh, I got to use the Uh-oh. What's going on? Why is the bitrate so low? Okay, it's back up. So using that, they took away my last $20 coupon. I got to complain to support. There was 2 days and 18 hours left on that coupon, and they seem to have taken it away, which really pisses me off. So I want my $20 coupon. I only have one left. They're still offering me the $20 coupons, but now you have to buy 4 items. And that's no longer worth it. Because they don't let you pick other items from the same seller. And if you don't get all 4 items from the same seller, it's a $2.99 charge each seller for shipping. It's just not worth it. If you were to pick 4 separate items from 4 separate sellers, that's $12 in shipping. So you're effectively only getting an $8 coupon. It's like, nah. But I got the Sunlu filament joiner. And on the one hand, it's USB. But on the other hand, it's not USB. It's like, why? Why did you do that? Why not just put a USB-C port on there? Why make me deal with this shit? That now I have to make sure I don't lose this stupid effing cable. And I can't just plug in one of the gazillion USB-C cables I have lying on my desk. I have to make sure I remember to find this specific cable. So yeah, one of the first things I'm going to do is I'm going to rip that goddamn barrel jack out of there, and I'm going to put a USB-C port on there. It's like, why would you do that? Why? The other thing I want to do is, this thing runs on 5 volts, 2 amps. In fact, I'm going to plug it in later today. We're going to do it right now, actually. We're going to see how much power this takes. Actually, that's not going to work. The resolution if that is not high enough. I'm going to try it anyway. You don't lift up the fucking handle. Oh, you son of a bitch. The handle is really hard to get out. And a lot of the times, when you do get it out, it bounces back and closes itself again if you don't maintain a grip on it. What a pain sometimes. This is not very good for measuring very small loads. So, let's see what we get. Oh, 9 watts. Oh, so 9 watts. So I was right, about 2 amps. It's actually got a nice little display on there. You can choose what plastic with the preset temperatures, and it'll raise up, it'll beep when it gets to temperature. Okay. So it is 5 volt, 2 amps. I don't know why they didn't just put a battery in it. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to 3D print a little shoe for the bottom of this. And that shoe is going to contain an 18650 cell, a switch going to a boost converter for 5 volts to that, and then a USB-C charging circuit to charge the 18650 cell, so that this will be battery powered. Because even though 2 amps is a lot of power, it only draws it for a couple of minutes and then it turns off. You could probably get 10 or 20, maybe 15, 20 fusions out of one charge. And there's enough room here to put 2 or 3 batteries if you want. And the other thing that I was confused about is that I was like, I always see people, they use this and then they pull out, oh yeah, that's annoying. They pull out their utility knife and they slice off the PTFE sleeve. Hello? It's got a cutter built right into it. Right there. You let it cool down after you take it out of here. So there's your heating element. So you let it cool down, you put it into this slot, and then you just do that. And it cuts the PTFE sleeve off. I don't know why people do that. It's got a built-in cutter. It works very well. The first time I used it, jammed the printer up instantly as soon as it hit the fusion. But I'm pretty sure that's not this. It's the printer. My Chiron is down again. It will not feed filament again. And it's not the printer. It's the goddamn hot end. The hot end is jamming up somewhere and there's too much back pressure and you can't push through it. And so the drive gear just grinds on the filament. It cuts right through the filament. And so it's got plenty of grip. It's just the hot end is resisting too much. I keep having a problem finding a usable hot end for that printer. I don't know what the problem is. It's very weird. I gotta find a decent but not expensive J-head hot end for that machine. I'm tired of dealing with it. It's one of my favorite machines because it works so well, but I keep having problems with the freaking hot end on it. I mean, I could put a Creality hot end on there and make the problem go away, but then I can't print at 250 all day. You'll cook off the PTFE if you do that. And PETG loves printing at 250. It prints very, very well. And my buddy wants a squirrel feeder. Right now they put a brick up on the fence and they put seeds up there for the squirrels. And of course they knock them off and everything. So he wants like a little squirrel feeder. So I designed a squirrel feeder. I had him send me the dimensions for the space it's going into. This one cracked. It's interesting. The ABS cracked. This is ABS. I got all these cracks in the ABS, but that bed did not detach. Witchcraft. Vision Miner nanopolymer is freaking witchcraft. It's ridiculous how well that stuff works. But yeah, that did not, no lift whatsoever. Absolutely perfect flat bond to the bed. But of course the temperature delta caused it to crack. I modified the settings to hopefully get rid of the crack. I think my layer height was too high. The 0.6 millimeter layer height with a 0.8 millimeter nozzle is pretty close to unity. And that's so there might not actually be enough time for those layers to fuse correctly. So I resliced it for 0.4 millimeters, but I also decided, you know something, where they're putting it is only in direct sunlight for a couple hours, and it's not going to get very hot where they are in Colorado. So I'm putting it in the last of the candy color PLA. And if I have time, I'll do another one in ABS just for shiggles. But yeah, also I made the bottom. You can see I made the bottom depressed with a drain hole, so that when it rains, this doesn't fill up with water. Logan sent me something. Oh, he probably sent me a receipt. Yeah. Nice. So basically the way this will work is he's got one of those fence posts that has a 4-inch beam, and then there's slats at staggered on both sides. I'm on my stream, Logan. What's up? Okay, bye. The this is actually pretty heavy. It's over 300 grams because of how much plastic is in it, but I want it to last forever. So very simple, single screw. There's an opening at the end of the fence where a brick fits, so this will just fit right there, and you just put the screw in, and that'll hold it in place. And so now he'll have I made the edge suitable for birds as well, so birds can also land on there. And you can see I was really pushing it with the 0.6 millimeter layer height. Outside edge, perfect, but the inside overhang edge, little sketchy. And that's probably why this cracked. So I'm betting if I print a new profile with ABS, it'll work fine. The nice thing is because of the way I designed it, he can put multiple of these in place. Any place where there's a gap between the slats, he can stick this in there between the gap and screw it in. So if he wants to set up more than one, he can. So I'll give him this one too, even though it's broken. I'll put a couple dabs of glue in there. Or actually, I'll try the new soldering iron trick I want to try. But I'll give him this one too, just because. But he also wanted, something from Animal Crossing, and he's really, really heavy into Animal Crossing. So I found a box you guys saw me download last week off Printables, and I decided to modify it a bit, especially since I was printing it with ABS, since it's the only filament I have that's brown. So basically, the box is 3 pieces. You have the bottom, the top, and then you have the letters. So I, of course, put the letters together with the top, and I just sliced it to there, one STL file, sliced the letters, second STL file, except I went one further. I separated the lid into 2 pieces. So this did 2 things. One, no bridging, and of course, absolutely 100% zero lifting anywhere on that gigantic solid ABS print. This is not hollow, this is solid. I wanted to make sure those top layers were really nice, and they did come out fantastic. Those gaps are supposed to be there. It's supposed to look like wood grain, and it does. It's fantastic. And I used I think it was Kurt who sent me the neon filament. I used that. Hey, Bill, to print the letters, because I found out that PLA and ABS will adhere together. So I was able to print the PLA right on top of the ABS. I'm going to take a Sharpie marker and color the hands and the dial of the clock here, so that looks better. But by printing this as a separate piece, it also allowed me to print this upside down, which means I didn't need support for that lip right there. So I was able to print this whole thing with no support whatsoever. All I have to do now is glue these two pieces together, and it's good to go. And he'll have a, if I have time, I don't think I will, I'm going to print another one of these, because he also wants a sign for his door, and his bedroom door, and you can't really use that as a sign like it is, because it's made to be a box. And I thought he'd like the box. This is at 200% scale. And but yeah, that came out really nice. I'm really impressed by that. What I might do is I might put a cavity in here and then make the clock a separate STL file that I can print 2-color. This way I can make this a 4-color print, because I can print the clock with a white background and black, digits and whatnot, and then just drop it in place. I think that would look really nice. So I might do that. But yeah, I'm really pleased with how that came out. That came out very, very nice. A little bit of banding and a little crack there. No, not a crack, a gap. Because I went too fast. I tried to crank up the speed, and the hot end just doesn't have the flow rate for that. And but still, that's nice. I'm very pleased with how that came out. How are you doing, Bill? That's too annoying. I gotta turn that off. Let's see. How do I do that? Lock screen. Is it display? Lock screen. Let's see. I wonder, do I have to have the lock screen enabled if I turn off access to wallet from the lock screen? I'm not sure. How do I set the lock screen? That's just what to show. How do I actually turn it off? Because I'm done with that. Security? Screen locked. None. Good. Yeah, there we go. I am so tired of the lock screen. No thanks. You can go ahead and remove the card. I don't care. I'd rather not use Google Wallet than have to have a lock screen. Find another way. Make me have to put in the Friday morning. Yeah, plastic is too convenient not to use. The people think that well, we should be using metal and wood, but that has waste too. It has waste during production, and you have to factor that in. A lot of people don't. It's like when people try to say that an electric car has a bigger carbon footprint than a gas car, and then they forget to include the $50,000 in gasoline you're going to have to buy for that car. I mean, just conveniently forget about the 12,425 gallons of gasoline you're going to have to buy for that car over the next 300,000 miles. Just conveniently forget that. But what we need is recycling. And the problem is right now recycling is difficult. It's hard. If you want to see something that's really cool regarding recycling, it's not quite individual user accessible yet. but it's definitely community accessible. So if you have a makerspace, it might be viable. Brothers Make. It's a YouTube channel called Brothers Make. And they literally take the scraps from 3D prints, grind it up, and then they create either flat molds or they get injection molds made to make things that can be reused. For example, there's this guy who lives on an island. They have no recycling whatsoever. And so they're injection molding things like beads and ashtrays and different, not ashtrays, but coasters. And stuff like that. So they can literally take the plastic waste the tourists create and repurpose it into new product and sell that product back to the tourists. So they're selling the tourists their own waste as new product. That's genius. That's absolutely genius. But the problem is the one key piece of equipment needed to make that practical, that is not easy for an individual to get, is the chewer. The device that grinds up the plastic to make it into small enough pieces that you can then remelt and mold it into other things. That's a critical component, because it's very hard to repurpose plastic if it comes in a, foretelling for the future, a chunk like this. You can't, there's no practical way to melt this into something else unless you can grind it up. And that machine, that particular machine, is just insidiously expensive. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, brothersmake.com is their website. I might as well show you guys this while I do it. So like they're making these sunglasses by remaking by melting plastic, literally. They even sort it by color so they could do things like this, make color things. These are all repurposed plastic. HDPE, PET, 3D prints. 3D prints, you have to be very careful with to make sure they don't mix up the plastics or it doesn't mold properly. But this is all stuff that they make up. And obviously now it's expensive. This is part of the core problem. So here's a 2-pack of carabiners for £9. That's about what, $11 US? I can go to the dollar store and buy these for $1.25 for a 5-pack, and that's a problem. No, and they have pound stores in the UK, and they sell better stuff than our dollar stores do. No, it's not a joke. Recycling plastic is real. Now, the kind of recycling we do in many places is a joke. But there are places that actually do recycle. Well, that's not recycling, Bill. That's reuse. That's even better. Something that people forget a lot. Hang on. I was going to look it up on Dollar Tree, but you guys can take my word for it. So there's the beads they make. And they connect people with affordable molds. Especially in some areas like that island guy. He was able to get a grant to help him do that. So let's go tools. Because here's the important part. Shredder. Yeah, 6,000 euros. Excluding VAT. And keep in mind, we will now have the equivalent of a VAT that doesn't even do anything for us with a tariff. So yeah, it's going to be like $8,000. That's the end. What the hell? I did not click on that. Why did it do that? I clicked on this. Oh, it's broken. Oh, it's all on one page. Okay, so this one is... It doesn't say. That's still the end. Why the hell? So I can't look up the shredder? Because your link goes to the wrong thing? Oh, they all go to the same page. Oh, I don't give a shit. Just give me the goddamn link. Well, okay, if the injection molder is, $6,000, the shredder's a similar price. It's expensive. Again, if you have a maker space, it can work out. Yeah, I did that already. The problem is it all goes to the same place. Maybe this will go somewhere else. This one here. Okay, there we go. Woo! It's even more money. 230 volt one is $9 grand. Wow. But this is the critical piece. This, if we can make this affordable, we cannot. Okay, first of all, let's explain this because it actually took me a while to understand this. But as soon as I understood it, it made perfect sense. It's the 3 R's. The 3 R's of recycling. And the order of those R's is actually important. It's reduce, reuse, recycle. And each of them is less effective than the next. So the worst case scenario is recycle. Recycle is the last resort. Better than recycling is reuse. Use the device again. And thank you for telling me to click on that link, 3D Printing PA. I didn't see that at first. So the next best thing above recycling is reuse. What's the difference? You are recycling the function of the device. You're not recycling the device. Recycling the device is what this does. Although this is somewhere in between reuse and recycle. All plastics can be recycled. It's a chemical process. You convert it back into its base polymer chains, which would then allow you to convert that plastic into any other plastic, because they're all just different variations of polymers. The problem is it's an energy and chemically intensive process, and it's an expensive process. So we would have to actually invest in that process. What most of us do is what's called a regrind, which is a form of reuse recycle. So I'd call it reuse 1.5. It's halfway between reuse and recycle. And that's where you take a failed part, you grind it up, and you can either melt that and use it to make something, or you mix it with virgin material to allow you to create new material. But there's a limit to how many times you can do that. The melt and remold, you can probably do that many times. But the actual, mix with virgin material to create like virgin filament, for example, you can only do that so many times. You have to mix in virgin material because the chemical properties of the plastic break down every time you heat cycle it like that. And eventually it becomes more and more brittle and less usable. And but melting it is a lot more doable, where you just get it. Well, not really melting it. You're getting it soft enough to be able to fuse it together and remold it into something else, which is almost melting it. That's what they're doing. To make that effective, you need to be able to grind it up. Now, you can grind up things like your skirts and your brims. You can just put that through a cross-cut paper shredder. That'll handle it. Basically, just look for a cross-cut shredder that handles credit cards. You'll see it listed. It'll say, can handle credit cards. And if it can handle 20 sheets, it could probably handle the brims. So that'll chew up things like this. Okay? Which is good. But it requires a lot of work on your part. For example, I would need 2 dedicated shredders. One for PLA and one for PETG. And I would say you would need one for PLA Plus as well, but there's really no such thing as PLA anymore. We don't most of the plastics that we buy aren't really PLA, they're PLA Plus. They're just differently modified. Now if you buy from like Atomic or Protopasta, I think they still use virgin PLA. but most manufacturers make modified PLA, so they're essentially a PLA plus variant. I think they're compatible. I'm not 100% sure on that. Now, the only thing that does suck is that mixing colors ultimately results in gray. And for gray, for PLA, that's bad if you want to use it outdoors. Because for me, the ultimate use for recycled PLA is I want to melt it down into sheets. And then use those sheets to, for example, side a shed, put a roof on a shed. You know, basically make it a cheap way to add structures to your property. And now that's a structure that's going to last on your property, so it's not going to end up in a landfill. But that's a form of reuse. Now, of course, the best R is reduce. Use less. And that's what they're trying to do by, for example, banning plastic bags, even as annoying as that can be. The paper bags that Walmart is now using, they work fine. The only problem is you end up with more of them because they're not quite as good as the plastic bags, so they end up using more paper bags, so they put less in each bag. And the question is the increased number of paper bags that we're going to use and the limited amount of recycling that will occur with those paper bags, is that worth it versus the plastic bags? I don't know. I mean, somebody's going to have to do a long-term study on that to try to figure it out. And it also depends on where you live. You know, some places strictly enforce recycling and they actually do recycle. That's why, for example, in some places, especially in Europe, they actually have a different bin for specific kinds of plastics. You know, most people don't realize that plastics... I'm trying to find a good example of one. I do not have a convenient... Oh, there's one. Plastics. Now, this one might not just because of what it is, but there's usually a number on it. It just says plastic bottle might be its own thing. It just says plastic bottle. And hopefully the label is made of the same plastic as the bottle, so you don't have to remove the label to throw this away. And I'm not sure. Empty and replace cap. Does replace cap mean put the cap back on? Or does replace cap mean separate the cap? Because that would include that ring. Because I'm pretty sure that this is PET and the cap is HDPE. Which would make them non-compatible. You'd have to recycle them separately. For this kind of recycling. Because what they would do with this is they would grind this up and then re-injection mold it into something else. Which is a halfway between reuse and recycle. But things like this, your milk jugs, your PET bottles, those are absolutely recyclable. And most places do in fact recycle them. We pretty much don't recycle anything else. In this country, we only, as far as I know, we only recycle, as a general rule, PET and HDPE. So PET is your soda bottles, and HDPE is your caps, your milk jugs. Those are HDPE. I'm pretty sure that in general, that's the only thing we recycle here. We also do recycle paper. Paper is actually pretty easy to recycle. Most egg cartons are made of recycled paper. That's why it's gray. You have to bleach it to get rid of the gray. It's not the most durable material, but it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to last long. Just long enough for you to use your dozen eggs. And a lot of the times, newspaper is recycled. They do bleach it a bit to make it more readable. Paper bags are typically 40 to 60% recycled material. You'll have to check with your individual. Usually it'll say on it how much of it's recycled versus how much of it's virgin. And, ow. Why does that hurt? But it would be nice if we could figure out a way to equitably recycle 3D prints. And what we really need is that. We need a grinder. We need a way of grinding We need a practical way of grinding these things down into small particle sizes so that we can effectively use it. Because you can use flat molds. You basically a t-shirt press with like a cookie sheet on it. And you fill up the cookie sheet with the ground up plastic, and you close the t-shirt press, and you wait for it to get hot enough. I don't know if a t-shirt press gets hot enough. It might not. I'll have to check. But and then if you need more, you add more plastic and you heat it again. And you can then take that sheet and you can cut that sheet and use it for other things. You can make coasters out of it. You can make shingles out of it. You can. The point is, you can use it for other things. But the expensive part of that operation is the grinder. Even an injection mold, we might be able to fab up something, make something ourselves. I'm not sure, but that might be practical. Although now with PCBWay basically null and void for U.S. customers, getting a aluminum mold would be pretty hard. Well, blenders don't work at all. Not only do the materials not get small enough in a blender, but it'll just destroy your blender. I mean, if you want to stick this in your blender, that's going to work fine. So will a paper cutter. Yeah. Try putting that in your blender. That's 400 grams of plastic right there. Yeah, your blender's just going to go, it might ding it. It might dent it. Your blender's not going to chew that up. And, by the way, I made the top. So this is the 400 millimeter one. Failed over and over again because the heat bed's not working. It's just too large. It warped. Scared the cat. Yeah. You'll notice that it's a little bit different. It's a little bit different. Okay. It's two pieces. I'm actually gonna redesign this into 3 pieces. I'm gonna make the shaft completely separate, so it'll be 3 pieces. This, this, and this, and then this and this will sandwich and screw together and pinch this. And I'll explain why I'm gonna do that in a moment. Here's why. I took it outside and I put it on my drill. I hit the trigger one time and it exploded. My Milwaukee impact gun said, "Ha ha, you're kidding, right?" Thump! And just shred instantly. Instantly, they just ripped this right out of it. First mistake is I just pulled the trigger. Bad move. I should have squeezed the trigger slowly and built up speed. I just went, and it went, I forgot how thin these walls got when I shrank this down from 400 millimeters, because I designed it for 400 millimeters. So it was easy enough. I got rid of the holes altogether, and then I also I made the infill, this area here, 0.6 millimeters higher up than this area here, so that I can print these solid with one bottom layer and then have this infill be open. That's actually really hard to do. To get it, even with that model, it still wouldn't do it. It still insisted on bridging this into a solid layer, even though I told it one bottom layer. I guess it was trying to give this a bottom layer. And what I had to do was create multiple processes. This process to print just one layer, this and this, just to print these 2 blue layers that you're seeing, was a single process, 0.6 millimeters tall. And then this started the second process with 0 bottom layers. And that did it. That got me my infill there, shining through. I also made it 2 millimeters thicker, 14 instead of 12. And I only have one, and I do not have any more of this filament. That's it. I'm printing the last of it right now to print a squirrel feeder. So, and I really like the way this looks in the color change filament. You can actually see the distribution of density versus Z height. So these layers are thin here. They get a little thicker here because they're no longer printing the infill. And then they get really thick here and they get thicker as this gets narrower. It's really cool. I printed this as a separate piece so that you can print this flat and you can print this flat. That also allows this to be replaceable, since especially if you do it on concrete. You see, I've only spun this 3 times and it's already starting to wear down the tip. Come on. There it is. You see it's already starting to grind that tip a little bit. What I need to do, what I'll probably end up doing is putting a hole in here in the model and putting a nut and bolt through it and using an acorn nut for the bolt so that you'll be spinning on a metal tip. And but you know, if it's a wooden floor or tile floor, the plastic tip will work fine. That's because it was concrete that I was spinning it on. Let me tell you, this thing spun up nice. I took it easy, one step at a time. Got it spinning really nice. That's another reason why I made this smooth, so that if this hits you, it doesn't rip you to pieces. As I realized, I was originally going to make one of those ones with the 3 arms, and I realized not only is that going to be weaker, and not only is that going to have less mass on the outside, but if you manage to get a finger or a limb in between those while it's spinning at 2,000 RPM, that's going to fuck you up. That's gonna, and another reason why I don't want holes in here. Your finger can't go through those holes. So if you touch this, this is gonna rip your tip of your finger off. Because this thing's gonna have I don't spin it that fast. I could probably spin it faster with a drill versus my impact gun. But my impact gun's the only one that has this socket on it, and my drill can't. I can't find my adapter. I don't know where they are. They're here somewhere. I have, you know, those adapters that go from hex to 3/8, half, and whatnot. If I find one of those, then I can use my drill. But this just happens to be a water heater socket, because I happen to already have it all modeled up, so all I had to do is drop it in there. And it's got, I think it's either 4 or 5 perimeters. I wanted to make sure this was really strong. My biggest concern was here, going from here to here, because these perimeters down here are only attached to the infill, but there's infill on the inside as well, and that's all attached, so it should be okay. But yeah, I've spun it up 3 times, no problems. So I'll be spinning this up at Rocky Mountain Murph. That's pretty neat. It'd be neat if I could make it whistle. If I could put like a little whistler thing on it, so it, you know, as it was spinning, that'd be fun. So I might eventually try to do that. It would be really cool if I can build the whistle into the 3D print. So when you printed this, it printed its own whistles as part of the print. That would be hot. Might be a little hard with a 0.8mm nozzle, but would be doable with a 0.4mm nozzle. But I don't know if I want to print this with a 0.4. That's a lot. I mean, this took 19 hours to print. Actually, I jacked up the speed after I got to here. So I think it came out to like 16 hours. This would take like 40 hours to print with a 0.4mm nozzle. Even on a bamboo, this is going to take... I designed this to fit on a bamboo, by the way. Even with a bamboo printer, you're still looking at, 25 hours to print this. Because it's 30% infill grid for all of it. And this is 700 grams of plastic. 722 grams. So this has got weight. I can kill someone with this. You thump someone over the head with this, they're done. Hey, Big Bad Joe. Yeah, the first top. Yeah, as soon as I pulled the trigger on the drill, it just blew up. It literally just exploded. I forgot that I designed this for a 400mm print, and so those walls were a little bit on the thin side. And the moment I hit the trigger, it just... It's I can just imagine this top going, "You're kidding, right? You expected me to handle that?" And my drill is just going. So I got rid of the holes and thickened up the infill and printed it like that. And now it works fine. I would still be concerned if I were to, I might print one of these in just some whatever PLA I have out in the bus, just to see if it can handle just me taking the trigger and just going, just to see if it can handle it. I think that'd be fun. But yeah, that came out nice. I like that. I'm gonna redesign it into 3 pieces, so that this is one piece, this is one piece, and this is one piece. And the reason I'm gonna do that is I want this to thread into this, so that if you do break a part of this, you only have to reprint the part you broke. It'll also reduce the chance of it breaking. So for example, if this and this are 2 separate pieces that thread together and pinch this, in theory, if I hit it with the impact gun, this should just slip. Meaning it should slip in the grip instead of shattering. And so that should make it more resilient. So I think I'll do that. But yeah, I'm very happy with how that came out. I'm still going to print the 400mm one, but I got to fix the printer to do that. Oh, and Mike did get back to me. He's still working on sending me the printers. And cool as hell, he's got another Cobra 3 Max. So 2 Cobra 3 Maxes and a Cobra 4. The Cobra 3s are especially because they have the 500mm build volume. Yeah. My Chiron is down again. That all-metal hot end that I got off AliExpress, it failed. There's something wrong with it. Plastic won't pass. It's not the printer, it's the hot end. There's some kind of resistance in the hot end that's keeping plastic from pushing through, no matter how hard I push. And so I gotta take it apart, see if I can figure out what the hell's going on in it. I mean, it should just be a fucking metal throat to the nozzle. I mean, there shouldn't be much there. So maybe a contaminant, maybe something got in it. And hopefully with the 0.8mm nozzle, that means I'd be able to, you know, clean it out. We'll see. Something else, if you guys know of a way to do this, I'd like to do this. I have tips for my soldering iron. And I just realized a problem, but it might be solvable. What I want is I want a tip with threads on the end of it, and then I want an M6 nut welded to another bolt that goes into the threads on the soldering tip, because the soldering tip is replaceable. You unscrew this. What the hell? Oh. I didn't know that came off. So the problem is, there's your heater. Here is your soldering tip, which goes on like that, and then this goes over top of that and pinches it all down, which means the head of the soldering iron has to be smaller than that. Otherwise you can't put the sleeve on and pinch it in place. So this has to be a 2-piece. No, not heat set. I need something different. Although heat set might be a good start. What I need is one of these with like a M4 bolt welded to the end of it. And then I need an M4 nut welded to an M6 nut, so that I can then put this tip with the threads on thread on the iron. Yes, but I also need another nut because I have to pass through that sleeve. So I need it to be 2 pieces. What I want is an M6 nut on the end of my soldering iron. Why? Because then I can take my M6 nozzles, put the nozzle on my soldering iron, and heat it up to a specific temperature. And get the nozzle hot enough to melt the plastic, but not cook off the plastic. And then I can clean out my nozzle. I could do it right. I can go in there gently, you know, with first, with like nylon, go in there, clean it out. Maybe a wooden dowel, push stuff out. Then go in there with a hand drill bit and make sure it's clean without scoring anything. When you have expensive nozzles like, rubies, diamondbacks, stuff like that. You don't want to just throw the nozzle away. It's $100 for the nozzle. So you want, if there's a problem, you want to be able to clean it out. And that would allow you to do that. But what I would need is a soldering iron tip with like an M4 bolt on the end of it. So that would be small enough to fit through this. And then I need two nuts welded together, an M4 and an M6. And then I could take that M4 M6 combo and screw that onto the end of the soldering tip that has the M4 thread on it, and now they'll all be one metal piece. And I could turn on my iron, heat up the nozzle by screwing the nozzle into it. I can't just put it on the end because I need the nozzle sideways so that I can pass something through it. If I just have a thread to put the nozzle on, like I can't just weld a nut onto the end of this. That would heat up the nozzle, but then I couldn't clean the nozzle out. So the nozzle needs to be sideways. It needs to be perpendicular so that I can clean the nozzle out. If you know anybody who has the skill to do that, because I imagine they're going to need a TIG welder to do that, and you're going to have to get stainless hardware, which is no problem. I mean, it's like $2 in materials at the hardware store, even at today's prices, because all you would need is an M4 nut, an M6 nut, and an M4 bolt. You cut the end of the bolt off because you just need a tiny bit of threads, and you TIG weld that onto the end of the soldering tip. You cut the end of the soldering tip, you weld that on there, and then actually you can even just take a flat soldering tip like this and just weld it onto the side of it. That's fine too. And no, you can't, because then it won't pass through this. But then I'd have a soldering tip that will allow me to do that. Heat set. Okay, so they do have threaded ones. That's good. So I would just need somebody to weld the two nuts for me. Okay. I didn't know they were threaded. Interesting. Can I get just that one piece? Yeah, see, some are just straight. Let me show you guys what I'm looking at. You got to remember to do that. So some are just straight like this. Straight, straight, straight. But then you have these that are threaded. Nope, not those. Oh, actually, it looks like none of them are threaded. Oh, see, this is the part that I need to be threaded, not this part. So this part goes on your iron, and then this part threads into the end of this. That could still work though, as long as I get the bolt of right thread for this. But can I buy just this? See, I need just this part right here, just that little bit right there. Well, it's only $7. Jesus. I'll add that to my list. But what thread is that? I don't know what thread that is. See? That's the way it's made to work. Basically, I just need my own version of this. I need my own screw-on tip. So probably the easiest thing to do would be to buy this and ship it to whoever is going to help with it. And then all I need them to do is to this is one size and all the tips have the same size. Yes, these are M whatever, but these are straight unthreaded. these all have the same size threading to fit onto this. But if I send this to somebody, all they have to do is get a brass M6 nut and solder or braze it onto the end of the tip here. That's it. Just put an M6 nut right on the end of that tip. And then I can put this on my soldering iron, screw this onto this with the M6 nut on the end of it, and then I can put my nozzle into that. So that would be the cheapest way to go. Buy this, send it directly to the person who's going to do it. Is that something I can do? I don't know. Brazing won't work, now that I think about it, because if I heat it up, it will soften the brazing. I'm not sure. But basically I need a nut welded onto the end of that. An M6 nut. So I'll show you. Control D. I hate when it does that. It's my mouse pad. Oh, you son of a bitch. So right now, this is what you have. This is the tip with the threads on it. And then this is the insert, the heat insert that threads onto this. What I need, nut, and there are no nuts available. That's annoying. I thought there would be. Oh well. Just have to use this. What I need is this. Oh, come on. That's what I need. I need that insert to go into my soldering iron. And then here's the heat insert tip. Which one? Doesn't matter. This threads onto this. And then I need a nut welded 90 degrees perpendicular onto the top of that heat insert. Because then I can stick my nozzle in here and have a pass through. That's what I need. So what I need is just somebody to weld an M6 brass nut onto the end of that brass insert that I can then screw onto this and put in my soldering iron. So that's what I need. So I need to buy this and have it shipped to somebody who can do this. Unless I can find somebody local who can do it. But I need to weld that an M6 brass nut onto... Can you get an M6 brass nut? M6 brass nut. Really? So here's brass nuts. Is the M6 nozzle coarse or fine? Excuse me. I want you to open into a new goddamn window. Why is that so goddamn hard? Jesus. Some of them work and some of them don't. Yeah, so probably best to take something like this and take the heat insert and probably do a couple of them. But basically, weld one of those onto one of these tips. One of these tips right here to give me this. And once I have that, I can then screw my nozzle into this and use my soldering iron to heat it up. Now, if PCBWay was around, I could probably just have them make this. Well, they are around, just not for the US. A guy decided to test the claims that people will buy American. You know, just, well, if you offer people American-made products, they'll pay the difference. And people are claiming, well, if you offered American, I'd buy it. Because I already have one of these. That's why. It's just convenient. I have one of these, and it has a temperature control. And all I need is a nut, a 20-cent nut welded to a $1 brass tip. That's why. It'd just be easier. And I'm surprised other people haven't figured this out, that we can use those tips for other things too. Like I can't think of anything offhand right now, but it would be interesting to do that, because a heat block. I need a heat block. I need a microcontroller. I need a thermistor. I need code, which I don't have. Basically, I need a 3D printer motherboard. For somebody like me, I need a 3D printer motherboard. And then I need an LCD screen. And all of that costs a hell of a lot more than $8. I'll be on for several hours. How are you doing, Cassandra? Yeah, I'm gonna look around. I'm gonna see if anybody local can do it, because the what's gonna hurt is buying the stuff to ship to somebody is easy, but then I'm gonna have to pay the shipping to get it sent to me, and that's a pain in the butt. And if I'm gonna have somebody weld these, I might as well find a set like this that comes with a bunch more of these tips, so I can make up a bunch of them. Then I might even be able to sell them for a couple dollars to other people, and recoup the cost to do it. So let's add that. That's 10 pieces. That's 20 pieces. So obviously we go to 20 pieces for 49 cents more. I'm assuming it's a good idea to stay with the same the same material. And annoyingly, they have different kinds. Like this kind here is female to male, while this kind here is male to female. That's a little annoying. Hi. See, I can't use the solid piece like this because the M6 nut won't pass through the tip of that iron. That's why I need the two-piece that thread together. I have to look around. I might even have this. I have a heat thread insert set. I wonder if it has one of these tips in it. I'm not sure. If it does, that makes my life a lot easier. If I could order from Temu or AliExpress, that would make my life a lot easier too. Because this would be very cheap. Even with the increase in prices, what would that cost? Yeah, $2.81. $2.81. And this is with the price increase because of the tariff requirements. Wow. That's ludicrous. Oh, nice tips. Yeah, less than $3 to order from China. Wow, $2.44. There you go. Oh, that's crazy. That's so crazy. How do you solder? Can you solder brass? That's no. That right there is nosy. And there's the one sleeping in the back there. Oh, where is it? There we go. That's Ender. This is Nosy. He's my little tuxedo cat. Hi, baby. Yeah. You're a good boy. You're a good boy. Yeah. Mm-hmm. He's a good boy. You just want to lay on everything, huh? But yeah, before this tariff stuff, I could have probably done this for $2. Oh, I can just use solder and a torch, huh? At what temperature, though? $350 to $400C. Good. I only have to get to $200C. Okay. So I can do this myself. So if I use a high temperature silver solder, then I should be able to do this myself. And in use, it should not get hot enough to remelt that solder. Okay. Yeah, he's a pretty boy. He's a good boy. He's an adorable cat, very loving. Loves his scritches. Oh man, he'll shove his head into your hand. It's like, come on, don't stop. He's a good boy. I got her a pair of socks for him. Here we go. I thought Michelle would like these. So it's the closest I can get. But there you go. My little Nosy. It's kind of the inverse of Noel. Noel's the inverse of a Siamese cat. He's no, he's got a black face. Oh yeah, he does have a black face. That does match him. He's got the same eyes too. So got them before the tariffs went up. Those are actually good. They don't have the stuff on the inside. These are actually the nice ones. They're like $3 or $4 a pair, but they're good socks. Okay. So I might be able to attempt this myself. The problem is I do not have a cheap source of brass nuts, because any cheap source is going to incur the wrath of Donald Trump with a $25 tariff or a $50 tariff. Boy, it's going to be sad to watch how many side hustles, small industry, small businesses just die because of this, because they don't have access to this anymore. There's a guy who's making, you know, relatively nice shower heads. We're talking $160 shower heads for your shower, or $130 shower head. So to make it in the U.S., his costs would triple. So he'd have to sell it for $229, an 85% price increase, and that's with him eating a lot of that price increase, eating into his profit margin. So he put both up on his website. He put the Chinese sourced one with the tariffs, and he put the American sourced one without the tariffs. Because, you know, even at 154% tariffs, it's still cheaper to make it in China. Hey, Jerry. Yeah, I started a little early today. He put both up on his websites. He sold 564 shower heads, not one single American one. Not one. Not a single one. Not a single person out of 564 people, not one single buyer chose the $90 more expensive American-made one. Not one. Yeah, that doesn't tell you everything you need to know. Yeah, so I'm going to have to try that. I'm going to have to try to get that kit. First, I'm going to look for my kit and see if I already have the parts. Because I don't need to be blowing that money if I already have the parts. And I'm going to have to try soldering a nut onto the end of this. And that would make a nice clean out tool. But yeah, if we could figure out how to make one of these affordably, I mean, well, again, with Chinese manufacturing, we can make the discs. To show you what that is, the expensive part is the electric motor and the discs. At some point, they should show you the actual unit. Okay, they're not showing the actual thing. Just show me pictures. I don't care about your stupid AI overview. Are you serious? Nobody is showing what this damn thing looks like? Fucking stupid search engines. There it is. It's amazing how hard it was for me to find this damn thing to show you. But this is what we need. This is the important bit right there. That's what rips apart the plastic. What's in that granulator is basically a smaller version of that. Just the meshing teeth come together. Am I showing you my screen? No, I'm not. The meshing teeth come together and just rip shit apart. That's what's inside that granulator. And we need an affordable way to make this for 3D print users. It's also another reason why you don't typically see this getting made cheaply is liability as well. I mean, anything capable. This is something that people do need to be aware of. Anything capable of grinding up this is capable of grinding up this much more easily. Okay, so, or if this gets caught in it, it's gonna grind your face up. Okay, but yeah, anything capable of grinding this is capable of grinding this, and that's a big liability problem. Another experiment I performed this week was a success. I finally figured out the trick. So, for example, let's say I'm doing a 4-day print. 4 parts. Each part takes roughly 20 hours. The heat bed alone cost me $3 in electricity, and that's a big problem when you have no money. So right now I run one printer at a time because I can't afford to run multiple printers 24/7. An Ender 3 size printer costs about $16 a month to run, but a CR10 sized printer costs about $32 a month to run. That's if I ran it basically 20 to 24 hours a day. Now, most of that is actually the heat bed. Matter of fact, the vast majority of it's the heat bed. So it's about $5 a month in electricity to run the printer. The other $27 is the heat bed. So if I could turn off the heat bed, then I can run 3, 4, 5, 6 printers. Especially for when I get those Neptunes in, I'll be able to run 4 400mm size printers simultaneously, which means a large rocket would only take 2 days to print instead of 8 days to print. If it has 8 segments, actually even less, because I could print 500mm tall, which means I could print fewer segments. So an 8-segment rocket might only take 7 segments on a 500mm printer versus a 450mm printer. Because every 4 parts gets you 1 extra free part. So, I need to print with PETG. And believe it or not, this is actually easier with PETG than it is with PLA. PLA, I had worse success. PLA has greater warp force than PETG does, by a lot. PLA will rip its ass right off that bed. At least in my experience with the larger prints that I'm doing. So I came up with an idea. I used TPU. Because now I don't know which beds will stick to, but the textured black with the holes in it bed that my Chiron uses, TPU sticks very well to that without heat. Especially printing with a 0.8mm extrusion, no problems whatsoever. It sticks fine. All the shoes that I print with cold beds. Because you just don't need it. You don't need a heat bed. Not only that, I can start with a cold bed. In the past, I would have to start with a hot bed, then turn the bed down a little bit slowly until I could turn it off. With TPU, I can just start with a cold bed, bone cold. The only problem is TPU is kind of like magnetic spring steel plates that you put on a printer. If you try to pull the TPU off, it ain't coming off. But if you try to peel the TPU off, it comes off pretty easily. What are you doing, cat? And the problem is the nature of a part warping is that it peels the TPU off. So I came up with another solution that worked shockingly well. Like I've gotten it fine-tuned to the point now where I'm not going to do it because I want to bring this to the show with me. But that's TPU. That's PETG. And then the PETG part prints on the TPU. So this is what that looks like after removing it from the model. And if you get the gap spacing right, you literally grab this and just go, and it comes right off. Clean. Now the only trick is, if you have an IDEX printer, this is easy. TPU in one head, PETG in the other head, and you just walk away. With a regular printer, I've got to load TPU, I've got to print that first layer, then I have to hit pause, take the TPU out, put the PETG in, then hit resume. And then it works fine. But what I needed was a stiff layer on top of the soft TPU layer. That stiff layer means the TPU cannot so easily be peeled. It has to be lifted. And lift is what you want, because that's where it stays put. And I print the entire part. Now that's a 150 millimeter Venmo double wall tube. I print that entire part, no warping whatsoever. None. And it just peels right off. And I'm only using a tiny bit of TPU. Now, part of the problem here is going to be the cost of your electricity versus the cost of your TPU. So, how much TPU does this take? I forgot the number. I processed it, but then I forgot what it actually was. Hang on. Let me switch back to desktop so you guys can see what I'm doing. So, let's see. Factory files. Where is my print? There it is, Mega Nova. That's not what I want, but I can still use that, I think. I guess I never saved it. I thought I did. I never saved it. Okay. Here's actually I do need to slice this, so I might as well do this. That is the 396 for the smaller printer, since my Chiron is down right now. Let's change to the longer LK5 Pro. Yes. We're going to do... Actually, I'm going to do this right. This needs to be 0.95 for the first layer. Why does this keep getting set to 9.8? Who the hell would want to do that? Update the profile. Stop doing that. Dumbass. And the other problem in Simplify is that the speed that it prints the skirt at is separate from the speed that it prints the part at, which causes some problems. Which I'm about to solve. Let's see here. 0.6 add, and I also want to do a speed change here. 345 add. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. So this is going to go back to 1.0. Single outline, no bottom layer. Oh yeah, let's do 2 bottom layers, and skirt 1. Okay. Speed, we can bump the speed back up to 60 or 50. 60, which will give me an average of 50. Let's see. Temperature. Let's go 245. Heat bed 80. Oh, this. That's right. I'm going to slice this, but this has a working heat bed, so I don't need to do this trick. And I'm not sure if TPU will stick to a bare aluminum bed. So I'm going to stick with the heat bed for this. Let's see. Cooling. I think 40% gives me better results. Okay, and then this one, we're going to slow it right down. 30, half the speed, yes. Okay. So how much does this take? So that consumes 4 grams of plastic. That's nothing. That's nothing. I'm not even slightly concerned. I thought it might be more than that. That's absolutely nothing. So even at $25, even at the expensive price of $25 a kilogram, divided by 100 is, oh, that's actually more expensive than I thought. No, I'm sorry. 25 divided by 1,000 is 2.5. So it costs times 4. It costs 10 cents to for the TPU to stick it to the bed, and the electricity $3. Well, no. This is a, what is this, a 18 to 20 hour print, depending on if I have fins or not. Let's just call it 20 hours. 20 times 0.147. Ooh, really? That's pennies. Ooh. The electricity might be cheaper. At $25 a kilogram. At $14 a kilogram, the TPU is cheaper. Because I don't have the TPU, I have to buy it. So it's the same as having to buy the electricity. I did that right? No, that's $2.94. Does it really cost $3 a day? Oh, yeah. No, that doesn't make sense. That's too much. 14.7 cents. Oh, I'm an idiot. That's 20 kilowatt hours. 20 hours times 400 watts, 8 kilowatt hours. So 8 times 0.147. $1.17. Okay. So it cost me $1.17 in electricity to run the heat bed for 20 hours. And it cost me 10 cents in TPU to be able to turn off the heat bed. So that's worth it. Now, let's just be honest with the math. It's actually 350 watts because the printer still consumes 50 watts by itself. 350 watts times 20, 7 kilowatts. 7 times 0.147, $1. So it costs me $1. I save $1 in electricity by spending 10 cents in TPU. That's worth it. That's a 10-to-1 savings. And it's safer because I don't have the danger of the heat bed running. And it's also going to allow me to run multiple printers at the same time at 1/10 the cost. So yes, that's worth it. So that's what it does. It prints this brim, and then it prints a second brim. I told it to print 2 layers. The first one's TPU, the second one's PETG, and the result of that looks exactly like this. So there's the TPU on the bottom, and there's the PETG. The PETG that's supposed to be right here, that's on the model. That's part of the model. The TPU peels off the model. And as long as this gap is correct, that will also peel. And like you see, I was able to peel both of these off just by ripping them off. And this one was for the larger one with the fin cans. As you see, there was PETG along these here. It came off when I tore it off. But yeah, this would all be covered in PETG except this. I haven't figured out how to do a brim around the fin. It only lifted a tiny bit, but I bet you there's a way I can fix that too. By dropping 2 separate models. Let's try that. Okay. And now we group them, center them. So tools, variable settings, 0.6. And I forgot to hit. Oh, I did it. Okay. We set this to start at 0.6. And, damn you. Select model, and to use the second model, select model, use the first model. Now let's see what that does. Yes, it's working. Okay. So we take this and we do 10 and we do 1 at 0.3, and then we probably don't need 10 for the second one. Addition 0.3. We'll do this one 8. Now, if I did that right, yeah, there we go. So now we have this brim around just the fin and the brim around the hold down pad. I probably don't need these hold down pads anymore. This brim is probably enough, but I'm going to leave them anyway because that is a lot of warp force. These fins really badly want to lift, like really badly. But yeah, that's it right there. So now, that's your first layer. That would be all TPU. This is your second layer. This would be all PETG. Now for something like this, I could also print this as 2 separate STL files. So I can set this end script. Output. Nope. Scripts. Ending. I can comment out, turn off extruder. We're not using the heat bed at all, so that doesn't matter. This way the extruder will stay hot. And I can print this STL file and then print this STL file as a separate STL file, which will just do this. But there's a layer gap there because the first layer has already been printed. That means I could walk away, let it print the TPU, and then come back, swap the PETG, and just hit print for the second file. So I could do that both ways, because this takes a little longer to print. How long does this take to print? 24 minutes, yeah. So I would set that to print, walk away, go have a coffee, go eat, whatever. Come back, if I come back 5 minutes late, no big deal. Yank out the TPU, shove in the PETG, and then hit print for the second file. Now the only problem is the Chiron does not reliably and consistently home the same way every time. So something I do want to experiment with. No, I don't think that'll work. But either way, that's something I can work on. Just, ways to make it easier. Okay. But yeah, that's it. If I do that, I'll have no warping whatsoever. Right now, you can't even see that. It's so small. Yeah, 21 hours. But that's a big boy. That's 831 grams of plastic. That's a 0.8 millimeter vase mode print with a 0.6 millimeter layer height. And that's going to give me a 10-foot tall version of, which is already standing right there. That's this rocket here. That's that rocket right there. Oh, I forgot to put the strakes on the side. Oh, I could have modeled that in. I accidentally deleted those. See the little channels on the side here? I had those modeled in. I might reprint those later and model them in. But yeah, now most of this I can do with tape, like electrical tape. But I'd like to eventually get a vinyl cutter so that I can, you know, cut out decals like this. I think that'd be cool. But yeah, I modeled this whole thing, and it's going to be a 6-inch diameter and over 10 feet, or right around 9 to 11 feet tall. Depends on how much time I have to print everything. But this is the model that I'm going to have this year on my table. Hi, kitty cat. How you doing? You good boy? Hmm? Mmm. Wild cherries and cream. Yum. My nutritionist hates that I drink the zero sugar soda. I don't blame her. You know, the artificial sweeteners cause who knows what kind of unknown problems. But I explained to her that if I'm miserable, what's going to happen? I'm going to eat things I'm not supposed to eat, because eating things you're not supposed to eat releases endorphins and you feel better. Okay? And I was like, do you actually think that whatever is in the 0-calorie sweetener inside this soda is going to kill me before this 400 pounds kills me? I was like, yeah. I mean, if I don't take care of this, this doesn't mean anything. This could kill me in 20 years. Yeah, well, I'm dead in 5 if I don't get rid of the weight. So I'm not worried about that. Nice flavors make me happy, and that's a good thing. If I could do it with 0 sugar, that's what I'm going to do. But yeah, that worked out really well. This is one where I haven't removed the TPU yet, but I am very pleased with how that came out. What else? That's about it for now, for that stuff, for the models. I'm gonna try to sell 1 or 2 of my boxes at the show if I get lucky, because I have enough money to get to the show. I do not have enough money to get home from the show. The insurance company screwed me. They're supposed to send me a $168 check for mileage reimbursement a month ago. They finally ended up sending me a $96 check. I had an extra $100, but when I changed my bank account over to my new card, 12 ounces. That's a standard 12-ounce can. 12 ounces. It looks small because my hands are gigantic. I have really big hands. That's a 6.7-inch screen. Okay, I got big hands. But when I changed over, they have a new bank account that doesn't incur insufficient funds fees from their own mistakes. Oh, people like that. They want their charges to clear. I was like, but you're not clearing them. You're declining the charge and then charging a $25 fee. You find me a single human being on earth who's okay with that. Find me one single human being who's okay with that. And no, so this is brand new. This is something brand new you're doing. You never got charged for declined charges before. Rejected charges, like a bank draft, like a check. And part of this might also be PayPal. Even though I'm telling PayPal to use my bank card, PayPal is instead using ACH, which is the same thing as using a check, depending on how it's registered. And that's part of where the fees are coming from because of that. PayPal choosing to use ACH when I told them not to. And they don't give you a choice in the matter. And that's because they pay less fees when they use ACH. But they don't give you a discount. But, so now I have $111, and it costs $200 in gas to go to Denver and back with the round trip to Loveland, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Because I have to go there Friday to set up, Saturday and Sunday for the show, and then 7-hour drive home. So if I can sell 2 of these boxes at the show for $50 each, that gets me the $100 that I need to get home. So hopefully that'll go well. But what else? I want to do something with this. I want to try to. I like the idea of making a hairband that takes the croc giblets things. So I wonder what I can do with that. So let's go to printables. Yeah, no more $20 coupons from Temu. Well, they're still available, but they're no longer equitable. The oh, that's cool. The that's cool too. The they now require you to buy 4 items in order to get the coupon, and that's no longer equitable, since you're spending money to get the coupons, and there's no way to easily get 4 items from the same seller. So if you order 4 items from 4 different sellers, that's $12 in shipping. You've just eaten up $12 of the $20 coupon. So in essence, you're only getting an $8 coupon. While with only having to buy 2 items, I only pay a $3 shipping charge, because it's pretty easy to get 2 items from the same seller. I figured out how to game that. Then I'm paying $3 to get a $20 coupon. That makes sense. You're still saving $17, but only saving $8, not worth it. It's just not a big enough difference in price to be worth it. So that's annoying. In fact, today they didn't even offer it to me. Huh? Yeah, or have I not opened it yet? Oh, I haven't opened it yet. I don't want you to send me SMS messages. So, no. What the hell do I want you to send me text messages for? Nope, it's something different now. So now they're offering something different. No more $20 coupons. I guess once I stopped getting them, they stopped giving them to me. I kind of figured it was one of those things where if you keep using it, they'll send you another one. But as soon as you stop using it, they stop sending it to you. What does this one do? It says $130 Temu cash. What's the spend requirement? Oh, upgrade to cash. So it's a PayPal thing. Okay. Okay, 65. Then they're gonna do the silly wheel thing to double it, but everybody gets the doubling. Yeah. Come on. I know all this. Just go. How much do you have to spend? Because if they still offer this when I get my money from PayPal, I'm going to use it. Because they have some stupidly good deals on Filament. I'm going to show you guys in a minute. Come on. Just tell me how much I need. It's going to be 90-something percent. Come on. Oh, It's almost at the top there. That ain't bad. And you get an extra 2 coins on your first order. What's the percentage? You only require $10 to check out. Come on. Okay, so you buy something worth $10 and you get an extra 2 coins and 2% cash back. So that you're still going to owe $5 in coins to get the $130 back. And let's assume it stays at 2%. Ooh. So you got to spend $250. That's still not bad though. $250 to get $130 cash back? That ain't bad. I wonder if they'll give you a better deal if you pick Temu Credit. No, but see, I need the cash back to pay for the order. Okay. So that's not bad. So this might be different for everybody else, but the current deal that they have on there is you're up at you need $7.30 in cash back. You're going to get 2 coins for placing this $10 order. So find something worth $10 that you want and buy it. Like I'd probably buy that heat insert set or something else cheap and affordable. Right here is a $16 glue gun for DeWalt. I'd buy that, for example, since I want it anyway. Also, these tactical sporks are really freaking cool. I really want those. Here's a... What else in here? There's plenty of cheap stuff available. That's $10. Then you have to place 5%, assuming you only get 2% cash back. Maybe you'll get more. Sometimes they give you 3%, which is nice. But at assuming it's 2% and not 1%, that would be. Wait a minute. Yeah, that would be $2 per $100. So $250 gets you the $5 you need. And so what you would do is you would order 2 10-kilogram or 12-kilogram packs of filament, and you'd be basically getting it for half off. So let me show you how that works. I think this is only going to work for the next couple of weeks. I think in a couple of weeks these prices are going to skyrocket. Here is my suspicion on what's happening. A lot of these sellers are stockpiling filament in the US so that when you order it, it ships from the US and you don't have to wait 2 or 3 weeks to get it from China. Because a big heavy order like that, it's not going to come in 8 days like a Temu order normally does. It's going to take 2 or 3 weeks to get here. And so to solve that problem, they ship a bunch of filament here in advance, and then they ship it from the US to you through just regular mail. Now that works because they're constantly selling filament, ordering more, selling filament, ordering more, and it passes through the storage. Well, now with the tariffs, they're not going to order any more filament, which means they're just paying to store this filament here. So the faster they can get rid of this filament, then they can just close down their local storage here in the US and not have to spend that money on that local storage. So I think that's why they're discounting the filament so heavily, is to get rid of their US stock, because they can't restock. Because if they restock, it's going to be a 154% tariff. So that $100 pack of filament is now $250. And that's more expensive than it costs to buy the filament locally. You know, Polymaker sells it cheaper than that. Lip sync way out. Hang on, let me reboot the OBS. I'll be right back. Okay. Is that better now? Lips are back in sync? How about now? Are the lips still out of sync? I'm gonna have to practice doing that. That's fun. Yeah, I still don't know why. It's something to do with the hardware. It's something to do with this computer. So I suspect what's happening is they're trying to clear out their local storage of filament so they don't have to pay storage to keep it here. And they're just going to not store it in the U.S. anymore because they can't afford to. I mean, God forbid, even if they could make the price equitable, God forbid if they ordered, 10 grand worth of filament and then the tariff goes away. Now they're screwed. So what they're going to do, what any smart business person does, stop doing business here. And, if you want filament, you'll have to order it from China and you'll have to pay the tariffs. So they're probably trying to clear out what they have so they don't have to keep paying storage. And the result is, if you have the money, even without coupons from Temu, and you can always get coupons on big orders. As a matter of fact, a regular coupon they have is the $80 off 300. That's a great deal. Well, look at what you can get. Let's see. Some of these deals are just simply wow. There we go. $90 for 10 kilograms of PETG. Oh, they have a half decent mix. Nice. It's not a great mix, but it's a halfway decent mix. It's really hard to find mixes, multiple colors. Oh, I didn't switch. Nope, there it goes. Something that might help the next time, I haven't tried it yet. Be careful. Don't do it too many times. I don't know how the spam filters work on YouTube. I don't know what the conditions are. But type screen like 4 or 5 times. And if 2 or 3 people do that, what that's going to do is it's going to make motion happen on the screen, and my periphery should pick that up. Because that's what did it this time. I didn't see you post screen the first time, but the second time I saw it right now. I saw it scroll. And yeah, exactly. That scrolling gets my attention and made me look. When it happens once, I guess I didn't notice it, but when it happened multiple times, I noticed it. And probably use different letters each time so the spam filter doesn't get you. Because I don't know if I don't see any settings for that, so it might be an automatic thing, and I don't want anybody to get timed out. Because you're a moderator. That shouldn't happen. I don't think. Again, YouTube obfuscates how that works, so we have no idea how it works. This is not bad either. You get 5 white and you get 1 clear with 4 colors. Let's see, what I want is these other colors. That looks like purple, blue, red. What I really want is the colorful ones, but they don't have the colorful ones. They're always out of stock. But you buy 2 of these, $98 each, since you're probably not going to get this discount. You buy 2 of these for $200. You get $130 back from Temu. You just paid $70 for 20 kilograms of plastic. That's $3.50 a kilogram. If I had $200, I would buy this right now. I'd probably just buy 2 of these, or buy 1 of these and 1 white. But I mean, $200, getting $130 back? Yes, please. Yes, I'll take that all day long, all goddamn day long. I mean, that's just an incredible deal on filament. Even that's a great deal on filament. What's this one? This is probably only 5. Yeah, 5. 22 pounds. You got to watch out for that. Sometimes they get it wrong, too. Yeah, see, it says 22 pounds, but it's not. It's 11 pounds. They basically copied their 10 kilogram listing, so pay very close attention. So this is 5 rolls, not 10. 22 pounds would be 10 rolls. So you're getting 5 rolls, which is still not bad. By the way, you can get this pump on here. You can get this pump for as low as $37, and then if you can tag a coupon on top of that, this pump has a almost an 8 amp battery, and it's got a 100% duty cycle, meaning you can run this pump continuously until the battery dies, without worrying about wearing something out. I got one of these. It's great. They had it for $25 from this one seller, and I was gonna snag it with the $20 coupon, but Temu did that goddamn thing where I saw it on the screen, but I tapped on something, and I was like, oh, wait a minute, what was that? And I hit back, but when you hit back, it reloads the screen, and I can't find that listing anymore. Oh, it's so annoying when it does that. Let's see, here's another 10 kilograms. That's the same one. Here's 26 pounds. This is 12 kilograms. So this is 12 1 kilogram rolls of PETG. You see how you can't get it in all colors? Because that's probably the ones that sold out. But here's white and orange and red and green, brown, white, blue, and transparent. From Creality, no less. Is it actually from Creality? No. It's from Shannon Kaiser. With this, you can add it to something else you want to get. If you don't want to get, more than this, if you don't want to get that much in filament, remember, you're going to have to order about $150, $160 worth of stuff to qualify for the $130 cash back. So if you order just this, you ain't getting it. So you gotta, now of course, before you go and do the coupon, go into here and add a whole crap ton of these to your cart. Go add to cart. Click on the orange one, add to cart. Click on the blue one, add to cart. Go to the other one I just showed you, add to cart. Find as many of these as you can that are 10 kilograms, and go to this one, add to cart. It's a different price, who cares? Add to cart. Go here, add to cart. Go here, add to cart. Because when it populates that list, you can't just order from your shopping cart. You have to order from the specific page they display to you for that coupon. So you're limited to ordering from just there. Although sometimes they let you order anything. Like that first order, the $10 to get the 2 extra coins, has to be from that page. But then after that, it might be you've got 2 days to place this amount of orders. So it depends. So that you might be able to order from anything. But just in case, prepare. Find a whole bunch of these filament deals and add them to your cart. The more of them you add to your cart, the higher the probability that it's going to populate that page with these. Here's another one. 22 pounds, that's 10 kilograms for $108. Alright, and they've got the silver and the gray. Alright, so add a couple of these to the cart. This is what I want. I want this multicolor pack right here. And it's the one they never have available. I want the one with all the colors. It's like, Grrr. Yeah, never pay $180. Oh, that's 2 pieces. That's actually not bad. But that's still too expensive. Here's another 10. That's 10 kilograms? No, that's 5 kilograms. Yeah, one of these is 5. Yeah, that's for this one here, 4. Remember, they show you the most expensive items picture, the cheapest items price. So the 12 kilograms is $115. That ain't $121 for 12 kilograms? That's $10 a kilogram shipped from the U.S. And then you add on to that, you're going to get the $130 back. Hello? You buy 2 of these. You grab yourself the 2 of them. So now you're going to get 12 kilograms of black and 12 kilograms of white. And that's your most common colors. That's $240. You get $130 back. And so you paid $110 for 24 rolls of filament. Jesus, what is that price? Plus tax. Don't forget tax. So 121 plus 121. That's $242 minus. No, you're getting cash back, so you're paying tax on the whole amount. So 242 times 1.08125. So it's 261 minus the 130 cash back. So you're paying $130 for 24 rolls, $5.48 a roll. Oh, God, I want this so bad. It's so goddamn cheap. And they've offered me that coupon multiple times, which means you could, if you have the cash, you could probably do it multiple times. I also want to get this. They have a big version of this that has 7 rows for $100. So I'd order one of these racks, and I'd order a 12 kilogram roll of filament. That would give me enough to get the cash back, to get the $130 back. Basically, I'm getting the filament for free, buying the rack. It's like, hello, yes, please, give me that coupon as many times as you can, but I just don't have the cash. So if you have the cash, use it. You can try using my Temu link. I don't think I get much as far as affiliate income from Temu. They don't seem to pay much. They seem to only pay if you get a brand new user to sign up. Well, I got a little more. I got $1 more. I have $10 now. But if I remember correctly, I don't remember if it's Temu or if it's AliExpress. But you have to have a lot of money to extract this because they charge an arm and a leg. Apparently there's some kind of bank transfer fee and they charge it to you 3 times. So to extract $103, I lost $45 in bank fees. It's like, what the fuck? It's like I paid $45 to get the $103. It's not worth it. If you are a new user, definitely do that because apparently I get a 20% commission. So if you're a brand new Temu user, be sure to click my link. It's in the description. If you're going to do this deal to order the filament, because apparently I'll get a 20% commission. That'd be awesome, and a $5 download reward. So if it's the first time you've used Temu, definitely do that, please. But yeah, the prices are just wow. It's like, what the hell? You know, I'll show you that cart that I found. I'll give you a link for it. I'm tempted by this because I can get it for basically for free. It's a mattress vacuum. I just don't know if they actually work. I got one of these to put the cat food in. These are my throwaways. I like little necklaces and earrings and stuff like that. So what I do is, the way I get around the 2-item restriction is I'll add like 4 or 5 items from one seller, and then I just have to poke around on the special page until I find 2 items from the same seller. And then I only pay, I pay $4 or $5 for the 2 items, $3 shipping because they're both from the same seller, so 1 shipping fee. And so basically I'm just paying $3 to get a $20 coupon. Very worth it. I got a 12 amp hour DeWalt battery for $22. This one's $31, but I got it for $22. So it was $22.61. So add the $3 shipping. It was $6 I paid for a 12 amp hour battery. Hell yeah. I want this shirt. That shirt looks so cool, but that's so much money. I know pre-tariff I could buy that shirt for $9. And this price is $21 plus tariff. No, that's local seller. So he paid the tariff, which of course he's going to pass on to me. That's a cool shirt too. Where is the filament rack? Oh, there it is. If you want that pump, here it is for $33. I could do this. Not the item number. I want the link. Really? Come on. Stop being a nudge. That's that pump. Where is the rack? Maybe it's gone. Oh, no, there it is. Got it. There we go. 106. The promo brings it down to 101. But yeah, look how many rolls of filament you can put on there. Yeah. I want like 4 of these. I would fill 4 of them too. How many can it hold? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Looks like 9 per row. So 9 times 7 is what, 63? And then you could put 4 more on the outsides here. So that's 67. Let's call it 70 rolls. So you could put approximately 70 rolls on here. So I would need, I've got at least 450 kilograms left, at least. 450 divided by 67. I would need 7 of these racks to hold all the filament that I have. That's so much filament. It's ridiculous. Oh my god, it's dumb. Oh, I didn't give you a link. But still, that's come, really, you're gonna do me like that? It auto scrolled me all the way to the effing top because it won't let me middle click. So when I middle clicked, it created that, which is a scroll thing. And of course, since I swiped up here to the top to get the copy link, it scrolled all the way to the top. I don't think so. I've used 10-year-old filament and it's still good. So I don't think filament goes bad like that. There is the rack. But that's sweet. And it's got wheels too. That's a nice freaking rack. I mean, damn it, that's nice. And it even comes with 6 hooks for the side too. Yeah, it looks like 9 per shelf. Now this one's showing 12, which means it's probably a lie. What is the in-between dimension? It does not say what the in-between dimension is. $33". Where is my goddamn tape measure again? I swear to God, this tape measure is going to be the death of me. Never being able to find this damn thing when I need it. It's probably in there. Yep, it's in there. I see it. I need to have like a... Oh, here's another one. I have like 5 of these. I need to put like one of these at every desk. How wide is a roll of filament? Do I even have a roll of filament close enough for me to grab? Yeah, right here. So it is approximately 70 millimeters, so 7 centimeters, which is let's call it 3 inches. 2.54, 5, 6, 7.5. So 3 inches. So it should hold 10. It should hold 10 rolls per shelf. In theory, it should hold 10 rolls, especially if you take them out of the box, which means this will hold 76 rolls. So 6 of these would hold all my filament. But yeah, this is nice. This is really nice. And it's a reasonable price. $100 for that is not bad. Especially if you use the coupons. Yeah. If you really want to skinny dip it, you can buy one of these and then a 5 kilogram pack of filament, which will get you the minimum amount necessary to get the $130 back. So basically you're paying no, it's not the auto-scrolling is a problem. I do kind of like the auto-scrolling. The problem is when the website doesn't let me use the fucking middle click. See? See how it's bringing up the auto-scroll? Because it's not allowed to use a middle click. I fucking hate that. I fucking hate when... Okay, that works. I can click there. But not in all places. And in some places you can't click here either. I hate it when they don't let me open a link into a new tab. Because if you click this, it opens into a new tab. But sometimes it doesn't. Oh, it's so annoying. That's what I think of that. But, yeah. And it's amazing how many sellers purposely price their things so that you can't get the free shipping without buying 2 items for well over 30. But yeah, if you need cheap filament, holy cow. I've been hoping this would come down closer to 25 so I can use a $20 coupon, because this would be great for on a rocket. Because it's the form factor. It's that long, skinny form factor. So I can mount that to the side of the rocket, pointed straight down, which is what you want when you fly a rocket. So that would be nice. How much does that weigh? 0.75 OZ, 2 grams. Can't you just give me the goddamn result? Oh, Jesus Christ, I did not ask you to do that. It's trying to ignore the period. There it goes. 21 grams. Wow! That really only weighs 21 grams? I think my freaking Insta360 is 35. Holy cow! That's really lightweight. It's also really small too. Where's the dimensions? There it is. It's pretty big. 20 millimeters wide, 12 millimeters thick, 84 millimeters long. I would have it partially embedded into the rocket at an angle like that. So it's sticking to the side of the rocket a little bit. So just like this oblique half of it right here would stick out. It's even got a mount, which I might be able to use to mount it, or I can just cut it off. But yeah, eventually I want to, and of course I'd get the white one. Less heating up in the sunlight. These things can get pretty hot sitting on the pad. They're low res. Those are 640 by 480 video. So basically potato cam VHS quality video. And I got those because they allow me to put cameras in tiny rockets. Because they only weigh 10 grams. This is a 2.7K resolution camera. So this will actually get you some nice, 1080p HD video. Big difference. But this is also riskier. With those little tiny webcam things, if I lose the rocket, I only lost $2. So I don't really, well, $3 if you add the memory card. So I don't really care. This one's $33. That's not like an Instacam, which would break my heart if I lost, but it's a little more than you just want to throw away. But I'd be willing to take a risk because it's only $33 versus $200 for like a GoPro. So this is I'm always looking for rocket-friendly form factor. Also, the SD card's on the side, which is good. That means the G-forces of acceleration are going to push laterally on the card and not in line with the connector, which you don't want. Because otherwise the card could literally pull out from the G-load or shake out. But because it's on the side, that won't happen. So yeah, that's a nice camera for that. That's also good for they have another one that's also really nice. I got one. It's actually pretty good. So far the video I've gotten from it's been, been pretty nice. Let's see. I can find it. Come on, let me click on the goddamn search box. Why do you have to reload the effing page? Jesus, just let me click it. Here, this one here. And you can get these cheap. So this is like $26. It's a little heavier. It's 35 grams, this camera. But it's got a built-in screen. You can rotate the lens. For like RC cars and boats, this is great. I think it's got water resistance, so if it gets splashed, it's okay. And but the rotating head is nice for like cars and stuff like that. It can also be used for rockets. This is one where I would stick it inside the rocket sideways like this. And but again, you're gonna get good quality 1080p video. Hey Mike, if you need filament, now's the time to buy filament. What I was explaining to everybody is hang on. The tariffs have resulted in this is my guess. I'm making assumptions here. But the old man edition. Nice. A lot of vendors stockpile filament here in the US so that it ships from the US instead of shipping from China, which can take 2 or 3 weeks for a big order like that. So Temu has these deals. So here's the current one they're offering. You just have to load your Temu app and try it. If you're new to Temu, use my link, because I can make a lot of money from that. But they're offering $130 cash back. That's PayPal cash back, so you actually get the money back. I've already done it once. About a month ago I did it, and I got the $100 back. But you'll notice here, it says here, you have to fill up the 100 coins in order to get the cash back. Guess how you fill up the coins? You buy stuff. All right, so you see here I need $7.30 in coins. Now, if I place an order for $10, they're going to give me 2 coins. Definitely do that. Find something that costs $10. Like, for example, I can get these night lights and this necklace. Or, get the $16 glue gun for my DeWalt. All right? So I'd buy that. I can't. I have no money. But I'd buy that. That would get you 2 more coins. Now you need 5 coins. That's $250. So you have to spend $250. But remember, you're not getting Temu credit. You're getting PayPal cash back. Okay? So, you come on here to Temu. Oh, did you have to click it? Really? Really? You had to do that? And you find some of these 10 and 12 kilogram deals of filament. Like here's PLA 121 for 10 kilograms. Where's all the ones we were just finding? Wait a minute. PETG. There we go. So here's Keepang. PETG. It's $100. And you get 10 kilograms. Okay? Here's Creality. You get 12 kilograms for 125. This is your best bet. So what you do is you buy 2 of these. All right? And you might have to add $1 or $2 more to the order. You buy 2 of these for $256 plus tax. And you get the $130 cash back. So for, what does that come to? And you might be able to find better deals. 126 times 2 minus 130. $122 for 24 kilograms. Divided by 24. That's $5.08 a kilogram for filament. Hello. Yes, please. All day. As long as you can. If I had the goddamn money. But if you guys need filament, do it. If you have not used Temu before, use my link in the description. Supposedly, I get $5 if you sign up as a new user, and I get 20% commission on whatever you buy in the first 30 days. So if you buy a few $100 worth of filament, that's 20, 40, 60 bucks I would get as a commission. That would be awesome. But don't even worry about that. Just get good deals on filament. I think this is the best deal. Yeah, this is $90. Don't worry about this because it's going to be a different price. So it's $90 for 10 kilograms. That's $9 a kilogram. So 90 times 2. So you'd have to buy 3. So that's $270. 270. You'd buy 3 of these. So that's 30 kilograms of plastic. Minus 130. That's $140 divided by 30. That's $4.67 a kilogram. Jesus. And this is great because they're one of the few that have a multicolor setup. So you can get this one here with 10 different colors. So it looks like blue, red, gray, white, black, transparent, skin color or coffee, purple, silver, and I'm guessing a copper color. But these are one of the few. Or you can get this setup with the mix, or this setup with the mix, or you can get just white and gray, white and black. But either way, and there's different prices. So actually, this one's $98 for the mixed color. I think the black is probably the cheapest. 93, 93, 93, 93. Which one was 90? 98, 90. Okay, so this one here, the black and the 5 different colors, is the cheapest if you don't care about color. These two. So either the 5 plus the 5 white or the 5 plus the 5 black. That's your cheapest. You buy 3 of those, you get 2% credit back. That's enough to get the $130. Me, I don't need any right now. I'm telling you guys a good deal to go get filament. I mean, I never run short of, I never don't need filament. I just used up all of my red and all of my white to print that 10-foot tall red Nova. I'm printing a big giant rocket, a new rocket for my booth at the Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Festival. But if you guys need filament, this is a limited time deal. Here's what I think is happening. I'm not even showing it to you guys, Jesus. But yeah, here it is. This is a limited time deal. It's one of those games that Temu plays that you can take advantage of. Jesus, really? I think these sellers stockpile it. Oh, the rocket's in the room there. It's too big to bring out here yet. Hang on, let me get a picture of it for you. It's only 7 feet tall right now, so I got to print 2 more parts for it. There you go. Yeah, she's growing. I got to print another section in white, or 2 more sections in white and 1 more section in red. I don't have enough red because the Chiron failed on me. But I wanted to print something that looked a little nicer, that had, looked like it's a 2-stage rocket, something new. Especially since I melted the fin can on my the one I've been taking to the show. I left it outside and I didn't realize that part was actually printed in PLA, not PETG. So it's all twisted best now. Oops. I have a little enclosed trailer outside, and I put all my prints in there. And I went to open it to figure out what I'm going to take to the show, and the fin can is just. I'm like, shit! I forgot that part was PLA. But the damn Chiron failed on me again. The printer's fine. It's that freaking AliExpress hot end. It's jammed up hard. I gotta take it apart and see what I can do with it. But something's in there. Something's slowing it down. I can't now I can barely push it through by my force. So it's not the printer. It's something in the hot end. But I can never have to. My core problem is I wish I had somebody to trade filament with. Like, I'll give you PLA, you give me PETG, because I have like 400 rolls of PLA. The problem is I can't make these prints out of PLA. They'll just melt because these things are going outside. So things like my lamp posts and my lights and my brackets and all the stuff that I'm making, this stuff is going to be in a car or outside. So I can't use the plastic I have. I have a shit ton of plastic, but it's all PLA. When I was buying this, I wasn't thinking about it. I wasn't even picking colors. I was using my Amazon Visa card, which I don't have anymore. I defaulted on everything. But I was using my Amazon Visa card to buy everything for the store. So I was getting like $400 or $500 a month in cash back. And so every time I would find a $10 or less per kilogram filament deal, I would just buy it all. I got $300 in credit. Okay, 30 rolls. And I didn't even realize it was so automatic at that point. I got $320 in credit. Okay, that's 32 rolls of filament, and I would just buy 32 rolls. And I didn't realize how much filament I had until we packed the bus, and I filled 2 pallet crates and still had more. I wish I could find the picture to show you. The scale is just incredible how much filament I have. It's ridiculous. Put it this way, with the filament I have, eventually I'm going to order these. Let me show you my screen. Eventually I'm going to order these. They're $106 a piece. I'm going to wait until I can afford to order like 3 of them at a time so that I can use one of those $100 coupons. Basically get one for free. But these will hold about 65, 70 rolls of filament each. I need 7 of them. It's ridiculous. But well, maybe now with the tariffs, maybe I can sell the filament locally. Maybe it'll be worth more. I don't know, but I probably not. But this is what I want. I want this set of filament because it's got all the colors. But they never have. Actually, this one is available. Is this one actually available? I think it is. Which one? Green, orange, silver, yellow, transparent. Yeah, 10 kilograms, and so you'd also get these. Yeah, so this is my optimal right here, is to get the colors. I'd rather have these colors because it's got the pink and the yellow and the blue and the sky blue and the dark blue. It's got a variety of colors basically. While this one is not quite as nice a variety of colors. It's got too many grays and silvers and blacks, which I don't need. I hate printing in black. But if you guys take advantage of it, so the way it works, you gotta just poke around until you find one. Like you see here, the one they offered me today is this one. So that's $130 cash back, and I'm at 93%. You call it coins. I'm at 93 coins. I need 7 more coins. So first, you place an order for $10. You get 2 more coins. Definitely do that, because that 2 coins is worth a lot. To get $2, otherwise you'd have to buy, what, $100? Yeah, you have to spend $100. So spend $10 for the 2 coins. If I were doing this, I would probably buy, this mat for my stove, or this the jigsaw for my DeWalt batteries, or the glue gun for my DeWalt batteries. Something cheap. By the way, this fan is amazing. I love that fan. That would get me 2 more. Now I would only need $5.20 in coins. That's about $255. Because assuming you still only get 2% cash back. They might give you more, they might give you less. But no, it's usually never less than 2%, but they might give you more. I won't know unless I tried it, and I can't try it because I don't have the money. But if you do that, then you order $250 worth of stuff, $260 to be safe. So for example, I would order, 3 sets of this, for example. So $300, and then I would get $130 back. And the best deal we found was this one. This one appears to be the best. No, the Keepang was the best. Not that one. If you just want raw amount of filament, this one's the best. So this is 10 kilograms for $90.59. Don't worry about this because you're going to get a different discount, so you can't stack discounts like that. You might get some of it, but not all of it. So this is roughly $90, and you have 2 choices. You can get those 5 colors plus 5 white, or those 5 colors plus 5 black. You can get this mixed color one, but it costs a little more. It's $98, which is probably what I would do anyway. I would probably just get the $98. But this is your best deal, one of these 2. And that is this link here. How do I link it? Here it is. That is this deal here. And you get 3 of them. So that's 30 kilograms of plastic. That's going to cost you $273. So $273. You're going to get the $130 cash back. Not credit, cash back. That's $143. That's $4.76 a roll. Jesus Christ, that's so cheap. You're paying less than $5 a kilogram shipped for PETG. Wow! And it's all around $5 to $6. So if you need a whole bunch of one color, use the Creality one here. It's not from Creality, it's just Creality filament. They got orange, black, white, blue, transparent, red, green, or brown. So pick 2. That's $256. No, yeah, $252. You might have to add something else. So, you know, pick something cheap that you want to add because you want to make sure you get enough to get that $130. So this would be 252 minus 130, 122 divided by, this is 24, $5.08 a roll. Hello? And that's cash back. Now, you don't get the cash instantly. You get the cash when it gets marked as shipped. That's to prevent you from getting the cash back and then canceling the order. Because unlike credit, which they can take back from you, PayPal, which is cash, they can't take it back once they send it. Now, they don't pay the fees, so you're going to lose a little bit to the PayPal fees. So when I got my $100 cash back, I got $97.29. So it cost me $2.71. Whoopee. The point is you're getting cash back. So you're actually saving the money. It's not credit that you have to spend on Temu. You're actually getting the cash back. You can't beat that with a 10-foot stick. So if you need, and there are some PLA deals too. So if you need filament, now's the time to get it. I think what's happening is these people buy a whole bunch of filament. They stockpile it here in the U.S. so they can ship it from the U.S. because otherwise you'd have to wait a month to get it. You know, if you order, you know, this from AliExpress or Temu, if you order this from Temu, it'll be here in a week and a half. If you order 26 pounds of filament or 50 pounds of filament, it's going to be 3 or 4 weeks before it gets here most times. So they stockpile it here in the U.S. so you get it within a week. You know, a couple days after they ship it. I think they're not going to stock filament anymore because they're going to have to pay the 154% tariff. So now the $100 of filament will be $250, $300 for the same amount of filament. And then what if the tariff goes away? Now they're stuck with this filament that they paid 154% tariff on that nobody's going to buy because they're not going to take less. They'll be eating their clothing over it. So I think they're going to stop stockpiling Chinese filament in the U.S. And so they're just trying to clear out whatever inventory they have in order to empty out these local warehouses so they don't have to pay storage. And so for right now, while even without the deal, even $125 for 12 kilograms of plastic is a good freaking deal. That's $10 a kilogram in colors, not just white. But when you add on top of that the Temu coupons, holy crap. That's just so if you need plastic, do it now. If you've never signed up for Temu before, sign up using my link. Supposedly, I don't know if this is actually true, it says I get $5 and I get 20% commission on everything you order in the first 30 days. And if you're ordering a couple $100 worth of filament, that's a nice tidy commission. Because you can't withdraw the money you earn from Temu and AliExpress until you have over $100. Because the bank transfer fees are huge. The last time I withdrew, I think it was $103 from Banggood. I paid $45 in fees to get that $103. Talk about a rip. I guess if you're making thousands a month, you don't notice it. Because it's a fixed fee. It's not based on how much the transfer is. But when you're only getting $100, that's half of it. But for people, there's probably a bunch of people here who weren't here before. So let's go over the stuff that I've done. I'm going to try to sell a couple of boxes at the show. I'm going to try to make it a person-to-person thing, so I don't need a tax license. I just need to sell 2. I have enough money to make it to the show. I don't have enough money to make it home. Logan says if I get in a real pinch, he thinks he can loan me enough. He's going to find out tomorrow when he gets his pay. But he's going to try to put aside a little bit just in case, if he can, because it's $200 in gas round trip, and I only have 111. When I changed over my bank account and my credit card all over to the new information, not my debit card and not my credit card, I forgot to turn off automatic payment for the water bill, and so the $100 water bill came out. It's like, fuck! I was going to pay that after I got back. But so hopefully I can sell 2 of these boxes if people want them, and I'll have the money to get home. But my buddy in Denver, he wanted me to make him a squirrel feeder. So I came up with this. I made a little squirrel feeder. You notice it's cracking? Yeah, that's because it's ABS. You notice? Not a single warp on that bottom layer. That witchcraft from Vision Miner is just... Oh, that stuff is evil. Not a single warp on that bottom layer. That's perfect. But up here it cracked because of the temperature differential. I modified the settings to fix that. For now, I'm printing one in PLA. It's just about done. If I have time, I'm going to try to print another one in ABS. I'll slow it. I think the 0.6 millimeter layer height is the problem. The 0.6 millimeter layer height doesn't have as good of a adhesion surface contact as, say, a 0.4, because 0.6 is 75% of 0.8. 0.6, I never had a problem with 0.6, but that was with a 1 millimeter nozzle, where 0.6 is only 60% of the width. With a 0.8 millimeter nozzle, 0.6 is 75% of the width. And I think that's just enough that the warping was able to overcome the layer adhesion. So I redid it with 3 perimeters instead of 2, and 0.4 layer height instead of 0.6, which should get me a print in ABS that'll work. But for now, I'm using the leftover candy to print the one in PLA. This way I have at least one to give him. And if I have time, I'll print the ABS one. I'll probably put a little glue on this and give him this too, because then he can put 2 up. But basically, he has a fence that has, I can show you. Why am I describing it when I can just show you? Let's see here. So they have a fence like this, and basically they stick a brick. Really? They stick a brick there, and they put feed on top of it. So I had him send me the dimensions of that opening here. You see there's a post in between them. And the idea here is he could just stick this between any 2 posts and put a screw in. I also made sure that this has actually a shape to it. So if this fills with water, all the water will come to the center and drain out the bottom. So I had that drain hole going angled obliquely like this, so that if there's wood underneath here, it won't cover up the drain hole. And so that's a little squirrel feeder that I made for him. He also likes Animal Crossing, and he asked me if I can print the Animal Crossing logo. So I found, you guys saw last week, I found that box on printables. So I had to print that in ABS since that's the only filament I have in brown. So I printed the box at 200% scale. That came out really nice. I found out that PLA will stick to ABS since I didn't have any yellow yellow ABS. All I have is purple and brown. So I printed the brown, and then I printed the yellow PLA Plus that Kurt sent me. This is the neon yellow he sent me on top of it, and it came out perfectly. I did make some pretty big changes to the model because the way they wanted to print it was in 2 pieces. So you have the base and you have the lid, and the 2 fit together perfectly, no problems. The only problem is that's a lot of bridging for ABS. On top of that, this lip requires support. Screw that. I'm not printing all that support. Maybe he intended you to print it this way? Oh, I didn't think of that. He may have intended you to print it upside down, and that's why he had the letters separate. So you could print the letters separately and glue them on. Oh, I didn't think of that. Well, what I did was I did something different. I just took away the lid and printed just this. As you can see, once again, that Vision Miner nanopolymer, not one single lift or warp. Even these sharp corners are absolutely flat. That stuff is amazing. And this is solid. There's no infill here. It's 100%. And it's all top bottom layers. And so that came out just fantastically. And that also allowed me to take the lid, the rim part, and print it upside down, which meant I didn't need any support for the lip. So all I have to do now is glue these 2 parts together, and now I have a lid. Again, if I have time, I'm going to print this part again without this, just this part, so he can hang it up as like a thing on his door or something like that. That's what he originally wanted to do. But I thought the box was going to be pretty cool. In the future, I might actually get rid of the clock altogether and just have a hole there, and then print the clock separate in 2 colors and just drop it in place. I think that would look pretty slick. I printed the top, and it came out very nicely. The 400mm top failed. The heat bed doesn't work on that printer, so I tried to print it without a heat bed, and it just kept warping. It just is. It's so much plastic, it just kept warping. You know, it was going to be a 1.2 kilogram print, and that was just too much plastic. The warp force was just too much. And although I might have a way to solve that, I haven't tried it with something that big yet, but we'll get to that in a minute. But I had a problem. You notice it's not like what we designed last week? You notice it's a little bit different? There's a reason for that. That's because that's not the first one. That's the second one. Yeah, the first one blew itself into a million pieces the moment I pulled the trigger on the impact gun. The moment I hit the trigger, it just blew itself apart. Yeah, that's just a little bit too thin of a connection. Even though it's 2 perimeters at 0.8mm, which is the same thing as 4 perimeters of 0.4. Hello, Yamaha. My Milwaukee said, blew it apart. Like, just literally blew it apart. So that I was like, okay, that's not going to work. See, I remember I designed this for 400mm, in which case this would have been 8 perimeters. So when I shrank it down to 250, I figure if I'm going to do 300, I might as well do 250, so people with bamboo printers can print this, because I'm going to upload this later. So I did some changes. For cosmetic reasons, I want to be able to see through that. That was actually surprisingly hard to do. Not hard, but it was annoying figuring out how to do it. Because no matter what I did, it insisted on closing this in. No matter what I did. I told it one bottom layer, it still wanted to close that in. And the only way I could do it was I had to take this portion of the model and lift it up 0.6mm, so that basically there's nothing underneath this. There's nothing underneath this infill. Just this and this, which is offset by 0.6mm. And then I had to make it 2 separate processes. The first process only printed 1 layer, this and this. Just that 1 layer. The second process started 0.6mm higher with no bottom layers, which allowed it to do this. You don't want holes, you don't want openings, because this is 722 grams of plastic. Actually, about 800 grams of plastic when you add the tip to it. So it's about 800 grams of plastic, and I'm going to be spinning it as fast as my high output Milwaukee can spin it. Let me tell you, it spins. It spins good, and if you had openings and someone stuck a finger in there, you're going to lose that finger. So no sharp edges, no openings, so some kid happens to walk up and go, oh, they don't lose a finger. But yeah, it works. It spun great. I'm going to redesign it, and I'm going to actually separate this from the model and make it a separate part altogether, and then just increase the length of the threads on this so that this part will thread into this part through this part, and this part will simply be pinched in between the 2 parts. That will make it modular. Theoretically, we can design different end effectors for the end here. If you want to put a string on it and have a bunch of people pull it, you can do things like that, and then you just have to print that part, and these 2 parts will be the same. I'm also going to make a version of this with a hole in the end, so that you can put a bolt through it and then put an acorn nut on the bolt, basically giving you a metal needle tip, a metal point for your top. You see, I spun this 3 times on concrete, and it's already starting to wear down that tip. And but yeah, that just screws into there, and that's it. I hook it up to my drill, and I carefully bring it up to full speed, because it might still be powerful enough to shear that. that's 14 millimeters of 30% infill, and it might still be powerful enough to shear that. So, but yeah, it spins nice. Yeah, I'm actually surprised how well that worked. And I also successfully figured out how to print my rocket parts without using a heat bed, using PETG. I save $1.02 in electricity per part at a cost of 10 cents of TPU. So even at the really expensive $25 a kilogram price of TPU, and I only paid $16 a kilogram, but if I end up having to pay $25 a kilogram, so I use the highest price, it only costs 10 cents. I do this. I print TPU on the cold bed with a brim, and then I print PETG on top of the TPU. The result is you get this. So that is the first layer of the model and the brim in TPU, and that is the brim in PETG. The second layer of the model, well, that stayed on the model, obviously. And this just peels right off. If you get this, you might have to work it a bit to get it off, but if you get the spacing just right, this just rips right off. I was able to successfully rip two of them. I just grabbed it and went, and it ripped right off clean as snot. It's wonderful. Here's a bigger one. This is the fin can for the rocket. This obviously cost a bit more in TPU. Probably about 25 cents in TPU. But it allowed me to print the entire thing with a cold heat bed. You see the PETG actually covers all of this. But it came off when I pulled this off. Because the TPU will separate from the PETG. But the trick was TPU sticks to a cold bed, but it's easy to remove, but a certain way. If you try to remove the part like this, it's very hard to remove. You could pick up that entire printer by the part. But if you peel it off, it's very easy to remove, relatively speaking. So the problem I was having is I would print TPU and then I would print PETG, and then the TPU would slowly pull up from the print bed. It would usually hold most of the way, but it would still warp. So the trick ended up being to have a 2-layer brim and have the second layer of the brim be stiffer PETG. PETG is like concrete compared to TPU, and so that stiffer PETG stops it from slowly peeling from the edge. It means it now has a higher threshold to reach before the part will lift, and that's enough of a threshold that the part does not lift. This should work on glass since TPU sticks very well to glass. I'm not sure if it's going to work on aluminum. I'll have to try it. But what it means is I can now print PETG without the heat bed, at least for my symmetrical round parts. Something more complex, prone to warping, this might not work as well. But for the symmetrical round parts that I'm printing right now, like this is one of the tubes for the rocket, and this just see, it just cracks and it comes right off just like that. Just pops right off just like that. It works insanely well. I can't believe how well it works. If you have an IDEX machine, this is easy. You just set the first layer as a process to head 2, and then you set the rest of the model to the other head with PETG in it. And as long as, like, my Chiron has a constricted filament path, so I can print TPU at 50 millimeters a second. It doesn't care. Because that TPU can't go anywhere. It has no place to go. I wouldn't try to print NinjaFlex at 50, but I did print NinjaFlex at 30. Yep, I was printing NinjaFlex at 30, 35 millimeters a second. And, my printer said, "Bitch, is that all you got? Come on, give me more." But yeah, that works great. Now, the difference that makes is actually huge. It costs me, one component of the rocket takes 20 hours to print. That was this model. I'm working on a new 10-foot tall rocket for the event. So that is a giant upscale of the Estes Red Nova. Come on, focus. There it goes. So that's 7 feet of it. I still need 2 more white sections and 1 more red section. But this is the base of the model, and it's just that all the way up. It's a vase mode print, double wall, um, 440 millimeters tall. And this is when the hot end failed on the Chiron again. No, that's not the Chiron's fault. That's that hot end that I got from AliExpress. It's something's wrong, or maybe the filament had a contaminant and it got jammed. I don't know, but something's wrong with the hot end. It heats up and everything, but I can barely push plastic through. The feeder can't push the plastic through. It just grinds through the plastic. So I got to fix that. But yeah, it worked great. Fantastic. I'm blown away because that's a really big deal for me. A lot of my prints are rockets. I like rockets. That's what I do. And a lot of my prints are vase mode, and a lot of them are round like that. And the one of the things that's been limiting what I can print is money. You know, to run that Chiron 24/7 is $32 a month. I mean, it's a lot of money. How much is that it cost to run? The Chiron average is 420 watts. So 420 times 24 times 30 is divided by 1,000 is 302 kilowatt hours times 0.147. So the Chiron itself is $44.45 a month to run that printer 24/7 with the heat bed. And keep in mind, part of the reason my power usage is so high is because I print with PETG, which means an 80-degree bed. The power difference between 60-degree bed and 80-degree bed is over 100 watts. It's not a linear increase in power. It's a logarithmic or exponential increase in power. The hotter you need the bed, the more power you need. It's not linear. Like when I print PLA, it's like 360 watts average. But when I print PETG, it's about 420, 430 watts. So that's $44. Now, 50 watts of that is the printer itself. So if I could turn the heat bed off and just print with the printer, it's about 50 watts times 24 times 30 divided by 1,000. That's 36 kilowatt hours times 0.147. That's $5.29 minus 45 for a savings of $39 in 1 month for one printer. That's why I haven't had a whole lot of prints, because I can only run one printer. I don't have the money to run 3 or 4 printers. I can't afford it. If I could run them without the heat bed, I can afford that. So now not only can I run multiple printers and save, more than $1 per print, and it only costs me 4 grams of TPU, which is 10 cents at the highest price of TPU. If you buy the expensive $25 kilogram TPU on Amazon, otherwise it's more like 6 cents of TPU. So I'm saving $1.03 and only spending 10 cents to do it. I'll take that every day. Now, obviously, a part like this took a little bit more TPU, so maybe this was 30 cents of TPU. But I'm still saving $1. Actually, this is a 27-hour print, so even more. So yeah, it works. I love it. I'm thrilled. But you got to make sure the brim touches the model. So for example, when I did this part here, when I initially did this, let me switch screens. When I initially did this, the green here is TPU, so is this. So you see it's 2 layers. Well, I just rejiggered the processes so that, because before it did not print a brim around the fin. It printed a second brim out here. But now that I told it it's 2 separate models, and I actually I basically overlaid 2 models on top of each other and assigned this one to the first model, this one to the second model. Now it treats each layer as unique. Since it's a separate model, that got me this. So instead of getting this, which held the whole model down, but it still allowed this little portion of the fin to pull up a little bit, now I can do this. That should hold it down completely. So now that should print. Yeah, that's the 21-hour print. I optimized it. 831 grams of plastic. Well, that's a chunky boy. I actually have to reprint this because I can't reprint it before the show. But if I ever want to fly this, I need to reprint that because it warped too much at the bottom before I figured all this out. Well, I did this originally with the brim just being TPU, and it only partially worked. The print successfully finished, but there was a ton of warping at the bottom that would have rendered the part unusable for a flight model because the motor mount wouldn't be able to screw in because the threads were all warped up. That's when I got the idea. I was like, okay, so the problem is it's flexing. TPU sticks to a cold bed, but if you peel the TPU, it comes off pretty easily. If you try to lift the TPU, it holds very tight. It's like a spring steel plate. If you try to lift the magnetic spring steel plate off the printer, you can't do it. You could lift up the entire printer with the plate. But if you grab a corner of the plate and lift it, pops right off. Well, the same thing was happening with the TPU. The TPU was slowly being peeled off by the warp force of the plastic. So that's when I got the idea to print a 2-layer brim. But instead of printing the brim in all TPU, I print the first layer in TPU and the second layer in the PETG. And that PETG adds enough stiffness that now the threshold required to peel it off is higher than the plastic can apply by warping. At least for the prints that I've been doing that are symmetrical. And it works great. And here's the part printed like that. So this part failed, so I'm going to keep this as a demo piece. But here's the neat thing. If you get your spacing correct, if you get your gap and your squish right, this just rips right off. And it comes off absolutely clean. Nothing to peel, nothing to sand. It just rips right off clean. And then you just throw away that 4 grams of TPU and 3 grams of PETG. So you're only wasting 7 grams of material. But you're saving, 20 hours of 300 watts of power. That's a lot. And so not only is that going to save me $1 per print in electricity, but now I can afford to run multiple printers. So when Mike gets those Neptune Maxes out to me, and right now, from what I understand, he has 2 Neptune 3 Maxes and 1 Neptune 4 Max. I'm actually more interested in the Neptune 3s because they have a bigger build volume. The Neptune 4 is faster, but the Neptune 3 has a larger build volume. It has a 500 millimeter vertical, while the 4 only has a 450 vertical, same as my Chiron. So that will be 4 printers I have that 2 of them will be able to do 450 millimeters, and 2 of them will be able to do 500 millimeters. And if I get my S5 going, I'll have 3 printers that can do a 500 millimeter tall. And one of the Achilles heels of the S5 was the heat bed. But now that I can print PETG without a heat bed, the S5's not going to care. And in fact, the S5 will be interesting because these are 150 millimeters. So I might be able to do this on the Chiron as well, the 400 by 400. In theory, I should be able to sequential print 2 of these on the heat bed. But I'll have to lay down the TPU layer first. So I'll have to create 2 STL files. One STL file just to lay down the single layer of TPU for where the model's going to go. And then the second file to print on top of the TPU with the 2 models in sequential mode. But that should allow me to print 2 tubes on one process without interruption. I'll have to make sure I load enough filament to do that, but it should allow me to do that. I should also be able to do the 2 of them on the IDEX machine. Technically, a 300 by 300 bed is not big enough because the two parts will touch. However, because it's IDEX, as long as I use duplication mode and not mirror mode, that's all right. I'll re-explain it in just a second. Because I use duplication mode, the heads will always be the same distance apart from each other, which means the heads will never hit. So on an IDEX in duplication, I should be able to print 2 at the same time. And on the 400 by 400 and larger, I should be able to print 2 at the same time. Which means, in theory, when I get the 3 Neptunes from Mike, plus my S4, my Chiron, and my S5, if I really wanted to go balls to the wall, I should, in theory, be able to print, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I should be able to print, let's make sure I do this right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. I should be able to print 12 body tube sections in 40 hours. or 1 complete 10-foot tall rocket in 40 hours. And it'll only cost me $6 in electricity. I mean, how many times do I need to print a 10-foot rocket? Once every couple of years. But still, but I can, obviously that translates to other things as well that I can print. But yeah, being able to print cold is nice. So the way I figured that out, Mark, was this. So this is one of the 6-inch tubes, and that is TPU. So TPU does not pull away from a cold bed, but it will peel away from a cold bed. So the solution was to print a 2-layer brim, but the second layer of the brim is PETG. And then the rest of the model just prints. And what happens is the TPU sticks to the cold bed, and the PETG keeps the TPU from peeling. I assume you have a printer with a spring steel magnetic plate, like a bamboo. It has a steel plate. I assume you all have one of those. So if you've ever tried it, you'll notice that if you have a really big part, it's really hard to get it off the printer. That's because the spring steel plate is only strong if it's not bending. That's why the cloth, the soft magnetic plate that Creality used on their first Ender 3 was hot garbage, because it peeled. You gained no benefit from the magnetic plate because it was allowed to peel, which means the part didn't separate from the bed. It had great adhesion. The magnet itself lifted off the bed. The spring steel plate prevents that. Limp sync, out of sync again. Hang on, let me reboot again. All right, I'll be right back. Okay, we should be good again. I wonder why it's worse today. Who knows? So it turns out the little bit of extra stiffness of the PETG gives me the spring steel plate effect. In order to get the spring steel plate off, if you try to just lift it off, it ain't gonna work. You could pick up the printer by your print. You gotta peel a corner up. And once you peel up a little bit of the magnet, the rest releases. Well, the same thing applies to the TPU, just slower. So I had to somehow get the TPU to resist flexing. And I did that by making the second layer of the brim PETG. So now that brim has just enough stiffness that it can't lift by peeling. And it works great. If you get your settings right, it just peels right off. It just comes right off, just like that. Just look at that, just like that. Just peels right off. I'm going to leave that on there because I want to show people at the show. But yeah, freaking great, man. Now, this all depends. How much is your electricity? How much is your TPU? And what is your time worth? For me, it's worth it to sit there for 10 minutes, wait for that TPU layer to print, hit pause, pull the TPU out, put the PETG in, hit resume, walk away. But your time might be worth more than that. You might not want to wait. So you use the heat bed. If you're paying, 8 cents a kilowatt for electricity, then there might not be any point in even doing this. I pay, and if I run 24/7, I average 14.7 cents a kilowatt, 11.2 cents a kilowatt during the day, 21.4 cents a kilowatt in peak time. In the wintertime, it's worse because there's 3 extra hours added on to peak time. Woo! Whew, okay, it'd be worth it for you. Is that actual? Like, is that delivered per kilowatt? Or is that just their generation charge? Like, have you taken your bill and, taken the dollar amount and divided it by the kilowatts used? Delivered. Good. That's the only number that matters. How much comes out of your bank is all that matters. But, hi, baby. You're a good boy. Yeah. I also found out that PLA will stick to ABS. That is that neon yellow PLA that Kurt sent me on top of brown ABS. And as you see, absolutely perfectly flat, and that is solid, no infill. Not one single even tiny lift. It was actually difficult for me to get this off the bed. I had to very carefully poke at a corner until I can get that one little corner to lift just a tiny bit, and then the rest cracked off. Yeah, this was that Vision Miner nanopolymer is absolute witchcraft. Absolute witchcraft. That's actually if I have time, I'm gonna make another one of this part just to use as a sign. I would later on. I'm gonna get rid of the clock altogether and make it a separate piece, so you can print the clock in 2 colors and drop it in. But I separated the brim, the lid, the rim from the top, so that I can print this flat with no bridging, and so that I can print this upside down to avoid the need to print support for that lid. So all I have to do is glue these together, and now I have no support required and a nice perfect print. And that will fit on this. This is that box we downloaded last week from Printables. I printed it exactly 200%, and that works great. So now I have this awesome little box. I mean, that's actually pretty cool. That's actually pretty darn neat. I like that. You know what would be really cool, especially using that mechanical binding that they have now? It'd be cool to print the bottom with like a layer of TPU and then print everything on top of that. Well, no, this is for my friend. I'm not big into Animal Crossing. He's huge into Animal Crossing. But yeah, I need something quite a bit bigger than this. I have a lot of earrings. Well, when you're getting them so cheap, I mean, it's just like, wow. I got $30 this month, and there's 50 pair of earrings. It's ridiculous how cheap they were. I also got the top done. I showed everybody else that already. I had to print this a second time. The 400mm kept failing. That's just too much plastic to not warp. No matter how much I did to it, it just kept warping. So I printed the smaller one on the printer with the heat bed. And yeah, the first one obliterated itself as soon as I pulled the trigger. Well, I guess my Milwaukee said, "You want me to spin that? Are you sure? You sure?" And I hit that trigger, and the Milwaukee said, "Wing!" Ripped it apart instantly. Instantly. I forgot how thin this became, this little connector here, when I scaled it down from 400mm. So, reprinted it without that. It took an interesting bit of slicer trickery to get it to do this. To print bottom layers here, but no bottom layer here. I just like the effect of being able to see through that. I had to make it 2 separate processes and tell it to print the first layer just this, and the second layer no bottom layers, and there's a 0.6mm gap, and that did it. That solved it. So first layer print no infill, just the 2 bottom layers, and then the second layer infill no bottom layers. But I had to do it as separate processes, because even with those instructions, without the separate processes, it still tried to close off the bottom. And so that worked. And now, as long as I haven't tried max power, like just pull the trigger, but as long as I ease into the trigger, it spins fine. So I'll be spinning this up at the show. What I want to do is I want to make a big 400mm one of these with whistles on the rim, but I want the whistles to print with the print, meaning you print the whistles right into the print. I'd like to try to figure out how to do that, especially if I can figure it out with a 0.8mm nozzle. But I think that'd be cool. I mean, I could just attach whistles, but I think it'd be a lot more fun if the whistles print as part of the print. That would just be very cool. And I'm also going to redesign it so that this is a separate piece. So that's 3 pieces. And this way you screw these 2 pieces together and it sandwiches the centrifugal ring. This way you can modify it, repair it, And also, do not print one like this with like 3 arms or with holes, because I realized that, I get 800 grams of plastic spinning up, and some kid goes, "Oh, yeah, he just lost his finger." It's going to be like a goddamn chop saw. It's going to take his finger right off if he sticks it in there and he successfully gets it into a hole. Most likely, it'll just bounce him off. But if he manages to actually get his finger far enough into one of those holes while it's spinning at full speed, yeah, I'm going to have some... mommy or daddy is going to be really pissed off at me. So I made this one so that, it can't hurt you. You're just going to bump off of it if you touch that, and there's no sharpness on the outside edge. But yeah, I love that candy. That's why I didn't hit it with the hard with the Milwaukee, because I don't have any more of this plastic and I can't get any more. Actually, can I? Because that was a pretty good deal. It was $8 a kilogram, which for this filament is a really good deal. Let's see. What sucks is I might end up having to sell this. These are all printed on the longer LK5 Pro and the Chiron. They both have the hardened 0.8 millimeter nozzles that you guys bought for me. I want to see, is there any way to get more of that filament? I can't get it now. I'd have to wait till after I got back. I don't even have enough money to get home. I have enough money to get there, but not enough to get home. But I'm thinking if I sell a couple prints, I should be okay. So even though I don't want to, I'll probably end up selling this, since somebody might be interested in it. I figure I can always print another one. Just I can't print it cool color like this because I don't have any more of this plastic. There it is. It is still available. But is that 4 rolls or... See, now it's saying, it says 2 kilogram spool. It says 4.41 pounds, which is 2 kilograms. So, screen. Hey, that worked. I'm trying, what did I pay before? I thought, I guess they updated the pictures. Because it was a lot less than this. This is $20 a roll. Yeah, I paid $15.30 and I bought 2. So yeah, this is I paid less than half what it's selling for now. Oh, that's a pity. I would have liked to have gotten more of this, but I can't justify that price. That's crazy. But this is what I got. Everyone Silk Rainbow. I bet you it was this one. No, they all have the same thing. I don't know. But anyway, there we go. So I'll probably try to, do you know JO? I do not know them, but I've used their filament. It's good filament. I had no problems with JO filament. Tech Bear's good filament. JO good filament. Jam G HD good filament. Great filament actually. Their PETG prints like butter. But yeah, I've used JO filament before. Very good. It's a plain filament. You know, they don't have exotic colors, but it prints perfectly. Never had a problem. But yeah, that's going to be fun. So I'll be spinning that up a few times at the show and hopefully sell it. I need $100 to get home. What else? Oh, I also played with the Sunlu filament joiner, and I found a neat little trick. If you're joining snippets and samples, this will work. If you're joining whole rolls, this won't work. It's a pain in the ass. But if you're just joining like the leftover from your Bowden tube, one of the problems with this is is it's not practical to use this if the samples you're joining are less than 3 meters long. Because at less than 3 meters long, ooh, oh yeah, this is exotic. This 25 bucks just in plastic. You bet your ass it's a $50 print. I wouldn't take less. If someone said 40 bucks, I'd be like, no. Especially now with the tariffs, that's almost the plastic price. But yeah, that's a nice print. That's not, you can't spin that by hand. I tried. I can kind of get it to wobble, but it doesn't really spin. It's just you need a drill. Yeah, you need to. 800 grams is too much to hand spin. Hey, DeWitt. A neat trick with this is that the PTFE liner that you use to join the filament, it doesn't shrink. It's PTFE. The heat does nothing to it. So right now the problem is the cheapest I can get these sleeves is 20 bucks for 600. At that price, I can't join together my leftover Bowden tube snippets because the filament is cheaper than the PTFE sleeve, meaning it's actually cheaper just to throw away the excess filament than to try to join it together. However, if you want to join small snippets, just slide the tube off. Don't cut it off. It'll slide right off. So when I joined, where is it? Oh, I bet you the damn cat got it. He loves grabbing those little pieces of filament. I had it. Yep, cat got it. What did you do with my plastic, you little mangy cat? I had a piece where I joined together to show you guys, and it is gone. Yeah, he took it. He made off with it, and I don't know where he put it. But anyway, if you have a short piece that you're joining together, after you're done joining it, just slide the PTFE sleeve off and use it again. You can use it an unlimited number of times as long as you're willing to slide it off. Rainbow filament. Be careful. This is very nice filament. It's very pretty. Let me switch screens. I have purchased this before because I wanted to make a rocket in transition, and I have to use PETG. And this filament is absolutely beautiful. It's also very expensive. You know, you're paying 20 bucks a roll for it. But it's brittle. This is brittle PETG. It does not have the toughness of typical PETG, sadly. Ooh, that would be pretty. To do one of the tops in this. Ooh, I love this. Just random colors. Oh, I love that. That's only $15 a roll. That ain't so bad. I'll save that. Where's the little heart? Just add it. Found on Amazon. Okay. But that's nice. You get 4 different color regions. Very cool. What I really need to do for printing this is I need to they have 2 different kinds of color changing. You have short change and long change. Long change is that there's a long amount of filament between changes. Short change is rapid color changes, because it changes color rapidly here because this is all infill. It's 30%. So it's very, very heavy. While this is a lot less, so the color changes take longer to occur. And it'd be neat to mix them. So make this a slow change and this a fast change so they look kind of the same. Or I also kind of like the banding effect too. That's kind of cool too. Another thing that would be interesting to do, and I can't think of a practical way to do it, but would be if I could print the outer rim separate and then stick it on, so that you can just print the interior in some basic color and then slap on that beautiful transition for the outer ring. but then you would need a super fast change since you'd be using so little plastic. But different ideas. No, I don't. I wish I had a tool. I would. What I would give for an index system. That new E3D index. Oh, that is so freaking hot. I'm just thinking, 500 millimeter cube printer with 12 print heads. Oh, I want that so bad. Oh, that would be a dream. Oh, the things you could do with that. Yeah. Who does it? Oh my god. Now that multicolor printers are coming down in price, I'm hoping maybe I can get my paws on one. Like the Cobra S1 package with the 4-color AMS type box is $350. So I'm hoping that it'll get cheap enough that maybe one of them will be willing to send me one. Because I can't afford to buy one. $350 is almost an entire month's income. I can't afford that. But I know it looks so good. Also, the Amazon is doing the bonus thing again for May and June. I am currently at $2,000 as of yesterday on Amazon. I need to hit $3,250 in order to get the low level bonus. If I hit $3,250, I get $100 extra. And again, if I hit $8,250, I get $330. Last month we killed it, $97.88. So next month in June, I'll get my commission for that, and I'll get this $330 bonus, which is huge because I owe my brother $280. So I'll be able to send him that, and I'll take the other $300 and I'll put it aside for my car insurance in September. So I will basically be covered through next March. I still have to pay the taxes, but they're going to be. I'm done arguing with them. They tell me my taxes this year are going to be $166. Okay, I'm done talking to you. I'm just going to pay the $166. If you're going to give me that big a reduction in my taxes, because my taxes are normally $600 a year, I was like, I'll take it. I've warned you multiple times. I've told you, are you sure that's right? That doesn't sound right. I'm just going to accept it. I'm just going to leave it as is and accept it. No. Oh, wow. I probably wouldn't do very good at it. My knowledge base is probably not that great on that kind of thing. But hell, that'd be awesome. But no, I'm not on that. An MK4 would be nice. I have an MK2. I got a Prusa Mark II out in the bus. Not the bus, the container. But yeah, if I can hit at least $3,250 this month, I'll get an extra $100. Which I should do. I should end up around $3,500, $4,000. Even without anything extra happening. Oh, who returned the T-Stack DeWalt boxes? Did you not like them? I was actually suggesting those to people. Yeah, an MK4 is definitely a fantastic prize. Were those T-Stack boxes no good? They look pretty nice. I can't. There's no way for me to know who got them. I can just tell. The stuff that came in and out. So if I go to earnings, I checked out this day. Someone bought a Samsung Galaxy Tab. I made $12.75 on that. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. But Versa Stack? What's this? Oh, okay. That's pretty cool. They returned those. I mean, it's only $2, but I'm curious because I thought these looked pretty cool. But they returned them. Especially that one, the 2 drawers. That one's pretty cool, and this one looks pretty cool. Come on. Yeah, that one looks pretty cool. And that one looks pretty cool. Did you not like them? Did it not work well? I am curious because I don't want to suggest them to people if there's something wrong with them. It looks like they're actually made by DeWalt. I was actually surprised they were that cheap. Normally those name brand stack kits are very expensive. But $35 for a ruggedized box seems like a pretty good deal to me. I can't afford it, but it seems like a good deal. But, yeah, $509 for that tablet. Oh, it's rugged. Nice. That's why that costs so much. It's a ruggedized version. Okay, that's pretty badass. Very cool. 7,600 milliamps. That's a good battery. A little low on RAM, though. I can't believe they charge an extra $90 to get the LTE unlocked. But that might be worth it. But I definitely would have gotten the 128. It's only $50 more, double the memory, and 50% more RAM. Yeah, I would have taken the 128 6 gig. And but if you sign up for that 30 gigabyte data plan from T-Mobile, it's $10 a month on autopay, and you get 30 gigs of data. You drop that SIM card in that bad boy. Connected anywhere. It's nice. But yeah, I want to try to hit that again if I can, because it's a 3-month opportunity to make some money. So I want to try it. They're going to do it in May, and they're going to do it in June. I don't think this is updated yet. Nope. Okay, so it updates once a day. Yeah, as of May 31st, including other sort. Oh, okay, so this will be through May 31st. Okay. But yeah, they have different grades. If you hit certain dollar amounts, you get more and more of a bonus. But yeah, if you guys need filament, take advantage of this while it's available, because once these local warehouses run out, this is all going to go away. I'm 99% certain that this is all going to go away once these local warehouses run out. Put it this way: if I had $400 or $500 in my pocket right now, I'd be buying this. $5 a kilogram? You bet your ass I'd be buying it. Oh yes. Man, that'd be awesome. But yeah, be careful with this. There's a brand called Ranki, Ranki, and there's a brand, this IEMAI. Very beautiful, gorgeous filaments, but there is a little, they are a little brittle. So if you're printing, with perimeters and infill, you'll be okay. But if you're printing a thin model, be careful. They're very brittle. They cracks a lot easier than regular. The regular PETG does. Ooh, that's pretty. Wow, that's pretty. Very, very pretty. Who's nagging me? Who knows? I don't care. But yeah, also the other thing I noticed with this unit here, Sunlu, if you're watching this, probably not. But if anybody from Sunlu sees this, what the hell's wrong with you? Seriously, what's wrong with you? It's 5 volt, 2 amps. I don't want to see that bullshit. Because that means I can't lose this cable. That means I have to hold on to this goddamn cable. The whole point of universal serial bus is that it's universal. Put a USB-C port on there. It'll cost you 20 cents. Alright? And make sure you put the resistor on there so that it communicates with the charger and says, I'm dumb USB 2.0. Because otherwise it won't work on a PD or a QC charger. Like if they don't get feedback from the device, they just don't work, because they don't want to send 20 volts into a device that only takes 5. So yeah, there's a resistor that you have to put on there. Read the spec. You guys know how to do this. You're smart. Read the spec. Make sure you put a USB-C port on there, and you put the resistor in there that tells this device to identify as a USB 2.0 device. And that way, all USB-C chargers will know, okay, that gets 5 volts, 2 amps. Because that's what it takes. I plugged it in, 9 watts. It's 5 volts, 2 amps. Like, come on, put a USB-C port on there. And also, I realized, you can make this battery powered. You could easily fit an 18650 cell in here. USB-C port, charge up the 18650 cell. Now it's cordless. And I'm going to do that. I'm gonna make a shoe to attach to the bottom of this, and I'm gonna put an 18650 cell with a buck boost converter to get the 5 volts out that I need, and then a USB-C board to recharge it. This way it'll be USB-C and it'll be cordless. I see a lot of people using these, and then they pull out one of these to cut the PTFE sleeve off. First of all, if you're joining short pieces, don't cut the sleeve off. Slide the sleeve off the end. It'll slide right off. Because the sleeve does not shrink. It's not heat shrink. It's PTFE. It's the Bowden tube. It's just, tight tolerance. Slide it off, reuse it. You can use it 1,000 times. Unless it's too long to slide off and it's a pain in the ass. Second thing, it has a cutter built in. That's what this is. After you pop the filament out of here, and you put the filament in here, and then you just do that, and it cuts it right off. There's a little blade in there. I'm assuming it's replaceable. I'm assuming that's what this is for. I'm assuming if you take those 2 screws out, you get access to the blade in there. I wonder what kind of blade it is. I don't have a micro screwdriver handy. I'm seeing if I have a little tiny screwdriver handy. I don't think I do. Nope. But I'm betting hopefully it's a standard blade. It might even be one of those safety blades, based on what I'm looking at. I can't quite tell. But it looks like the blade's replaceable. But it's got a cutter built in. You just put the filament in there, and then it just peels right off. But yeah, overall, nice. It's a nice gadget. I like it. I got no complaints. It takes a little while to heat up, but that's no big deal. You just got to make sure that filament's touching inside there so that you get that bond. Basically, after it beeps, give it a little push to make sure that filament is, fused together, and then turn it off. Let it cool down, because the heat creep will go outside of that path, and then you'll end up with distorted bent filament. So let it cool down a bit. Worst case, blow it off a little bit. I might even like to see that. It'd be nice to you're charging $30 and it's worth it. It's a nice device. It's actually well made, but maybe a pro version or version 2. All right, 18650 cell. There's enough room for 2 or 3 of them, but a single one should be enough. Or 2 of them to spread the amp load. You can use lower quality cells. So 2 18650 cells, USB-C port with the appropriate resistor to identify as USB 2.0, and then put a 30 millimeter ball bearing, not bushing, not hydraulic bushing. Put a 30 millimeter fan underneath this with vents in here, so that when it's done heating and it beeps, it turns on the fan to rapidly cool it down. Run the fan for like 30 seconds. That'd be perfect. Load up your filament, turn it on. Also, there needs to be a way to turn it on. So I'd like to see a physical on-off switch. Right now, when this auto-offs, there's no way to turn it back on. You have to unplug it and plug it back in. It automatically turns on, and then you can hit power to start the sequence. But there's no way to turn it. At least I haven't figured out a way to turn it back on once it turns off without unplugging and plugging it back in. So a little hard switch would be nice. But yeah, I'd like to see a battery, USB-C port, a little cooling fan. Have a duct, on the front here, and have this channel the air, so the air will come out here and blow over top, cool all this down, rapidly cool it down. And they have 5-volt fans. You don't have to. Obviously, you're not going to run the fan while you're heating. You heat first. You beep to let us know it's done, and then you turn the fan on automatically when you turn the heater off. Because right now it doesn't turn the heater off automatically. That'd be nice. That'd be really nice. And that little fan turns on for 30 seconds, cools it down, then you swap to the cutter, cut it, and you're done. That'd be cool for a version 2 or a pro version. And that'd just be nice, You could sit on the couch with all your filament snippets. And because you're using snippets, you're not going to cut the PTFE sleeve. You slide it off, slide it onto the next one, join the next one, join the next one, join the next one, join the next one. And just take all your little... now that I know I can do that, normally I throw them away, but now I'm going to save all of my snippets from the Bowden tube when you change colors. If you do a force through, you don't have any wastage. But if you're changing colors, you always have that little piece at the end when the filament runout sensor kicks. And so I'm going to save all those now and join them together and to make new filament. Yeah, the index looks amazing. That is so freaking awesome looking. That freaking that thing looks pretty slick. Why is that blurry? Oh, that's right, I can do that. I printed one in the candy filament. That printed perfect, no cracks. So he'll have his squirrel feeder. That is this using the candy color PLA. This one it broke because of the ABS shrinking. And now I have to print 3 more tubes for the rocket. I might not be able to get all 3 printed. Does it take about 10 hours to print? I think I can do it in 10 hours. I can run it at 150% and it seems to work fine. So I think I could do one in like 10, 11 hours. I'll have to see how. If it's 10 hours, I can do it. If it's 15, I can't. Because I won't have enough time, especially since there'll probably be a failure at some point. And if there is a failure, I don't get a redo because I only have 2 kilograms of white. No, actually, I got 4 kilograms. I got plenty of white. Okay, I forgot. I got 2 half rolls in there I can join together. 2 full rolls here. And I got 1 roll outside, but it's that opaque white. It's not the same, so I'd prefer not to use that. But if I have to, I can. But I only have like a third of a key of red left. I have other reds, but then it would look weird because it'll be 2 different reds together. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a hybrid. I'm going to print as much of the red as I can. There's not enough red left to print a tube section. So I'm just going to print until the red's almost out and then switch to white. So I'll have like a half red, half white. But it's okay because that's the way they're supposed to go in sequence. But that's the new rocket for my table. That is that bad boy right there. That is half of it. The other half I still have to print. So that needs another white section down here, and then another red and 2 white sections up here. And I'll have a new 10-foot rocket for my table. And people are, where's your table? I was like, just look for the giant rocket. What giant rocket? It's the biggest thing in the entire room. You can't miss it. It's a giant missile. And they're going, oh, that. Yeah, that. Oh, man. That's funny. Oh, man. I'll probably end up selling the multicolor ones. I didn't want to because I love these so much. But this multicolor one is just so damn nice. I love this thing. The way all the color changes happen. But that's probably this one and the blue one are probably going to be popular. So if I can manage to sell 2, I'm good. I'm going to collect stickers, but I don't think I'm going to put them on the rocket. I think what I'm going to actually do is get a nice little scrapbook and then make a scrapbook for each year. And so, actually, 3D print my armor sign, but print it real thin and glue it right to the cover of the book and have one for each year. I just think that'd be cool. And I wish I would have had the four. I still have all the stickers for the second year, I think. Because I still have the cat with all the stuff in it. So I might have all the stickers for the second year, but I don't have all the stickers for the first year. They're on the tubes for the rocket. And they degraded over time being outside. And but yes, I'm going to collect stickers. I love stickers. Stickers are good. I know it's dumb, but I love stickers. Stickers are fun. Next year I'm going to have stickers to hand out. Well, if I can get them affordably. On Temu, you can get stickers, like a roll of 500 stickers for like $2. And now they're like $10. What I need to get is well, first of all, I wish I had time to find out who made me my first set of stickers. One of you guys made me some stickers 3 years ago. The round stickers with the orange border with the cat and the logo in the middle. I love those stickers. Those stickers are great, but I can't find out who made them. I'll pay for them. I just don't know who made them. But I love those stickers, and I want to get more of them. A little bit larger if I can, like a 1.5 inch. But those are great. But what I need to get is a vinyl cutter, because that rocket would be very simple to put the proper decals on it. I'll show you. The decor for that rocket is very simple. Here we go. I know, I was getting to the page first. But yeah, you can see all it is black. There's something up here. There's the 1262 here, a ring in squares, some writing here, and some fin numbers. So the decaling is very simple. It'd be pretty easy to cut it out. What is the circumference of a 6-inch circle? $19 inches. So I would need a vinyl cutter with at least a 20-inch volume. So if I can get something with a 20-inch by 12-inch cutting space, for example, then I'd be able to make decals for these 6-inch rockets. Because vinyl would be perfect. I mean, for simple decals like this, you don't need water transfer and stuff like that. And most of them are going to be unicolor. They're going to be a single color and not full color. So you just cut them out of black vinyl. This, I could just use pinstriping tape. Get the appropriate pinstripe, even this, and just cut out each section. And then I would just need the vinyl cutting for like the numbers and letters and stuff like that. That'd be pretty cool. Let's see. What is that website that I use to get rocket plans? What is this number? SD7266. Not Ye Old Rocket Shop. Jim Z. Here we go. So if you do this, It did not do what I wanted it to do. But he has an archive of all of instruction manuals, decals, specific. Oh, Transwing glider! I love this glider. Oh man, that was one of my favorites. It was heavy as balls because you know all the plastic parts. But man, I love that plane. That was such a fun model. Oh, the Starfire. That's the Solar Warrior, I think. Is it called the Solar Warrior? Yes, Solar Warrior. That was also a fun one. It's a little one. It's a mini rocket, but it's a beautiful rocket. Oh, I love the Trident. Oh, I want to build a 3D printed Trident so bad. Okay, so there should be a way for me to go into Estes. And then Control F, 7266. There it is, Red Nova. Okay, here's the instructions. Okay, that's just the instructions. Oh, we don't have anything else. Oh, that sucks. Well, I think I have a Red Nova kit. I'm gonna have to fix that for them. See, I need this link here. This link here would mean we have the parts. What I need is the Red Nova decals. There's the decals. I'll check my email in just a second. Why is it doing that? Wait a minute, are you telling me I can't see this without paying? Or do I have to reload this? There it goes. What? Are you telling me that you lock that behind a paywall? Oh, that's bullshit. So if you're not a member, you can see it. If you are a member, you can't see it. Oh. Password security lock. Oh, that's bullshit. Pain in my butt. Maybe that's why it's not working. Probably because I haven't logged in years. Like, really? Really? You gonna nag me like that? You should make it a little more obvious. Password reset. Your action could not be confirmed. Please request a new confirmation. Are you an anal retentive moron? Or do I have multiple links? I have multiple links. The chosen password could be stronger. Ask me if I give a shit. It's a goddamn rocket for them. What a pain. There we go. Okay. It was just a security thing that was the problem. Now I can switch back to this. So there's the simple decals. That's easy. So these are your wrap decals. And these are your the ones that go on the side, and these are the ones that go on the fins. Yeah, this would be super easy to do with a vinyl cutter. Just figure out the scale factor and scale it up. Now, is there an easy way to download? Yes, download. It even includes a ruler, because somebody was smart. And I am going to update. Not what I wanted to do. That's a nice clean scan. Here's the fin pattern. Come on. Why do you gotta be such a pain? You can't make it easy. Oh my God. Of course, it gives them all the same name, so I got to add some random characters. That's good enough. Nice. Later on, I'll update Jim Z so he has everything. Check my email. Let's switch back to this screen. Go there and go there. Ow. Oh, Polymaker got back to me. Okay, good. Polymaker updated their affiliate and marketing terms of service, and one of those terms of service was a bit of a problem. It said that cloning or mimicking logos or branding, which is kind of what we do with 3D printing. But they said that they replied and said that's perfectly fine. They're only concerned about people creating accounts that look like they're from Polymaker, which is totally understandable. Report not spam. Yes, Tim is not spam. Is this the sticker? Yes! Yes, that one with the orange border. You made me a bunch of those stickers. I have one on my hat. I'll have it at Armor. If it's permanently attached to my hat, so I'm not taking it off. But it's that with an orange border. So that part outside the pink is orange. But yeah, beautiful. You're the one who made those? I didn't know you were the one who made those. Build me up a quote to get 200 small ones and 200 larger ones, twice that size. So like 200 of them, or whatever number is convenient for you. I don't know if it's 100, 500, whatever number. I don't know how your system works, but I know there's a point where it's annoying to make an off number. But let me know how much for a bunch of the little ones, and a bunch that are twice that size. So I guess 2 inches. Small ones would be great for just handing out to everybody. Big ones would be great to handing out to viewers and stuff like that. And eventually, I want to find out how to get a. Well, actually, I probably can't now because of the tariffs on China. But it would have been neat to get a patch made. It would have been. I was thinking about. Actually, I'm gonna ask you for a special request, Tim, but I'm gonna do that in. Oh, here it is. Filament. I found it. The cat didn't take it. Sorry, cat. I accused you and you did nothing wrong. Let's see. I don't know if you're even capable of. Does your company have embroidery machines? You know, those automatic computerized embroidery machines? Where am I? Here. Ooh, good. Reply. I want to make that a surprise, so I don't want to say it. Oh, I hope I didn't just show my screen, or I just showed everybody. No, I didn't. Good. That's interesting. Why didn't I have it? Come on, I'm supposed to be able to click that. Take a screenshot. I need this. Okay. Now, can I reply to this? Well, it looks like I can. Okay, reply. Attach. Okay. Yeah, I definitely. They gave me my $2. They said they couldn't find a receipt. I just sent them the receipt. I don't tell me you don't know what a receipt is. You know, that's your system. Your system goes and downloads the receipts from Walmart. How do I make it downloaded if it doesn't do it? But you know, for $8 goddamn dollars, $8.60 with tax. $8.60 for freaking deodorant. You bet your butt I want my $2. That's a lot of money for deodorant. Damn. I have to wait till Christmas time to get those gift packs. They're usually a lot cheaper. But I do have another project I'm going to be working on. I got to design it first. I got to think about it. There's a little bit of mechanicals involved that I got to make sure I do it right. But I want to make a glider. Not a flying glider, a rolling glider. There might be another name for them. There are training bikes that you get for kids that have no pedals. The seat's a little bit lower, so you just run along while sitting on the bike. And what that does is it gets them used to the counter steering for how a bike works. Training wheels actually don't work. Training wheels make it take longer for kids to learn how to ride bikes. That's because the training wheels eliminate the need to counter steer, because the training wheels keep you from falling. And so they never get that instinctive lesson that says, oh, I got to do this. You know, when you want to turn left on a bike or a motorcycle, you actually have to turn right. It's counterintuitive, but you actually have to turn right then left, because you have to first make the bike lean the way you want to go. And to lean left, you have to go right. To lean right, you have to go left. So you have to do a little right to get the bike leaning, and then once the bike is leaning, then you steer into the turn. But you got to get the lean first, otherwise you're going to turn and so the best way to teach your kid to ride a bike is to get him a kid's bike, take the pedals off, zip tie those pedals crankshaft in place, and then lower the seat down so he can run while sitting on the bike. That's how you teach a kid to ride a bike. He'll learn to ride a bike in 10 minutes. 10 minutes, he'll be flying up and down the street, because he's just going to be running while sitting on the bike. And of course, he's a kid. Every now and then, he's going to lift his feet up and see how that works. And it's not going to work. He's going to put his feet back down. But then eventually, he's going to figure it out. He's going to go, oh, wait a minute. And his body's going to figure it out, and he'll instinctively learn to countersteer. So I want to build one that'll hold me, because I can use it as a exercise bike. I can't actually make a bicycle because it won't hold me. It won't handle my weight. But I have an awful lot of plastic. I have an awful lot of plastic. And if I just keep using more and more plastic, it'll eventually be strong enough to hold me. So if I make little 8-inch wheels, with TPU outside, and just make this thing like a goddamn tank, the wheel might take 2 kilograms of plastic per wheel, kind of thing. Just really beef it up, and I can use that to do longer distance stuff. So, for example, to go to the community center back, it's a half a mile. I can't walk a half a mile, but I could probably jog a half a mile if most of my weight was sitting on top of a set of wheels, like a bike that I was running along with. Okay, so, and plus it'd be a cool project. I could downscale that for kids, so you could print a glider for your kids, and that would be pretty cool too. Because if I can make something that holds me, it'll hold any kid on the planet. So I think that'd be pretty cool. So I'm going to start working on that. The trick will be connecting the parts together. Probably the only practical way to do it is to gloop it. To use gloop, since that will actually cement the parts together, fuse them together. Because it's gonna take a lot of surface area, so that when those parts get torqued, that it's the plastic taking the strain and not the joint. But I think that'd be pretty cool. So just something simple, just the tiniest bit of angle for self-centering, and just 2 little tiny handlebars with a seat, big enough for my fat ass, and just make a little glider. I can just zing. And now if we want to go to like the zoo or something like that, I can just take the glider with me and use that to get around. And so not only will that make getting around easier, but I'll get low impact exercise. That's what I need right now. I've reached the limit of what dieting can do without direct intervention of a doctor. If I eat less, I could hurt myself. But what's happening is I eat less, so my body does less. Oh, you thought I was going to burn more fat? No, no, no. I'm just going to make you do less. You'll be more tired. And that's what's happening. And because I'm eating good foods. You know, I'm eating rice and beans and vegetables and broccoli and lean meats like chicken. And, you know, sometimes I eat bad meats like hot dogs, but that's because they're cheap. I have a financial limit, too. I can't go out and buy salad every day. I can't afford it. And there's no produce junction around here. I live in the desert. That doesn't exist. You got to live in farmland country for that. But I need to figure out a way to boost my metabolism that's low impact. That's not going to destroy joints. And the two activities that are the best for that is cycling and swimming. I can't do cycling because I don't got $3,500 for an eco-trike that can hold 500 pounds. And I can't do swimming because the nearest swimming pool is 30 miles away. That's a 60-mile round trip. That means $12 in gas every time I want to go to the pool. No, I can't afford, plus whatever the membership costs for that, if it's even available. And I gotta see if the hotel, we have a Comfort Inn in town here. I gotta see if they have a pool. Huh. And if they have a gym. If I could pay them a nominal, you know, 10 or 20 bucks a month, and they let me come in and use the gym and the pool. I wonder if they'd do that. Because that's only 1.5 miles away, 2 miles away. Interesting. I didn't think of that. I wonder. Do they have a pool? They have fitness facilities, so that means they have a gym. Do they have a pool? I do not see pool. Oh, it says pool right here. Okay. I'm going to have to talk to them. Hey, there it is. Duh. Fourth picture. There's a pool. But just walking around in a pool is going to be fantastic for low impact, low stress exercise. You burn 10 times the calories with almost zero impact because you're virtually weightless. It's the resistance of the water that does everything. See if they have a picture of the gym. It's a Comfort Inn by Marriott, so they probably have, I think it's by Marriott. They probably have decent gym equipment. Because if it's not commercial grade gym equipment, it's not going to hold me. Yeah. That's kind of lackluster. And ellipticals are not exactly great for me. But the pool alone, just having access to the pool, I wonder if there's something I can offer them. Huh. You know, quid pro quo, I can offer them something in exchange for, you know, plus a monthly fee or something like that for access to the pool. That would be nice. Still can't believe that cost that much. Like, what the hell, man? I'm gonna have to talk to them. Even if it's not year round. Looks like an indoor pool though. You know, even twice a week going to the pool would have a tremendous impact. Spend an hour in the pool and just walk. Just make a circuit of the pool for an hour. I'll be wiped the hell out by the time I'm done. It'll also help with my second problem, is I have to figure out how to regularize my sleep. And my eyes cause me problems with sleep sometimes, but I think most prominent problem with my sleep is I'm not doing enough. So I'm not burning enough energy. So when it comes time to go to bed, I'm just not tired. Because I notice that whenever I like this I'm going to spend the whole next week in bed. I'm going to get home Monday and I'm going to sleep until like Wednesday. Because this trip is going to beat the shit out of me. And that happens every time I go on a trip. I have no problem sleeping at night when I'm on a trip because I'm worn out. I've exerted all day, so I'm worn out. And I'm on this screen. Let's do this. Let's see if it marked you as spam again. No, it didn't. Good boy, Google. Good boy. Yes, perfect. Yep, you got it exactly. That's exactly how you made the first ones. And I loved it. And to the other one, yes, exactly. Woo, took a long time for that part to pop off the bed. I just heard it go kink as it popped off the bed. Yes, Tim, just like that. I didn't realize that was you who did that. I should have realized that because I know it came from Canada. So I asked Polymaker about using it in 3D prints. And they said absolutely fine, so no problem there. Anything I need to read here? Well, I have an opportunity the next couple of months. Basically, I don't have an electric bill for the next 3 months if I can keep my usage low. If the temperature continues to stay like it is now, where I don't need to use air conditioning, my electric bill last month was $91. Yes, I've never had a $91 electric bill. 101 was the lowest previously. Although last month was 126 cents, so that was the second lowest, and now this is the lowest at $91. The LIHEAP finally got approved, and because of my low electric bill and when it got approved, it's going to basically cover my electric bill if I can keep it under $100 for 2.5-3 months, which means I can put more of my money that I earn toward other things. So the first thing I'm going to do is pay off Logan. I've owed him money for 2.5 years, so it's time I pay him off. The pool is no problem because it's only 2 miles away if I can get permission to use it. I do get mileage reimbursement, even though it could be a pain in the ass. They love denying it for random reasons. But I do get mileage reimbursement, but that has to be for a doctor's appointment. So not just for anything I want. We do have a local transportation service, but that won't take me to Albuquerque. I'm pretty sure it won't. I'll have to find out. Maybe it will. I don't know. But the problem is if it's too far away, I can't justify paying for access to the pool. Like, my favorite thing was Planet Fitness, because it was only 7 miles away, in Pennsylvania, and the membership paid for itself, because they have showers. So I would go 3 days a week to the gym. I would spend an hour on the bike, a half an hour on the elliptical, and a half an hour just doing weights for tonal training, and then I would get a shower because I'm sweaty as shit. I get a shower, but that meant I didn't have to get a shower at home 3 days a week. When I added up the electricity and water costs of 3 showers a week, every week for the whole year, the value of that was greater than the $10 I was paying for the gym membership, which means I basically got the gym for free. And hey, 3D Medic. I'll give you a quick overview of all the stuff I did later, because there's probably some people here who weren't here before. It was wonderful. I was losing weight. I was getting more fit. My core was improving. I felt better. And of course, it tickled my frugal save money aspect, because it was only $10 a month for the membership. I could bring one person with me. So, hey, Michelle, you want to go to the gym today? Or, hey, Logan, you want to go to the gym today? And so I can bring someone with me, and or a friend. And but the $10 a month was zero, because the amount of money it saved me in water and electricity to shower was greater than the cost of the membership. It was wonderful. But now I can't do that. The nearest Planet Fitness is 27 miles away. My car can't do that anymore. I can only go about 30, 35 miles. And even with a full charge, I don't think the car can make it up the mountain. I think the strain of the increased amount of power needed to get up the mountain is going to cause those bad cells to drop out, and the car will turn off. So I can make it down the mountain, but I can't make it up the mountain. And I can't use the Kia, because now you're talking, $10, $11 in gas, $12 in gas each time I go to the gym. So even if I only went twice a week, that's $100 a month in gas alone, plus the gym membership. That's $110. I can't justify that. If that Kia breaks down, I'm in deep shit. I better hope I can fix that minivan. It just needs an alternator. I got to get an alternator for it. But it starts and runs fine, and just the battery dies because of a bad alternator. But there's no local option like that anymore. That's one of the downsides of living rural. There is a gym here in town, but they're $50 a month and they don't have showers. No thanks. This is a waste of money. Money I don't have. Literally, I don't have $50 to pay for that. Hell, I don't have $10 for Planet Fitness, but I could justify it because it would save me more than $10 in water and electricity. I mean, each time I get a shower, I use 4.5 kilowatt hours of electricity. So 4.5, if I go to gym 3 times a week, times 52, that's 702 kilowatt hours times 0.147. That's $103 just in electricity. It's $120 for the yearly membership. So you add in the cost of the water, because water is also very expensive here. That's over $120 in savings for a $120 membership. Yes, I would do that. But the moment you add, $100 a month in gasoline and the wear and tear on the vehicle, it just doesn't work anymore. It's not equitable. I need a Planet Fitness that's less than 20 miles away. And or I need to get a Geo Metro again. That might be equitable, because I can get 65 miles per gallon, and there's almost nothing on that car that I can't fix myself with basic hand tools. Pretty much the only thing you need, a $20 hand tool kit will fix 99% of a Geo Metro. The only extra tools you would need would be like for axle bolts. And I've got a $400 impact gun for that. My Milwaukee would say, "Really, dude? That piece of shit, you want me to take that itty bitty bolt off?" Ding! But it's a give or take, though. If you say, well, move to Albuquerque. Okay, my cost of living just tripled. Unless you can triple my income to match that cost of living increase, it's not going to work. I mean, the only reason I'm surviving out here is because I own this house. It's paid for. I paid it off fully, completely. So I just have to pay my utilities and my property taxes. And figure out how the hell I'm going to fix that roof leak. Thank God it's not raining much this year. But But man, if I had access to a Planet Fitness, that would solve so many problems. But if I can make a deal with the hotel to use the pool, that would be interesting. I mean, it wouldn't save me money on showering because I'm not going to go over to their pool dirty. That's just fucking rude. No, I'm going to get a shower first and then go to their pool. And then have to get a shower again when I get back to wash all the chlorine off. Since I doubt they have a rinse to rinse the chlorine off. But, oh wow. You have multiple sclerosis? That sucks. That's a nasty thing. I did the MS-150 right every year. I was Capcom with the AM radio. I only rode it once. I didn't finish it. I didn't have it in me. I did 85 miles of the 150. Which for a 450-pound person is pretty good. But yeah, if I can get access to that pool. Yeah, I ripped the spokes out of my wheel. Even if I had the stamina, I wouldn't have been able to finish the race. I was pulling the spokes right out of the rim. I got reinforced spokes, so instead of snapping the spokes, I started pulling the spokes right out of the rim. Well, I did get that fixed too. I now have 44 spoke rims and hubs on the bike, from tandem bikes. So they'll hold more weight. But now I'm just too heavy to ride that bike. I need to lose 100 pounds before I can ride that bike. It's a beautiful bike. It's a Dream 6 Day 21. If you know what that is, hang on, I can look it up for you. Find a picture of it. There it is. Right there. I think that's the 8-speed. I had the 21-speed. There it is. That's the bike I have right there. So it's like a $1,600 bike at the time. Nasty. Yeah. There's somebody riding one. But yeah, it's what's called a semi-recumbent. So it doesn't hurt me to ride it. I actually had to put bolt a piece of plywood under the seat because I'm so heavy I broke the seat. Yeah. There's a better picture. There we go. There's my bike right there. And, I like the fenders. I don't have those. I'll have to print some for mine. But, I'm too heavy for it now. Wow, $450. That's such a cheap price. Oh my god. But, it'd be neat to try to make a trike out of one. I gotta lose about 100 pounds before I could ride this. When I dip below 400 pounds, I can ride this safely. And so for now, it sits out inside my container until I lose enough weight to ride it. So I love riding my bike. It'll be a little expensive out here, but because the gravel roads is going to tear apart the tires, I might even build a specialized little trailer for it. And then just drive over to Walmart, park there, and ride from there. Because then I can access all paved roads, which will dramatically increase the lifespan of the tires. Because the gravel roads are going to rip the tires apart. You should see what these gravel roads do to the car tires. Oh my god, there's dimples all over the tires from little chunks the rocks take out of the tires. Am I showing you the picture? Yes, I am. Yeah, what are you going to do? Let's see if anybody already has one. What do you call that? Bike without pedals. A balance bike? That's what they call it? Balance bikes? We always called them gliders. Huh. Okay. Let's search for balance bike. Balance bike stand. Here's a printed balance bike for a 2-year-old. Oh, somebody actually did make a fully 3D printed one. That's pretty damn cool. Oh no, it's plastic parts and metal parts. So it's not, I want to make a fully 3D printed one. Like completely 3D printed. Okay. So I'll have to design my own. But maybe that's something I can get Polymaker sponsored. No, because I want to use my PLA. I got tons and tons of PLA. And this is one of the few projects I can use PLA for, because it's going to have so much thermal mass, it's going to have so much plastic, that unless I intentionally leave it out in the baking sun in the middle of the desert, it's never going to get hot enough to deform. So as long as I build it beefy enough, and because of how heavy I am, I will have to build it beefy enough, it shouldn't have a problem with deformation. But, yeah, that's it. That's the plan. I'm also going to try to see if I can temporarily finish my shed out back. If I can get enough 2x4s up to put a tarp over it, so it's partially enclosed. I can then run a portable air conditioner while I'm in there. It'll only cost me, to run that air conditioner for an hour will only cost me $1. I can afford that. Even $1 a day is only $30 a month. If I keep the electric bill low, otherwise, I think I can swing that. And then I can bring the recumbent bike. I have a recumbent stationary bike. I just have no place inside the house for it. There's no room, and it would take up half of any room I put it in. That's one of the reasons I built the shed. Is I want to put my washer and dryer out there. I want to put my freezers out there. And I want to put the stationary bike out there. That will clear up. I can get rid of this freezer and get rid of this freezer, get rid of that freezer in there, and have them all out there. And it'll also make it a lot easier to solar power it down the road when I finally get around to doing that. And but then I can also have the washer and dryer out there, and I can have them lower, so it'll be easier for Michelle to get to, and that'll clear up the utility room in here, because one of the things that I want to do is I want to move the water heater over here, so that I can have the water heater, first of all, closer to the breaker panel, and but eventually I want to get a smart heater, one of those hybrid heat pump water heaters, eventually, when the used ones start appearing on the market. And it also acts as an air conditioner. It's a heat pump. It's moving heat, so it'll cool the space it's in. And many of them are actually designed for that. They have a vent that you can duct into the house so that when you're heating your water, you're also cooling your house. So that'll add to that. At that point, I might just put the water heater out there, in there, turn on the water heater, let it start heating my water and cooling the space that I'm cycling in. And by the time I'm done exercising, I have hot water to get a shower. But that's a long way away. Those hot water heaters are very expensive right now. Something maybe you guys can help me keep an eye out for. because it's just so insidiously expensive. I don't know why they're so expensive. It all depends on what it would cost to ship it. But if it's less than $100 to ship it, I'll pay it. What I need is a water heater, but I need a specific water heater. Well, a specific kind. Why did you do that? You just ignored the fact that I hit space and W? You just ignored that? What I have now is this kind of a heater, which is bad, by the way. It tried to kill me. It literally tried to murder me. It tried to burn my house down. What I need is this kind of heater. This right here. A 6-gallon, 2,000 watt, 110 volt. Basically, it's an under-sink heater, but it's a commercial grade one, so you can replace the elements in these. These are just like regular water heaters. You open this up, you can replace the element. It's not the problem with this kind of water heater is that you can't replace the element. They're a sealed unit. I thought I did switch. I didn't. I'm an idiot. Sorry, idiot me. The problem with this kind of a hot water tank is that they are sealed units. You cannot replace the heating element. I can get these for $150, $180. But these, like this 10-gallon right here, which would be perfect, is $390. That's a lot of freaking money. That's more than I paid for my 50-gallon. My 50-gallon was like $400. So if anybody sees one of these small 6, 7, 8, 10-gallon little heaters, electric, for that's not rusted out, if you see one available dirt cheap or free, if you're able to, snag it. And once we drain it with water, we can see what it costs to ship it. Worst case scenario, you can scrap it and get a little money. Best case scenario, if the shipping is reasonable, I can get one of these water heaters for under $100. But it doesn't have to be Rheem. It just has to be, you know, this style of water heater, 6 to 10 gallons, that's got a replaceable element, a user serviceable element. That's what this panel here is for. The thermostat and the element are behind that panel, just like a regular water heater. But water heaters like, why do you keep changing on me? Water heaters like this, you know, plug-in mini tank, they're not serviceable. You can't replace the heating element on it. And the problem is, because of the hard water here, I need to be able to replace the heating element. Because they only last about 2 years. And then they die. Violently. Say, $167. You know, these are dirt cheap. You know, $239 for this little 4-gallon. Walmart has a 7-gallon for about $175. But what I need is a commercial style one that is serviceable. I can't use tankless. It'll destroy itself in a few days. The hard water will absolutely wreck it. Because the damage that hard water does is directly proportional to power density. Because I can't go to instant. It would last about 3 days. And it would self-destruct. The way calcification works is based on power density. So it's how many watts per square inch of surface area. The more surface area I have, to lower the watts per square inch, the longer it'll last. So for example, to use my my hot water tank, my 50-gallon hot water tank, the heating elements last about 3 weeks. I'm not joking. The heating elements last about 3 weeks. Maybe 4 if I'm lucky. And then they puke and they die. I've had the heating elements fail so violently that when you pull it out, the element that's inside falls off because it's corroded so bad it disconnected. So I have to use heating element. This is your normal heating element, like this. That's your normal hot water tank element. Those are actually, this is your normal hot water tank element. This is a slightly lower density, low watt density, but I have to use this. This is what I use. So that's like triple the surface area, same power. So mine's 4,500 watts, not 5,500, but it's the same design. It's an ultra low power density. Actually, there's one right there. But this is what I have to use because it triples the surface area for the same wattage. So that means it has 1/3. Oh, here it is, right there, right there. 4,500 watt. That's what I have in my hot water tank outside right now, and that lasted 3 years before it finally gave up the ghost. And what I eventually plan to do is to try to get a heating element like this that runs off like 40 volts and make the top or the bottom element in the tank or the top element in the tank a DC element and just run it directly off a solar panel. And so it'll just slowly get warm throughout the day. And this way, when I need hot water, maybe that's enough hot water, for example, to wash dishes. That might be enough. And then if I need more hot water, then I turn on the AC element, and it just has to finish heating up the water that last little bit. So instead of having to heat the water 50 degrees, it might only have to heat the water 20 degrees, which will save me a fuck ton of money and also save lifespan on that heating element. But instant, it's worse. You're taking all of this surface area and you're condensing it into an area this big. So you're making your power density 10 times worse, which is going to make the hard water calcification 10 times worse. So an instant hot water heater would burn up in a couple of days. Literally, a couple of days. It'll burn it right up. If it doesn't burn up the first time you turn it on. First thing they warn you out here is do not get an on-demand hot water heater. It does not work. They measure water hardness in grains. Your typical range to measure hard water is 1 to 10 grains. 2 or 3 is considered soft. 5 or 6 is considered hard. 10 is considered extremely hard. So where do you think my water is? You think it's a 10? You think it's an 11? Crank it up to 11, baby. It's off the chart. The chart doesn't cover it. The chart stops at 10. My water is 55 grains. Holy shit! So it's safe. It's not going to hurt you, but it destroys equipment. Anything with a heating element or a small pump, it can't handle the hard water, can't handle the calcification, destroys it. That's why my coffee machine, my ice maker, my watering fountain, my espresso maker, my cat fountain, the humidifiers, I have to either buy distilled water or not hard water that's already been processed, or I have to use my water distiller and I have to distill my own water for that equipment. Because otherwise this cat fountain, which has been running for 2 years, would last about 1 week. 1 week. 6 to 7 days. I can't afford a water softener. You have any idea how much it costs not only to get a water softener, but to operate a water softener? If I had 7 or 8 grains of hardness, sure, a water softener is perfect. That's exactly what I would need. At 55 grains of softness, I would double my water usage for flushes. Double. So my $30 water bill would become a $45 water bill. And I would go through between $40 and $50 of salt every month. So now my $30 water bill becomes a $100 water bill. I can't afford a $100 water bill. I can't. I can't afford it. And that's not including the fact that it's going to cost $1,500 for a halfway decent mediocre water softener and probably another $500 to have it plumbed and installed. Yeah, I can't afford that. I just can't. I don't have that kind of money. Colorado doesn't have hard water. Colorado has nice, luxurious, soft water compared to what I have here. Now, oddly enough, for showering, it doesn't bother me. Washing my clothes, no problem. I just wash my clothes in cold water. Yeah, it works fine. Doing dishes, no problem. The only problem I have is my stainless dishes, my stainless pots. Those every now and then I have to hit them with a spritz of vinegar and wipe them down because they start to get that hazy coating of calcium on them. And for a normal person with normal hard water, a water softener is going to cost you like $20 a month to run, and I would do that. But in my situation, it's going to take a $30 water bill and turn it into a $100 water bill. That's what is that? That's $700. That's $840 a year. That's 2 months' income. I can't afford that. I just can't. I run the water distiller. It costs me 31 cents in electricity, and I get a gallon of distilled water. And I have a water buffalo, 5-gallon jugs. Whenever we want to drink something, we use the water buffalo. And whenever I have to add water to the cat fountain, I grab a gallon jug and I fill up the cat fountain. And so that's equitable. That works out. Hey, red light. But a water softener, if I was wealthy enough to afford a water softener, I wouldn't be worried about all this. If I made enough money where that wasn't a problem, none of this stuff would be a problem. But these worked well. I wish I could lower the power even more. I think 2.5 kilowatts would be plenty. It would just take like an hour and 20 minutes to heat up the water, but this would last longer. And then I would just need to use more power in the wintertime because it takes longer in the wintertime. In the summertime, usually 30 minutes is enough to get hot water. In the wintertime, I need about 60 minutes to fully heat the 50-gallon tank. And that's another reason why I want to move the water tank inside, because then it'll be more insulated. So the other thing I want to do is I want to run I want to run an expansion tank in the house. I want to run a second hot water tank, so 2 50-gallon water tanks, and plumb one water tank into the second water tank. And if I had the shed, I could do that. I could put both water tanks out there, and the first water tank just have it unpowered, and just as a tank, a reservoir, because then when I'm not using hot water, that 100 gallons of water can come up to ambient temperature of the house. And then in the wintertime, that water would be 60 degrees, 50 degrees, whatever the temperature is in my house. It's usually about 55, 60 degrees in my house. Instead of the 20 degrees outside or 30 degrees outside. But close to freezing. But that would allow me to dramatically decrease how much power it takes, and also how much calcification will occur. And then, as I could afford it, I could put a couple of 12-volt or 24-volt DC elements in that first tank and just connect them directly to a solar panel. No grid power at all, just one solar panel to each element, and whatever power they get, they get. If they only get 300 watts, they get 300 watts. If they get 1,000 watts, they get 1,000 watts. But the point is, whatever power they do get is basically preheating that 50-gallon tank that's going to feed the powered tank. Again, that will reduce power, reduce calcification, increase my hot water retention and my recovery rate, and which will all reduce calcification. But that's all down the road. I actually do have the ability to do that now if I had the shed set up. I did score a virtually brand new propane hot water tank, and for some reason they were told that they could not convert it to natural gas, so they bought a natural gas hot water tank, and by the time they found out they could have converted it, it was too late. It was installed and they liked it better, so I got it for yes, it is. I've gotten as low as 48 degrees in the house. Well, in the bathroom. I've gotten low enough where I had to stop 3D printing, where even the heat bed wasn't enough to allow the prints to work and stick properly. It was just too cold. My bedroom gets down to about 52 to 55, but under the blanket, it's fine. In the main room, it's about 60 to 62. That's when I can't afford to turn on auxiliary heaters. The 12,000 BTU mini split that I have is enough to do that. It's enough to keep the house from freezing. As long as it doesn't get too cold. If it gets below 20 degrees, things start to get bad. Even for PETG and PLA? Now, if it's mildly cold and I have some important prints, I have a little 500 watt, space heater in the bathroom. The heat beds combined with the space heater can usually bring the temperature in that bathroom up around 65 degrees if I keep the door closed, which means I don't benefit from the heat, but the printers do. So if I have prints I need to get done, I do that. I turn on that heater, but I can't run it 24/7. I can't afford it. That heater would cost, it's 500 watts. Let's find out what that would cost. I think my average is closer to 16 cents a kilowatt hour in the wintertime, with the on-peak and off-peak. So 500 times 24 times 30. That is 360 kilowatt hours. Holy shit, that's a third of my summer electric bill. Times 0.16. It'd be $57 to run that heater. To run that little 500 watt heater would cost $57 a month. I can't afford that. I can't. I mean, I have enough electric heaters to make it nice in this house. I just can't afford the power to run them. It just costs too much. Yeah. Well, because I have a point source heater, a heat pump in the middle of the house, as you move from room to room, they get colder and colder. Sadly, even if I got the $330 bonus every month from Amazon, which I'm not going to do, there's no way I'm going to hit $8,000 two more times. I don't have enough people using it. And the fact that you guys did it for 1 month is amazing. Even if I hit that goal all 3 months, that would get me roughly $300 in commissions and $300 in bonus. That would be another $1,200. That's still not enough to repair my primary heating system. It's going to cost at least $500 to bring someone out to fix it. And most likely, all that's wrong with it is that there's a leak. So they're going to have to fill it with an agent, a UV agent, find the leak, fix the leak, refill the system, and pray there's no more leaks. And but that system is a 27,000 BTU system. That's 24 SEER. That system can heat or cool the entire house, and it actually costs less money to run than the little 12,000 BTU Whirlpool unit, because the Whirlpool is only 14 SEER. That is 27,000 BTU, but 24 SEER. So it actually costs less electricity to run that than to run that one, but it doesn't work. It's a triple head, so I have a head in the middle, a head in my room, and a head in Michelle's room. Now, heating Michelle's room's no problem. I have a little 400 watt heater, and that's enough to heat her room up to about 75, 78 degrees, as long as she closes her door when she's not in it. And so I eat the $30 it costs to run that heater, and I let her heat her room. And although I had to stop letting her use that heater last winter because her room was such a mess it became a fire hazard. I told her, I was like, Michelle, you can't. I can't risk you burning alive in here. And but when she keeps her room clean, she can run that heater, and that keeps her room at about 75 degrees, 78 degrees. It's even gotten up to 80 degrees. It's gotten to the point where she had to turn on the fan. So I'm happy about that. I can deal with the cold. I just stay under the blanket. But when I do the stream, man, by the time I'm done this stream, I'm like shaking from the cold. It's like, holy shit. When I say goodbye to you guys and I hang up from the stream, I crawl right the hell underneath this blanket. I was like, come here, cat. You're my heater. But that's only when it gets really cold. Thankfully, these last 2 winters have been extremely mild. The first 2 winters I was here, we hit -8 Fahrenheit twice. Let me tell you, that's cold. That's Canada kind of cold. If you're from Canada, you know what I'm talking about. That's freaking cold. What's that, -20 Celsius? Jesus. But, yeah, if PETG is too cold, it will crack. Even if you can make it stick, it'll crack. I've had PETG prints pull themselves apart. Just because the warping overrode layer bonding. Yeah, that can get nasty. Not in the wintertime, it can't. Why do you think a lot of people comment how big Canada is? I was like, Canada's tiny. You know, here's the United States. Here's Canada. No, Canada. No, that's all uninhabitable. No one lives there. Actually, there are more American citizens at a higher latitude than there are Canadians. Because, you know, the way the borders interact, some parts of the U.S. are higher than some parts of Canada, closer to the North Pole. And, you know, basically everybody lives right along that border. Very, very few as a whole live up further because it's uninhabitable. The cost of bringing in and I mean, it's not that different than the U.S., though the parts where you live in. But when it does get cold, it gets, you know, North Dakota kind of cold. Yeah, I'll show you. No, that's not brave, Tim. That's psychopathic. Sadomasochistic. That's the word. Sadomasochistic. That's what it is. Why? Just stop it. Why is this so slow? But if you look at a map like this, you can see that most of Canada lives along here. All of this is basically empty. Very, very little people up here. And you can see a lot of this part of Canada right here is below the United States. Canada injects very far. Like Toronto is down by Pennsylvania. You know, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, South Dakota, North Dakota, Montana, half of Wyoming, half of Idaho, all of Washington, and half of Oregon are all more northern than Toronto is. And about half of those are more northern than Montreal. And that's because this is uninhabitable. It's Canada population. It's because it's just the cost to try to live there is just not feasible. Here we go. That's a good map. Oh yeah, look at that. This will give you an idea of just how crazy it is. There's the population density of Canada. So as you can see, this here is nothing. There's nobody here. Regina, Winnipeg, Edmonton, Victoria, British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, they're empty. There's no one there. You know, Vancouver would be the only one. See that little tiny bit of red there? And then you have a teeny tiny bit in Edmonton and whatever the hell that is there. But look at these numbers. Look how dramatically they drop. All right? The mustard and the yellow are 1 or 0.4 persons per square kilometer. The actual dense areas over here by Ottawa, Toronto, and whatnot, 10 to 50 persons per square kilometer. So all of Canada lives here. All of Canada lives here. And as you can see, most of the Canadian population is actually lower than the top of the United States. So there are actually more American citizens that live further north than there are Canadians. And that's because all of this is ice sheet. It's not livable. And the cost to bring infrastructure out there would be insane. It's the same reason why the west of the United States is empty. Here, U.S. density map. So here's a U.S. density map. And as you can see, besides this little part with Albuquerque, and this little part with Denver, and this little part with Salt Lake City, the entire western half of the United States is fucking empty. There's no one here. It's literally not until you get past Oklahoma City. You see this line here? From San Antonio, Fort Worth, Oklahoma, Kansas, Wichita, Lincoln, and Sioux Falls, and Fargo. Until you get to this line right here, it's all empty unless you are here, 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 or here. Now down here is starting to get a little better because they're close to the coast. Down here is no good because, well, it's Mexico. That's not us. That's someone else. No, that's Texas. I'm sorry. I thought that was Mexico. Down here is Mexico. So all this blue area here, that's not water. That's Mexico. So El Paso is actually split into two. Half of El Paso is in Mexico, and half of El Paso is in Texas and New Mexico. Or does it actually, is none of it in New Mexico? It might all be in Texas. You know, this over here is water, and this over here is water, but this here is Mexico. And it's empty. There's nothing here. This is like northern Canada. There's no one here. Until you get either all the way to the west, and only in this area around San Francisco, Los Angeles, and San Diego, and then north up here, Portland, and what is it, Vancouver, or is it something else? Seattle. Okay, but that's like your cities, like Vancouver and stuff like that. Yeah, for real. It's people living on basically nothing because there's nothing there. Why don't we have more people here? We have all this land. Well, it's easy. Resources. There's no resources. Yeah, sure. You can come out here and get a home. You could buy a piece of land for $5,000 and put a $5,000 mobile home on it. Now you need batteries and solar panels to have any kind of electricity. You're not getting cell phone service. That's not happening. And good luck getting water. It costs about $20,000 to drill a well, and it's pot luck if you're going to get any water and how long it'll last. So the biggest thing, though, is water. All the rest of it you can account for. You can put in a septic tank. You can put up solar panels. You can use internet using Starlink for your internet and get phone that way. But make sure you're near a highway and you can get cell phone service. So, for example, so for example, most of this is pretty empty, but you notice where all the cities are? City, 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 city. You notice where the cities are? They're along the major highways. Because that's how you're going to get resources. That's how you're going to get infrastructure. That's how you're going to get cell phone service. And you see the cell phone providers are going to line this roadway with towers so that you can use your phone while you're driving 40. So if you live within a mile or two of 40, you'll have cell phone service. Especially if you use a booster. But you want to live out here? Good luck. You want to live out here? Good luck. There's nothing there. There's just nothing. Yeah, it's just empty land, desert. There's nothing there. Look at it. You can see a map. Let's see. Here it is. Oh no! Take that off. Satellite. See? It's all just desert. And the biggest problem is lack of roads, because with roads comes infrastructure. Even when you have green, like this is all green, but there's nothing here because there's no road. You need a pretty capable 4x4 vehicle to go anywhere. Oh, a lot. I guarantee you there's a lot. Yeah, I mean, here's what people don't understand. The only reason murderers get caught is because they're stupid. Killing somebody and getting away with it is very easy. It's not even remotely difficult. There's 360 million people in this country, and the only people who are going to miss the person you murder and eat is, you know, their coworkers and their family if they have any. And half the people out here don't have any. Most of the time it's just because people are stupid. First of all, if you have any connection with the person, hands off, because you're going to be one of the first suspects. So if you have any connection to the person, you know, the first suspect is family, and the second suspect is relations, because that's going to have motive. And the second thing is to just drive out in the middle of nowhere and get rid of them. You don't even have to bury them. Just burn them. Leave them out. If you go out far enough with a 4x4, the animals will take care of it. Don't dox yourself. Oh. Well, I live in Edgewood, New Mexico. Everybody knows I live in Edgewood. Well, I live right here. In this plop right here. About 25 miles outside of Albuquerque. That's where I live. This is why it costs so much to go anywhere. Because if I want to go from here where I live to Planet Fitness, I have to go all the way down this highway into Albuquerque. The distance from my house to right here, the first exit. You're in Sandia. You're local. You're right here. Wow. We gotta meet up sometime. Coffee or go out to eat or something. I don't know. I don't get too many opportunities to meet somebody who's into this kind of stuff. Who's into, you know, watching me on YouTube. But so you know what I'm talking about. The distance from here to here is 25 miles. Oh. No, I'm not showing you anything critical. I'm being careful with that. You know, I live here at this blue dot, which you can't tell what that is. It's just Edgewood. But to go from here to here is 24.8 miles. So that means the minimum travel distance to go to Albuquerque is 50 miles round trip. Plus whatever your distance in Albuquerque is to go wherever you're going. So, for example, Michelle is up here. So that's 32 miles. I have to drive 32 miles to go see Michelle. It drives me nuts that I can only see her once a week because I have no gas money. And Logan sends me $20 a week for gas so I can go see Michelle. And I make a concentrated point to never use that gas car for anything except visiting Michelle, because I'm not going to abuse that generosity of him giving me that money to go see her. So I make sure every drop of that gas goes to visiting Michelle. You know, I can use my electric car for driving around Edgewood. I can just barely make it to Moriarty and back. It's 20 miles round trip, but that little incline coming back really stresses the battery. And I'm down to 25 miles an hour by the time I get to the top of the hill at Edgewood. And then once I crest that hill, then I'm safe. And, all because Nissan doesn't want to warranty their batteries. I'm going to be posting a video about that soon. It's going to blow your mind. I'm going to post it on my other channel. I got tired of people on the Nissan group telling me, "Oh, you're just sour grapes because you want a free battery." Fuck you, dude. I paid $17,000 for this car, and I am basically a single owner. It only had like 3,000 miles on it. Right? This car has less range than my 2012 Nissan Leaf did after 65,000 miles. And this car has less range than that 2012 with 30,000 miles on it. And it's got a 30% larger battery. No, there's something wrong with the damn thing. They just don't want to warranty it. And I can't afford a lawyer, so I can't do anything about it. The 07 Up is pretty good too, and it's on sale for $5. I love my car. I tell everybody how wonderful my Nissan Leaf is. Even now, I still tell them how wonderful it is, because this is not indicative of the car. This is not normal. This is a very rare failure mode for the car. Basically, the car is made up of 92 batteries. So it's got 92 individual cells inside. Here, I'll show you. Here you go. That's a Nissan Leaf battery pack. That's it right there. Alright? That's a Nissan Leaf battery pack. Alright? It's made up of these individual cells. These cells right here. My car has 92 of them. I think. Something like that. Alright? Well, the only way we can determine the capacity and health of a battery in this particular case is with voltage. We measure the voltage of the battery, which is nominally around 400 volts. It's less than that, but it's nominally around 400 volts. I'm on the right screen right now. Well, what happens if 5 or 6 of these batteries go bad? Well, if you have 3.7 or 4 volts per battery, and you have, well, that would mean it's about 4 volts per battery. I think it's 4.2 volts, I think. And there's 92 of them. And I think there's 92 of them. I'm pretty sure there's 92 of them. Although this says 70. That might not be a complete battery pack, though. But this is what's inside my battery pack. Is there one that, yeah, here's the battery in its enclosure. So inside of this big shell here is a whole bunch of these, plus all the electronics to run it. What's happening with my battery is now when you use the battery, the voltage goes down. So I believe 4.2 volts is fully charged, and 3.7 volts or 3.6 volts is fully depleted. Now, obviously, that's going to be multiplied by however many batteries are in series. So if there's 10 batteries in series, that's 42 volts fully charged, 36 volts fully discharged. If there's 20 batteries in series, now that's 84 volts. If there's 40 batteries in series, so that might be all 90. Yeah, so it's a single series battery. Okay, it has to be. So that's 92 times 4.2, I think. Yeah, 387 volts. 386.4 volts. Well, what would happen if 5 batteries dropped out? Well, now the overall average voltage for the pack is going to go down. Because now instead of 4.2 plus 4.2, you might have 4.2 plus 3.8. And the total of those two is low enough that it's going to think the whole battery is at a lower capacity. And so what happens is, when I charge the battery, it charges to a nominal 4.2 volts each cell. So the computer thinks, okay, these batteries are fine. But then, as the battery is used, the voltage drops. Okay? And when the voltage drops to a certain level, the BMS says, okay, you're empty. You're not, but if you go further, you damage the battery. Well, if some of those cells drop faster than other cells, it brings the overall average down. Now, if one cell goes bad, not that big a deal, depending on how it goes. But if 5 or 6 of them go bad, like mine did, then that's enough to dramatically affect the overall pack voltage, especially because undervolting cells undervolt more the harder you draw from them. So just tooling around town, no big deal. The car behaves perfectly normally. But do you know what my efficiency is? My efficiency is 0.9 miles per kilowatt hour. 0.9. If you know anything about a Nissan Leaf, well, you know that's wrong. Even if you hammer the fuck out of that car, you're going to get better than 0.9. How the hell are you averaging 0.9? Because the capacity the computer thinks I have is not reflected in real world mileage. And it bases your efficiency off of assumed capacity and real world mileage. So the only way to make that equation work out is to either correctly identify the battery has a lot less capacity than you think, or to think you're using a lot more power than you think. Well, that's what this computer chose to do. It's assuming I'm using more power, because it's saying, well, you have that much capacity, but you were empty at this many miles, and if I do the math, that's 0.9 miles per kilowatt hour. But that's because the capacity is a lie. It thinks I have more capacity than I do. I have like 20 kilowatt hours when it thinks I have 30 kilowatt hours, or less even. That's why I can only go about 40 miles. Less than that if there's any hills. If there's any hills, I probably can't get past 30. And it's amazing. You know, I drive to Moriarty, and my battery stays full the whole time because it's all downhill. It's all downhill. But then when I come back, you know, it says, you know, you can go 67 miles. Oh, no, 57. Oh, no, 47. 44, 37, 27, 14. Low battery alarm. Find charger. I crest the last hill. Okay, you can go 35 again. And this happens in real time over about 8 minutes of driving. Anybody with a working goddamn brain will go, okay, yeah, something's wrong with that battery. Something's really wrong with that battery. Right? But they don't want to pay for the battery. So they say, well, all they do is plug it into the computer, and the computer says, it's fine. Because the only thing the computer can do is read the voltage. It takes data over time to garner any more knowledge. If you just look at the pack when it's fully charged, the computer's going to say it's fine. The car's completely out of warranty now. It won't matter. And they'll just, I think I know what's happening. I called Nissan. I said, guys, like, come on, man. I'm like Chris Taylor, Captain Nissan here. I tell everybody about how fucking amazing this car is. Forget about the fact that it saves me money. It's comfortable, it's quiet, it's powerful. That Bose sound system is to die for. I sit out in my car and listen to audiobooks because it's so comfortable to sit in that car, and that audio system is so amazing. My neighbor in Pennsylvania once came over and knocked on my window, and it made me jump out of my skin. He's like, Chris, I can hear that from all the way in my house. And I looked at him, I was like, really? I had it cranked up. I love my car. I love my car so much, I want another one. I'll never buy a new one ever again. Never. I don't trust Nissan now. They've already shown that they will burn me. Now this is a weird situation also. First of all, the original dealer I bought the car from burned me. They lied to me. They told me the car was an SL. It's not. It's an SV Plus. Now, Nissan is the Leaf is one of the few cars that are not badged. There's no badge on the car to say this is an S, SV, SV Plus, or SL. These are different trim packages. S being the base model, SL being the premium top-of-the-line model. Mine was an SV model with a couple of extras that would normally come with the SL. So they call it SV Plus, like the heated seats, alloy wheels, and the heated steering wheel, and the Bose sound system. So I called Nissan, and apparently the arrangement the manufacturer has with the car dealerships is tenuous. Nissan only has so much that they can demand of a car dealer. They can't just tell a car dealer to do something. And so they told them to look at the car. let me describe to you what happened here. This is going to blow your mind. 2019. The car is under the 3-year, 36,000-mile bumper-to-bumper warranty. Oh, first of all, the original dealership was sold to me. They ate their shirt on this car. Because a lady bought it, decided after about a year, nope, I don't like this. And I guess they were afraid she was just going to stop paying. And the depreciation on these cars is so massive that they were going to eat their shirt on it. So they let her return the car, gave her her money back, as long as she bought another car. And she did. She bought another car. It was credit to buy another car. But now they were stuck with this Nissan Leaf that was worth a fraction of what it should be worth, because the depreciation on Nissan Leafs is huge. It's not huge because it's electric. It's huge because it's a Nissan Leaf. And Nissan Leaf, every model year, they make the battery bigger. So depreciation is huge. No one wants the old model. They want the newer model with the bigger battery. You know, that's why you do not see this kind of depreciation on things like the Chevy Bolt or the Ioniq, the Hyundai, or the Hummer EV, or the Mustang E, or the Teslas. They don't have this kind of depreciation because they all have big batteries. Nissan is one of the few cars that has a little tiny battery, and that's how they made the car affordable. Because back in the day, $30,000 was crazy. You couldn't buy an electric car for $30,000 from anywhere. They were $70,000, $80,000 minimum, and Nissan was doing it for $30,000. That's why until Tesla overtook them, just past couple years, Nissan was the highest gross selling car in the entire world for electrics because it was affordable. People could afford them. My first one was a 24 kilowatt 2012 with a resistance heater. I could not use the heater in the wintertime. It drew so much power from the battery, I couldn't make the drive 55 miles to work. But you know something? Even with 65,000 miles on the odometer, that car could still just barely, as long as the temperature was above zero, could just barely make that 55-mile trip home. What I would do is, while the car was plugged into 240 volt power, I would turn on the heater a half an hour before I was ready to leave. I would heat soak the entire car while on umbilical power. And then what I would do is I would have whoever was taking over for me, they would come out to the charger receptacle. I would get in the car, I would crank the heater up to maximum, get it real hot in the car, and then give them a salute, and they would disconnect me, and I would drive away and turn off the heater. The car was so hermetically sealed with the heated seats, it took about 45 minutes before you started to notice it was getting cold in that car. And it was wonderful. And so the last half an hour, you were shivering a little bit. Not bad, but you were shivering a little bit. The heated seats were a lifesaver. But I could do it. I could do that trip with that car. This car has 40,000 miles on it. It's half as old. And it's got a battery that's like 40% larger. It's a 30 kilowatt instead of a 24 kilowatt battery. And I can't even go 30. I can't even go 30 miles. So the dealer lied to me and told me it was an SL. And they would not work with me at all. I wish I would have known more, because I would have returned the car and sued them. But my dad died, and life was hell, and I had so much to fucking worry about on my plate, I didn't have time to research dealership laws and lemon laws, because they materially lied to me. They said it was an SL. They even forged paperwork. Their paperwork said SL. It wasn't until I got the title of the car that I saw it was an SV Plus. And so I probably could have returned that car and made them give me my money back. New mattress! Yay! Boy, nothing is worse than a bad mattress. Oh my god. Took me weeks to figure out how to bad mattress once. It wrecked my life for those weeks. So, I probably could have sued them and forced them to buy the car back. 9 months? You need a firmer mattress. If you're heavier, you need a firmer mattress. Get a good quality, extra firm mattress with a pillow top. It's worth it. But yeah, I had to stop buying regular mattresses. I had to buy firm mattresses. Also, get a platform bed frame, not a suspension bed frame. Your mattress will last longer, because you don't need a what do you call that? What the thing that goes under the mattress, the spring thing. You don't need that. Yeah, Sealy Posturepedic, extra firm. You need the firm one if you're heavier. Okay. If the mattress has good support. Box spring, that's it. You want to get rid of the box spring because that decreases the life of the mattress. I have no box spring underneath my mattress. I have a solid frame, a high up one so I can put cartons underneath it. And everything you can to increase the lifespan. And so I probably could have forced them to buy that car back and give me my money back. The only reason I even went to that dealership to buy the car and not the original dealership, not O'Neill Nissan. O'Neill, they were wonderful. I had no problems with them. Anytime I brought the car in a problem, they fixed it immediately, took care of it, no issues, no haggling, no bullshit. That was a good dealership. And that spoiled me. I'd heard all the rumors about how bad dealerships can be, and I had such a fantastic experience with O'Neill Nissan that I didn't realize that that dealerships were still scum, and I just got lucky and I was dealing with a good one. The only reason I didn't buy my second car from them is they only had black and silver, and I would just rather die than have a black or silver car. Black, silver, white. I don't want to touch it. I'd rather not have the car. And this dealership in Philadelphia was the only one that had a blue one. And 14 days ago? Holy crap! Let it air out a bit. Mint, fresh off the line. So the reason that was a big problem, oddly enough, I want the SV Plus. I didn't want the SL. Because I don't want leather seats. I hate leather seats. God, I hate leather seats. I want the cloth seats. If I'd gotten an actual SL, I probably would have looked into at least replacing the driver's seat with a cloth seat. And but I like the SV Plus because you get the nice wheels, you get the bows, you get the heated system. Now, because the cars aren't badged, it's not like I was an idiot. First thing I asked him was like, "Where's the leather seats?" The SL's supposed to come with leather seats, and he said, "Well, that's an option." I believed him because it was an option for my SV, my first one. And then I was like, well, where's the LED headlights? That's supposed to be standard on the SL. He said, it's an option. And again, because of my good experience with the dealership, I believed him that it was an option. And I figured, okay, I've got a set of LED lights at home. I could put them in. You can't, the plug's different. I got to figure out how to wire it. But it should be possible for me to put, I have a set of Nissan Leaf LED headlights. So they're drop-in, bolt-in, but they don't plug in. But anyway, so I believed him. And I liked the car. I liked the blue. I wanted the car. Had a black interior, which sucks, but okay. I got the blue car. And then I start finding out more and more, and I realize this is not an SL. Why is that a problem if I want the SV Plus? Well, the problem is I paid the SL price, which is about $3,500 more than the SV Plus is worth. Which means I paid $3,500 too much for the car. They wouldn't even give me more warranty. I was like, well, give me a couple extra years in the warranty. I was like, they're electric cars. They're not prone to failure. I was like, do something for me. You guys lied to me. You forged the paperwork. I guess I shouldn't have said that. He got real defensive. And I was like, look, your slip says SL. The title says SV. I can't know that because the cars aren't badged. Yeah, definitely. Especially now that they turned off the 3G radios, so I can't remotely turn on the HVAC in my car anymore. That sucks. It used to be I could just take my smartwatch and go boop, and wherever I am, my car's HVAC would turn on. And when I got there, it'd be either cool or it'd be hot. It was wonderful. I'm getting ready to leave to go somewhere in the morning. I pull out my phone, and I just go tap, and the car turns on while it's plugged in and starts heating up or cooling off. Now I can't do that anymore. But, so I got screwed for $3,500 on the purchase price of the car. I paid $17,000 for a car that's only worth $13,500. Because that was the price difference between the SL and the SV Plus. And, but then I moved across the country. So now, not only am I having a problem with the car, but I'm dealing with a dealership who did not sell me the car. In 2019... while it was still under full bumper-to-bumper warranty, I mentioned I went in for my yearly checkup to maintain your warranty. You got to go in for a yearly checkup. It's free. I go in and I was like, hey, there's something wrong with the battery. And he's like, what do you mean? He's like, well, the range is not what it should be. And he's like, well, that's just electric. I was like, no. I was like, listen, I have over 100,000 electric miles. I was like, this is my second Nissan Leaf. I was like, I know exactly how these work. I'm not talking about range degradation. I'm talking about sudden loss. Like the car will say I have 80, and I should have 80. Like I regularly drive that far, and suddenly it'll be 60. And then it goes back to 80. Like, huh? Like, what's the deal, you know? Like, I know exactly how far this car can go. I can go about 110 to 112 miles. And I was like, how do I know that? I do it twice a week. Okay, I know exactly how far this car can go, and I know exactly how to drive it. I was like, look at my efficiency. I get 5.2 miles per kilowatt hour. I was like, you might want to take a picture of that. Not too many Nissan Leaf drivers get 5.2 miles per kilowatt hour. The average is around 4 to 4.2. I was like, I know how to milk this thing. I was like, it's not behaving properly. Something's wrong. But it wasn't that big a deal that I didn't push the issue. He said the computer said it was okay. I accepted that. I went back in 2021. Same thing. I was like, hey man, that problem's worse. Like suddenly instead of getting 110 miles to a charge, now I can barely hit 100. And I was like, that's a big drop for the number of miles I've put on the car. And I was like, and I don't do any fast charging. I was like, no fast charging. I've never done a CHAdeMO charge in this car. Never. I was like, and I charge at 3.3 kilowatt hours because I don't need faster. I was like, I mean, I have a 7 kilowatt charger. I don't bother wiring it up because I don't want to pay the $300 for the copper because I don't need it. The 3.3 kilowatt hours is plenty fast. The car recharges from dead in 6 hours. So, yeah, it's annoying. Each year it gets worse. Finally, it gets bad enough that I was like, hey, there's something wrong here. This car's broken. I was like, I can go 50 miles and it cuts out on me. I showed him a video of me driving to the dealership that morning and the car shutting down in the middle of the fucking highway while I'm doing 75 miles an hour. Okay, so here I am, my car slowing down below 65 because the car just went into turtle mode. Turtle mode is what the car does for the last half mile. It gives you just enough power, you can go about 28 miles an hour, and it gives you just enough power to pull over and turn off. My car went into turtle mode on a full fucking charge at 75 fucking miles an hour. Let me tell you, the pucker factor as semi-trucks are going Wah! Past you, blaring their horns, because you're now doing 50 while they're doing 75. And then suddenly the car turns back on. Wow! Let me tell you, the pucker factor was huge on that. And so he says he plugs it into the computer, says the computer says it's fine. I was like, listen, dude, I don't care what the computer says. You watched the video with me. I was like, you know what that is. I was like, you're a Leaf certified tech, right? And he's like, yeah. I was like, so you know what that is. He's like, what is that? I was like, bad cells. I was like, here's the Leaf spy data. He's like, we don't count Leaf spies. Like, I don't give a fuck what you count. I was like, that data's coming from your computer. All right, Leaf Spy doesn't generate this data. It's reading data off the CAN bus. I was like, so you take your equipment, plug it in, out of sync. Oh, I'll just reboot. Easy fix. Where the hell's my mouse? I wonder why sometimes it takes a while to happen. And sometimes it happens. True, until you notice it. So I look up straight in the face. I was like, dude, I'm not an idiot. I build battery packs. You know, I have RC airplanes. I have computers. I have cars. I rebuild my tool batteries. I know how batteries work, okay? I'm not worried about degradation. If this car loses 50% of its capacity over the next 5 years, I'll be happy as a pig in shit, okay? Because that's still 60 miles. That's still 55 miles. That's still enough to let me go anywhere in Albuquerque. Maybe I'll have to top up every now and then at a free charger or stop by you guys and top up for half an hour to give me the last little bit I need to go home. And that's 5 years from now. I was like, I'm fine with that. Yes. Yep. I have the timer in the car programmed not to start charging until 10:30 p.m. So I plug the car in, it beeps once, but it doesn't beep twice because it doesn't start charging. It waits until 10:30 and then starts charging. Because that's a big price difference. Yeah, I only charge during off-peak. Same thing with the hot water tank, same thing with clothes dryer. I only run them during off-peak. Instantly drop my electric bill $50 a month. My electric bill went from $175 a month to $125 a month. Instantly. That's just from time shifting my power usage. So I was like, you tell me what that is. I was like, if as this leaf spy shows, 5 or 6 of my cells are sagging under load, what's going to happen? That's going to happen. That's exactly what's going to happen. That's the only time that's going to happen. That's never going to happen to any other condition. There's no other condition in the car besides an abject failure of some sort, which you would detect. There is no other undetectable scenario in which that will occur, except if you have bad cells. So they refuse to do anything. So finally I contact Nissan, and Nissan says, okay, they've agreed to look at the car. This is where they get dirty. This is where they start to threaten me. And this is where I stopped going to them because I can't afford a lawyer and I can't afford them to take my car from me. Because that's exactly what they said they would do. They were going to take my car from me. Wait to hear how. So he does the test again. Turns out my 12-volt battery's a little low. And these sons of bitches say, well, we're not doing anything else until you take care of the 12-volt battery. So I had to go back home, get $200, $191 for a stupid fucking 12-volt battery that I damn well know the car doesn't need. A 9-volt battery will start a Nissan Leaf. Because all it has to do is set the contactor. As long as the voltage is high enough not to piss off the CPU, because if the voltage goes too low, the CPU starts to get fucky. The CPU gets real weird, especially if it's cold. But you can basically hook a 9-volt battery to it and start the car, because all it's doing is booting a computer and connecting a contactor to engage the high voltage pack. Once it engages the high voltage pack, there's a DC-DC converter on board that keeps the 12-volt system charged. Why does it have a 12-volt system? Because all those parts already exist. Your windshield washers, your headlights, your taillights, your windows, your buttons for your car. Because when your car is off, the high voltage pack is not connected. It's not just not being used, it's physically disconnected. And until you hit the button to start the car, you'll hear it. You'll hear the clunk clunk. That's the contactor connecting and energizing the high voltage pack. When do I leave for my trip? Friday morning. So hopefully 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, I'll get up and head out. I'm hoping to get there by 2 o'clock. So he says that, okay, well, we need you to replace the battery because that's faulting. So I've replaced the goddamn stupid effing freaking battery. And he says, okay, well, the computer says it's fine. I was like, you motherfucker. So the first time he says, well, we see indications of rodent damage. Well, what he's saying is that they see signs that rodents were chewing the wires. And they're implying that this hypothetical rodent damage is the reason for the problem, even though rodent damage cannot cause that problem. There is no scenario in the world, in the universe, within the realm of the programming limitations of that car, where rodent damage can cause that result. That's not a thing. It does not happen. Rodent damage will result in a different problem, not that. And he says, well, we see signs of that. I was like, great, replace the battery. He looks at me like I'm a skeleton or something like that. He's like, what? I was like, you said it's $8,000 for a replacement battery, right? He's like, yeah. I was like, good, order one. Replace the battery. He's like, really? He's like, why? I was like, well, because you said it's rodent damage. Well, my car insurance will cover rodent damage. I go to State Farm, who I had at the time, and I, show them your bill that says $8,000 battery, rodent damage. They will cut me a check and I can replace the battery. He's like, oh, no, we can't do that. I just sat back and I just smiled. And he's like, what? I was like, you're such a fucking liar. He's like, you tried to bluff me with rodent damage, and I just called your bluff. Because you know damn well State Farm is not just going to take your word for it. They're going to send an adjuster down and say, show me the rodent damage. And that's why you can't do it. That's why you won't do it. Because you'd be committing insurance fraud, and your ass would get in trouble. And I could see, I kind of felt bad at that point, because I can see he was getting very uncomfortable. Because he was just a tech. He knows what's wrong. He knows I'm right. But his superiors told him otherwise, and there's nothing he can do about that. And there's nothing somebody making $40,000 a year is going to risk their job for to help one person with their car. They're not going to do that. So I know it's coming from higher up. And they won't test drive the car. They'll drive it around the block. That's all they'll do. They refuse to take the car on the highway because they know they're going to see the problem if they take it on the highway. Because they know what the problem is. So that's when I contacted Nissan. Nissan forced them to look at the car again. And they bullshitted me again. They said, okay, the test says the car is fine. No, it doesn't. You just don't want to do the test. He's like, we ran the test. I was like, no, you didn't. And he's like, yes, we did. I was like, did you take it for a test drive? He's like, yes. On the highway? No. Then you didn't test. The car's fully charged. The cells are only going to sag if you put them under a sustained load. You know this. You're Leaf certified. You know how the battery works. You know this problem will not appear until you put those batteries under a sustained load. Then the voltage will sag and the warnings will start to trigger. And you don't want to do that. He says, well, we can't do anything. The next step was we drop the battery out of the car and test the battery internally. I was like, great, do it. He's like, it's $750. And I was like, it's under warranty. He's like, only if it's a warranty issue. You have to pay the $750 up front. And this is where he threatens me. Okay? When that wasn't enough, this is where he threatens to take my car from me. And he says, and if the tech at his own discretion determines the car is a safety risk, he does not have to put the battery back in the car. That is a straight out and out threat. He just told me, go ahead, you press this issue, and we're going to separate that battery from that car, leave them in the parking lot, charge you rent, and tell you to get the fuck out of here. And without a lawyer, there'd be nothing I could do about it. I'd have to call AAA to tow the car home and bring a trailer to tow the battery home. And of course, I'm not qualified to fuck with a 400-volt battery, and they know it. And that's exactly what they would do. They would pull the battery and tell the tech, say it's unsafe, or you're fired. And of course, the tech would do exactly that. They literally threatened to disable my car and leave it in two pieces in the parking lot if I pressed the issue. So of course, I did the only thing I could do. I went home. Because what the hell else can I do? I think I know what the problem is. I think the dealership has got to stick up its ass about the fact that, I suspect that on a warranty replacement, this is not fact, this is my suspicion, okay? I haven't been able to prove this. But I suspect that the dealership and the manufacturer share the cost of the warranty replacement. At a minimum, the manufacturer covers the battery, the dealership covers the labor, and they might even have to cover some of the battery. I don't know. But at a minimum, the dealership probably has to eat the labor, and the manufacturer will eat the battery and probably charge something to the dealership for the battery. That's my suspicion. And because I did not buy the car from them, they don't want to eat the cost of the warranty replacement. So they're doing anything they can to refuse to do it. They figure, we'll just wait till your warranty expires. It'll be expired in a year, and there's nothing you can do about it after that. It goes even further. No, they wouldn't do that for me. They straight up told me no. And it goes even further. They committed fraud for multiple years. Tampering and fraud. Every time I bring the car in, I would tell them, dude, there's something wrong with this battery. And I would describe, oh, that son of a bitch. Stop it! You're not keeping it. It's mine. Mine. Rawr, mine. He got the filament. He finally got the filament. So I was like, the last time I was there, before we got nasty, before they threatened me, I asked the tech, I was like, hey, can you bring up my records and print me out a copy of all my work orders? And he brought me a copy of the first couple work orders that came out of the printer. And I was like, that's wrong. And I looked at the 2021 work order. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. They were all wrong. Not one of them listed the actual reason I brought the car in. They changed the data or never entered it to begin with. They never put in, or they removed it afterwards, the reason I brought the car in for service. So now I have no paper trail showing that I've been dealing with this problem for 5 years. It's my word against theirs. Oh God, if only I'd known that. I never bothered getting a receipt when I go in for a battery check. Why would I get a receipt for that? I don't need it. It's free. I'm not paying anything. If I'd have known that they were doctoring the records, the first one I would have been like, wait a minute. This doesn't list why I brought the car in. And I'd have made them change it. But I didn't know that. I was naive. Didn't understand. I have this stupid habit of assuming people are genuinely decent and good. What I've ended up learning is that, yes, most people are genuinely decent and good. Until there's money involved. And then it's, fuck you. As soon as there's money involved, everybody's... The moment there's money involved. No money involved? Hi, how you doing? Money involved? Julius Caesar. Well, now I would, of course, but now, of course, I'm not in a position to buy a new car. So it doesn't matter. I bought this Kia Soul as a salvage title. 2017 with 60,000 miles on it, a salvage title for $6,800. You bet your ass I bought that. The salvage was because of theft recovery. So there was no damage to the vehicle except for the dings and dents where they broke into the car. And the ripped out radio and the ripped out steering column ignition, which the guy covered. He made the car run. But now of course I know a lot more. And it would have happened very differently if I'd had the knowledge I had now. But that's called hindsight is 20/20. That's always the case. So, I don't know. Maybe one day I can go after them. I have no idea. I mean, I have a feeling if I put this in front of a judge, it'd be a slam dunk case. I mean, what could I do to cause this? I mean, look how many miles is on the car. Nice. I miss my Geo Tracker. God, I miss my Geo Tracker. I love that vehicle. It was comfortable. It was roomy. It had working four-wheel drive. I can get 40 miles to the gallon with the air conditioner on. It was just such a nice little truck. I really miss that car. I had a sweet one. Mine was cherry. It's so rare. I've only ever seen two, and I owned one of them. It's a 1989 tracker, which has a more efficient engine than the 1990 and newer. 1991. I think 91 they changed it. Although one problem with that unique engine is that it has a unique computer. So I can only use the ECU from an 89 or a 90. 91 and newer, the ECU won't work. It's a different ECU. Which is one of the reasons why I lost the car. But I also had a tin top with a trifecta. If you know anything about trackers, you know the trifecta is so fucking rare. So, tin top means it did not have a rag top. No convertible. It was a solid chassis. Not a hard top in place of a rag top. No rag top. Okay, so it was a solid roof. But it also had the trifecta. Okay, It was manual transmission, air conditioning, and four-wheel drive. Finding all three of those in one tracker is exceedingly rare. Finding all three of those in a low-mile 1989 Cherry tin top, forget it. That's the only one you're ever going to find. That's a one-off. That's a unicorn. It was a fucking unicorn. I got there, and the guy said, "I'm not haggling. 5,500 is 5,500." And he's like, "I got three people behind you." I looked at him and said, "As long as it's as you described, there's no need to haggle. It's a fine price." I looked it over, and he saw me look at the holes at the tops of the strut towers, and he's like, I was like, "I know, that's normal. It's not a problem." I was like, "I'll have that fixed tomorrow." The top of every wheel well had a hole because the whatever paint they put on there was thin there, and the salt would hit that spot and corrode through it. Easy fix. You weld a patch on. It's a common problem. And I was like, I'll have new seats in 2 weeks from a newer tracker, and I'll weld up the top of the towers. I was like, this car's perfect. It's fine. I handed him $5,500. Boy, the guy standing behind me was pissed. Another guy had showed up because he was there to see it too. He was mad because he wanted it too. They're just so rare. And a tin top with a trifecta is just... Go try to find one. Go try to find a Geo tracker. Not the new Chevy tracker. The roundy one. The original boxy trackers. The good ones. With that little 4-cylinder engine that gets 40 miles to the gallon at 60 miles an hour with the air conditioning on. Okay? You just try to find one that has 2 of those features. Okay? Is difficult to do. But like, for example, you get a ragtop, it usually doesn't have air conditioning. Okay? If it has air conditioning, it usually doesn't have a manual transmission. And if you get the one with the four-wheel drive and the air conditioning, usually it's an automatic. It's just exceptionally difficult to find one with all 3 and be in a cherry conditioned tin top. Oh man, I miss that car. I just love that car. I mean, it's a little tight this way because of how big I am, but all I had to do is open the window. Once I opened the window, there you go. I'm fine. It had enough headroom. It's like the Kia Soul. It's why I like the Kia Soul. The wheels are pushed to the corners, and it's got a lot more interior space than you think it does. As much as I love my Geo Metro, climbing in and out of that thing was a chore. My Geo Metro, I had to use a bowling ball to modify the roof because I'm a weird hybrid person. I'm 6'4" tall, but I have a 27-inch inseam, so I have to wear petite length pants. But I need extra long shirts, and that's why I love the fact that these shirts are so big. They're so long. I don't have to worry about them being short. Oh, I hate short shirts. It's so annoying. But it is my shirt, by the way. I got my Hiss shirt. I love my Hiss shirt. I've never even listened to their music. Now I'm going to listen to their music. I thought they were a metal band or a rock band, so maybe I'll like it. I don't know. But I was actually starting to lose hair on the top of my head here because my head was touching the ceiling and rubbing into it like this, and because I was just too tall. And so eventually I saw my brother getting ready to go bowling, and I was like, "Can I borrow that?" He's like, "Here's my practice ball." He's like, "What are you gonna do?" And I take the bowling ball and I go thump on the inside of the car. He's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And I was like, "I'm putting a dome in the roof, see?" It's like, now my head will fit. I had a little dome in the roof where my head sits, so now my head didn't touch the ceiling so hard. I love that car. 65 miles per gallon. Yeah. Hard to beat. That little 3-cylinder engine is just a monster. But I've always wanted a Chevy Sprint so that I can pull up this gigantic person climbing out of this little tiny Chevy Sprint and say, "It's a Hemi." It is. The 3-cylinder engine, which leaked like crazy. It was a bad engine. But the 3-cylinder engine in the Chevy Sprint was a Hemi. Most people, even car people, well, car owners, don't know what Hemi means. They just associate Hemi with sports car and muscle car. But all Hemi means is that the cylinder head, you have your piston, and then you have the head that sits above it that has the spark plug and the valves. All it means is that cylinder head is hemispherical. That's all that means. It's got a hemispherical head. That's all it means. But people love seeing the word Hemi on the car. But what are you gonna do? When I get back from Rocky Mountain Red Fest, one of the first things I'm gonna work on is shrinking these by 50% and making a pair of earrings out of them. Just because I think that'd be cool. I might have to do it in silver and green so I can make a Toy Story reference. The claw, or do one claw and then, oh, that's it. I'll do one claw and I'll do one little alien thing. The little alien squeak squeak toys that the claw was grabbing. Oh yeah, that'd be perfect. That would be perfect. I never did get my new batteries for my camera. I have the LPE6 batteries for my Canon, and these have a micro USB port. So I can actually charge them in a regular charger, or I can plug a micro USB port directly into the battery and charge it. They have a new version that has USB-C, but they want so much money for it. It's like, these are like $12 a piece, and those are like $45 a piece. It's like, nah, I don't want it that bad. I want it, but not that bad. But I also got this. This is nice. It's a battery bank. It's a USB battery bank, except this one takes 2 LPE6 camera batteries. So it'll charge your batteries, and you can use those batteries as a battery bank. It's even got, this is kind of cool. Can I get it open? I don't use it very much, so it's a pain in the butt to open. There we go. Come on. Come on. Well, it's staying closed. It's got SD card storage in there too. So basically it's a little battery bank that also charges your camera batteries. And in a pinch you can use it to power other stuff. That's cool too. And that does take USB-C. Actually, I think it takes both. Yep, micro and USB-C. I wonder if that USB-C is bidirectional. I doubt it. I highly doubt it's bidirectional. Bidirectional USB was still pretty new when I got this. The likelihood of it being bidirectional is very low. Nothing turned on. No way! Oh, wait a minute. Is it drawing power from the phone or charging the phone? It says channel 1, channel. I think it's drawing power from the phone. So this phone has power delivery. Interesting. Okay. What can I plug in that does not have power delivery? My radio. No. Okay. Not bidirectional. That would have been pretty cool. I have a little Baofeng FRS radio that charges by USB-C. Does it have removable? I think it has removable batteries too. Damn it. For some reason my nails are thin, so it hurts when I try to open one of these damn things. Come on, give me something I can open this with. Spoon. That'll work. Is it double A's or triple A's? Nope, it's a battery pack. Okay. Well, I could just remove that. That would have made it easier. It's lithium ion. So it's a lithium ion battery. Oh, this can take both. That's right. I can put one of the reasons I like this, I could put 3 disposable double A's or I can put a lithium battery in here. That's actually one of the whole reasons I bought this. So I can use disposable batteries in a pinch, rechargeable batteries when I have access to charging facilities. It also means if at some point this battery dies and I can't get a replacement, I can continue to use the radio just by putting AA's in it. And of course, USB-C charging. So, I should have gotten a second one of those while I had the chance, but too late now. With the tariffs, that's going to be expensive. Boy, ham radio is going to suffer. No more $35 Balfangs. That's a pipe dream now. That's all gone. Scumbags. Scummy scumbags. What are you going to do? Nothing. Nothing you can do. Deal with it. Move on. Wait until the next administration comes into office and hope they have a rational enough brain to undo all of the stupid tariffs, and hope these countries aren't so pissed off at us that they're willing to go back the way things were before. They might never go back. They might decide, well, we're making enough money with the higher prices. We're just going to keep the higher prices. There's the joint that the machine makes. It's right there. Come on. There you go. There you go. So pretty clean joint. And like I said, you can slide the PTFE off. So if you're joining little pieces like this, you can just keep using the same sleeve over and over again to join them. So, you know, if you have little pieces like this, like that come out of your Bowden tube, you can join them all together and use them. So, that's pretty cool. I like that. I think that's it. I'm what do you call it? Procrastinating now. I got to finish emptying out the car. I got to start loading all my stuff into the car. I got the lamp out there. I got the rocket ready. I got the drawers ready. I got all my signage ready. Make sure I bring it all. I know where my business cards are. I got to bring my business cards. Boy, I wish I had known you did the stickers earlier, Tim. Could have got them for the show, but I didn't think of it. I was just so busy with everything else. Well, I got to remember to bring this too. That new case design I worked on. I made a 2-color TPU case for that phone that we got from Walmart for $30. So that's going to be fun to play with. Wow, it's still got a charge. I'm surprised. It's 46%, so it's on standby. It's pretty good power. Well, no SIM card, so no radio. That's going to help a lot. That's it. I can't think of anything else. If you're going to be at the show, look me up. I love to see my critters. Meet my victims. Oh, the cats are curled up together. They're so freaking cute. I'll be spinning this thing up there. I gotta find my sword. Where did I put my sword? Oh, I hope I can find that. My big 7-foot, 6-foot sword that I made. A collapsible sword. You should hear this thing open, man. When it opens, the whole room turns around and looks. Because those layer lines are so fat. And it makes a when it comes out. I got a clear prop kind of deal when I extend that sword. It's like, okay, look this way, look this way. I'm not going to impale anybody. Wah! Oh, I hope I can find that. All right, that's it. I will see you guys next week. I am going to do maybe a couple short little live streams from the event. You know, maybe 20-30 minutes each. I'll just walk around a little bit, show you guys some of the stuff. I'm also going to, this has got a really good camera on it. This is Sony. So I'm going to get this all prepped and charged up and ready to go. And clean out the memory, make sure it's all empty and good to go. Probably throw an SD card in there just for safe measure. And, well, I have a tablet, so I can always download. But record little sub 3-minute videos of each booth, probably around 60 seconds if I can. I'm going to try, I don't know if I have the stamina for it, but I'm going to try to record a little 60-second video of each booth. I wish I had the time to build a mount, because ideally I would take both these cameras, make one vertical and one horizontal. And then the horizontal one, I can combine those clips in together into a big compilation video to post. And then the short ones, I can post individually as shorts. And so I might still try to do that if I can figure out an equitable way to do it. Maybe I can really quickly fab up a quick design. Something that'll hold this phone and this phone together in one mount. So all I have to do is tap, 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 tap to record. Since this one has a data connection, use this one for the shorts and use this one for the long form video. Because it'd be a lot easier if I could do them both at once. I might have to try to do that if I have time. But I have to print the other parts of the rocket. I have to have my 10-foot rocket. And so that has to come first. But that's it. I will see you guys later. If you guys can help out at all, I'd appreciate it. I have $110. I need 200 for the round trip. So I'm hoping to sell a couple things at the show. So if you want to buy one of these boxes, you know, be there. Or I'll even sell this. You know, just I need to have enough gas money to get home. And Logan will probably be able to give me enough to get home. But you know, I'd rather not borrow more money from him if I can help it. But yeah. It sucks knowing I'm getting $600 in a month and I can't have it now. it's like I made the money, I just don't get it for another month. Yeah. God, I hate that. What are you doing? You want to try to fit inside that? It would need to be about 6 times larger to fit you inside, cat. Get here. He was going to try to fit inside that little box. He's going to try to fit inside the box. He's trying to get inside the box. Cat, it's like a quarter your size. And the sharp edges will probably hurt. Oh, cats. I love cats. Alright, I will see you guys later. Don't forget, if you have to buy anything on Amazon, please go to nerdies.com. Use my link. Once again, if I hit $3,250, I get a $100 bonus. And as I hit higher amounts, those bonuses get bigger. If I can hit $8,250 again, I'll get another $330. That would be very helpful. But I will see you all next week after Rocky Mountain Murph. Well, I'll see some of you on the live stream this weekend. Maybe I'll split it up to Saturday and Sunday. Do a couple on Saturday and do a couple on Sunday. And because that's going to be grueling, because I can't just stop and sit down. It's a live stream. I got to keep going. And go from there. All right. I'll see you guys later. Thank you.